But yeah, to start us off, no vitamin D, sit inside all day. I am vitamin D deficient. I don't know how you. And I don't sit inside all day. I walk mostly to get around. It was very sunny today. I used to just like lay out in the sun to get my vitamin D, and I was still fucking deficient. And then my doctor said to me, well, it's probably because of your diet. And I'm like, I have a, I, I don't have the worst diet. You're glowing? It's probably because I put moisturizer on my fucking face. The trauma dumping worries us. Moisturizer and sunscreen every day, folks. Every day. Every day. It's the best for you. Stops you from aging. All right. Where's the salmon shirt? I burnt it. Listen, if we hit gold today, next stream we're wearing the salmon. We're wearing the salmon shirt. All right. So to start things off, I've never been able to say this guy's name. You know who this is? Harry Sisson. He is a copy paste Democrat personality. So essentially, you have people like Dean Withers, et cetera, et cetera. I think these people have like good political opinions, but they're just like so fake. I can't like them. And it feels like there's like a lot of like unnecessary virtue signaling and pandering that comes with their opinions. And I would love for the image of the libs to be changed. Okay, to stop. Let people listen. Unironically, our path forward is to let people say retard again. That's the path forward, okay? Dark woke. These people are preventing dark woke. And I think that it is doing us no favors. Isn't that the guy who was told he'd be the concubine of the guy who killed Osama? Yeah, yep, exactly. There's been rumors for a very long time that all these men are homosexual. To be honest, I kind of got those vibes off of him. But apparently he's not, because Harry convinced 11 different women that he had no roster and respected them for more than their bodies, while persuading them to send explicit photos of themselves through Snapchat, including one from a domestic abuse survivor. When the women discovered each other one by one, he called them all insane and attempted to coerce one of them into telling the public that the photos were fake. I request the reader. Set political differences to the side, I believe both sides of the aisle can agree that this is unacceptable behavior from a man-child with collectively over 2 million followers. Okay, so right off the bat, unless I'm missing something, what is unacceptable? When you use the word, there's a lot of like framing here that's doing heavy lifting. Persuading, when you say persuading, yeah, he's asking them to send him. How do you get someone to send you nudes without persuading them to do it? Or ask, like, this is a consensual exchange of nudes. That's all we have from this allegation. And then from a domestic abuse survivor, quite frankly, is just insulting. Are people who survive domestic abuse not allowed to consent? Not allowed to engage in like consensual sexual exchanges? What is that like? What is that? Adding this here attempts to make it sound like the framing is trying to make it. You could frame this in the other way of he consensually received nudes from 11 different women, right? Or he's received nudes from 11, and it's like, but you're adding in fluff here that makes like no difference, like the morality of what he did. Now, what I'll say here is, and I am like anti nudes, okay? I think that, and this go, if you decide to consensually send nudes between someone you love, whatever, okay? Or just like for temporary gratification for some reason, whatever. But I think you need to put like an ungodly, unless you're like a fucking porn star, you need to put like an ungodly amount of trust into another human being to be willing to send them nude images. And it's like, why live with the knowledge that this is out there and could be leaked by them at any point, even if you might trust them a ton. Like, I can't see a conceivable scenario where it's worth trusting, where you would trust somebody to that extent that you haven't met, or you don't know significantly, and why you would even do it to begin with. But yeah, I'd fuck you raw after wine tasting, but that's just me. Damn, you're sexy. Stop. Don't. So this is consensual flirting. This is consensual flirting. Whenever you present sexually explicit messages, they're always going to look bad from an outsider perspective to the person that's not involved in the sexual exchange, right? But this is like fairly normal sexual comments between two people where one party is even leaving in the messages where she's consenting.
Live, don't read on live. Yeah, I saw about this. Like actually lunatics. Like genuinely, this individual in question is insane.
Wait, who is that?
And so, I'll say, yeah, I can share with Chris. I'll send a screenshot. Yeah, no, like legitimately, Chris and I have been talking about this for days now.
Uh-oh.
This individual
Wait,
is
who?
fucking crazy.
Wait,
bro.
what?
If you want to support the live,
Bro, that bro.
Mentals. I'm saying, dude. I am saying.
No, you be good out there, bro.
So he's not even calling all 11 of them crazy. He's calling one of them crazy. And then my question here is, we know that he sent 11 different nudes to 11 different women. Are all 11 uncomfortable? Like, did all 11 come out and share their story, or have all 11 said, or no, not sent, received nudes from 11 different women? Did all 11 come out with grievances, or is it just we know there were consensual exchanges with 11 women and one of them has an issue? How many of these women even have issue with it in hindsight? And their issues with it in hindsight are irrelevant when this was consensual. We're leaving in, he's engaging in sexually explicit messaging. The person shows they're clearly okay with it and want it to continue. Stop, smiley face. Don't. AKA, I want this to continue. So then he lets it continue. Why is there an arrow going here? Why is there an arrow going here? You've just demonstrated that you're okay with this. So this looks like the same woman. Several women involved have made their stances public, but the videos are not receiving much traction. While Harry Sisson continues to collect millions of views for his videos, claiming that he's a supporter of women and a champion for women's rights. To be a champion of women's rights, does that mean you can't, like, have sexual exchanges with people? I don't understand.
Props to you. Because I don't think anybody could... I've been trying to figure out how I want to word a video regarding this, but I think what I'm going to just say is I've never been the woman that has called out behavior like this. I've never been one of these people, and if you have been, fucking props to you, because I don't think anybody could comprehend how genuinely terrifying it is to do something like this.
To talk about your consent, you don't have to. Nobody's making you. What did he do wrong?
I got played by a TikTok influencer for 9 months, and I think it's time that I expose his trashy ass behavior. We started talking in May of last year, right before my birthday, and he like wooed me. He was very kind. I felt really excited and thankful that I found somebody who, at the time, I thought respected me for more than my physical appearance. And
What did he lie to you? What did he lie to you about? Also, like, the implication here is that he was being dishonest somehow. Did you make an assumption, or did he explicitly tell you that the nature of the exchanges was he was like into your personality? Okay, I'd like, what was dishonest here about what he did?
yeah, I literally could have never imagined or even like fathomed what was gonna end up happening after talking for 9 months. I'm really embarrassed to admit this, but I created a private story on Snapchat for just him and named it For Your Eyes Only, and he loved it. He loved the attention that I was giving him and the fact that he...
Also, did he tell you that you're the only one he's talking to? That's another question, because at most here, based on what we know now, we know that these were consensual. the only thing I could see like being wrong here is that he lied. Like he said to like one of the women, "You're the only one I'm talking to," and they were led to believe that to be the case, and it wasn't. So he was dishonest about it. He allegedly lied about talking to other girls. Was any proof presented of that?
He knew that I wasn't entertaining anybody else the way I was entertaining him. Within the first 2 to 3 months, he had told me on 2 separate occasions that I was wife material and that he was, quote unquote, sold on my wifey application. He was frequently saving my snaps and just like making me feel good about myself, call me beautiful and gorgeous. So it's like, how could I not read into that? 6 months into talking, he suddenly is like, I'm not looking for any commitment and I'm not in a place to find anything long term right now. I'm just really busy, blah, blah.
Okay, so he says that. So then does it continue with that in mind? Does it continue with that in mind?
Blah. And like I was understanding, I was fine keeping things casual. However, I couldn't help but feel that he led me on. And he even admitted to that. He's like, yeah, that's on me for like not making my intentions clearer.
Okay, so 2 months in, so a few months, she said 2 months in, right? So 2 months in, he's now explicitly outright said to you, yeah, I'm not looking to commit. Okay, so as far as I know, that was not the end of the exchange.
Okay. He tells me a couple more times after that that he doesn't want commitment. And then next thing I know, he's posting a soft launch thirst trap of him and his new girlfriend 2 weeks ago. Actually, prior to this, I had found out that he fucked around with somebody else by him going live on TikTok and showing hickeys on his neck.
Okay. Okay. I mean, has he ever said, besides like the implication of your wifey material, were you under the impression that he was your boyfriend or that this was Snapchat flirtation? What did he say to you that would like if this was his girlfriend, this woman, and he was going and like fucking around with other girl, it would be cheating. But if this is just like over Snapchat, sending nudes, private stories, whatever, right? And then he's explicitly, didn't she say this went on for 5 months? Did you say 5 months and then 2 months in, he's saying that he's not looking for a commitment? So then that wasn't enough to break it off because then this went on for another 3 months. So you were still okay with this prospect when it was explicitly outlined to you and clarified that there was no commitment. Now, sure, you could say he wasn't clear about his intentions initially, but that's not a lie. That's just he didn't say something. Like, if he said he was, if he had explicitly said to you this was like a committed thing, and then went and did then he's a liar. But if he just like wasn't super clear about it and then clarified later on, that's not a lie.
That's how I literally found out that he was fucking around. And so I confronted him about it, right? Like any normal person would do. And he got all defensive and started like gaslighting me.
Oh my god, gaslighting, dude. Is he? Listen, if we're gonna start, the only way to put the cherry on top is if she starts like bringing out like symptoms of like narcissistic personality disorder. That's the only way.
Basically saying that I was like overreacting and all this stuff, and I was like, "You're kidding me, right?" Keep in mind, he was well aware of the fact that I was very depressed following a very traumatic car accident that I had been in.
Oh my, what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? What is your car accident? What is the relevance of your car accident to like, this is just fluff. This is unnecessary fluff.
And he still took advantage of my sadness.
How did he take advantage? How did he take advantage?
Anywho, I forgot to mention, but we were mutuals on TikTok, mutuals on Instagram. I was his only friend on Facebook, and I have receipts of this, of course, but he's trying to remove me from everything.
Did he even use Facebook?
He demanded that I unsave everything on Snapchat.
See, she's like not clarifying whether or not she was told by him that this was a committed relationship or not. She's only said that what she thought and then what was clarified into it, but that clarification of it being a non-commitment was not enough for her to break it off for several months. So then why come out now? You knew there was nothing, there was no commitment about this. And did his exchanges with other women occur prior to or after he had explicitly clarified that he was not committing to anything?
Because he had a new girlfriend and it was like out of respect for her. Bro, you don't know the first thing about respecting women. Jump to last night, I find out that he was leading somebody else on at the same time he was leading me on. And my world was shook. I DM'd her because I saw a comment she left on his backup account, I guess is what you could call it. And she was like, oh my God, I think we went through the same thing. And I was like, no freaking way, girl, spill. And so, long story short, we talked literally probably 6-7 hours last night.
6 hours? Okay, that's a bit much. I could not tell you who has a conversation for 6 or 7 hours? 6 or 7 hours is insane. Okay, that's like, he might be right. No human being is having a conversation for 7 fucking hours. What the fuck? Who talks that long?
Exposing everything. Early on in the conversation, she tells me that he had told her in December that he had no roster. What the fuck do you call me? You're talking to me for 7 months at that point, and you're gonna say that you have no roster.
What does that mean? Like, nobody he's like nobody he's like into committing at the moment? Or what is no, like, I know what a roster is, but what is that, like, in this context, what does that mean? Only if they're getting interrogated. That's the only justification of a 7-hour conversation. True.
I see.
He's not talking to anyone else? Oh, okay. So so then he did lie, if that was true, but we just need to see some, like, verification of this statement.
She shared screenshots of their conversations, I shared screenshots of ours, and we basically came to the conclusion that he is a despicable, disgusting fuckboy. He sits here on his platform of almost 2 million followers and
What the fuck happened to the audio?
preaches respect for women and believing women, blah, 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 blah. And then he disrespected us so grossly.
Sure, I agree, like, people like him are, like, super virtue signally about it, but it's like, what has he done so far that, like, lies in contradiction to any of his, like, stated values? And also, when people talk about, like, respect for women, just to clarify, I could believe in respect for women or feminism or whatever, and if I don't like a woman, this is totally unrelated to what he did, that means, like, that means advocating against, like, disrespect for these people by virtue of them being women. So, like, if, like, I could believe in, like, respecting women and still call, like, an individual woman, like, a dumb, stupid bitch and disrespect her. Or, no, that would be specifically women-pointed. I use bitch for men or women, but, like, your individual relations, I think, don't, like, lie in, like, contradiction with that overall, like, world value or whatever.
for extremely intimate images,
Okay.
made us both think that we were the only one he was talking to.
Wait, you thought that? Either you thought that, or he explicitly stated that to you. Because there's a big difference in those. There's a difference in those two things.
And then he started dating somebody else. So we have no idea how long she was in the picture. This is just a very broad outline of the story, and I'm more than happy to do a follow-up with receipts and more details, but I literally could not sit on this information.
This was you with kinetic hell. That's why you're so defensive. What do you mean? Because I talk to 11 women at a time, which I'm not, just to clarify. But what? What that makes like no sense in this context.
Any longer, and I had to just get it out there because I quite literally could have burst into flames at this point because I'm so angry. But yeah, he's wishing everyone a happy International Women's Day after telling people on live earlier that I'm insane.
Wait, do you really think like and obviously he's being virtue signaling about it, but like do you honestly think that like preaching like the concept of respecting women means you can't find like individual women insane or insufferable or retarded, right? You're saying that because of their personality and the nature of your interactions with them as an individual, not because or by virtue of the fact that they are a woman. Okay, if you think that those two things lie in contradiction with one another, then you're retarded, and you actually, yeah, you might be insane.
So, yeah, you're clocked, buddy. Your wish is my command. I had been following this political influencer for a couple months.
All right, we already.
Him that I was proud of what he was doing and that I was learning a lot from him. A little bit after that, I shared with him that I was a survivor of SA, and if he ever needed a victim's perspective during one of his TikTok live debates.
Why add that? Why add that? What relevance does this have? What relevance does this have? I'm sorry. She went through that. Obviously, nobody deserves to be sexually assaulted, right? But what relevance does this have to her exchanges with him? I don't understand.
I would be willing to share my story.
I'm genuinely
really
curious. I'm not like I'm just genuinely curious.
Nice about it. Was supportive. Thanked me for sharing with him, and also for my willingness to speak on it if he ever needed somebody to. After talking just like a couple more times in Instagram DMs, I was like, hey, like you should add me on Snapchat.
I don't have a bias. I didn't really like this guy that much to begin with, but I'm not like fucking I'm not like lyrics where like I'm like overanalyzing like every allegation. Okay, I'm not saying, okay, this used to be a stereotype about the guy. Dude, why is, okay, I have this in my tabs because I was researching for the next segment, okay? Okay, this is the worst thing possible to have up in my tabs. You're gonna see why I have this pulled up. You're gonna see why I have this pulled up.
You want to, and he did. So that was in May, like right before my birthday. Pretty quickly into us Snapchatting, he started saving snaps where I just like looked pretty, I guess. And if you know, you know, like that's a
If you know, you know.
In May, like right before my birthday.
Dude, what you're about to, when I go to the next segment, you're gonna see why I had that up. Let you in now? No, you're not derailing my shit, bro. Hold on, we're gonna.
Was supportive, thanked me for sharing with him, and also for my willingness to speak on it if he ever needed somebody to. After talking just like a couple more times in Instagram DMs,
Okay.
I was
Dude,
like,
I don't know if you could hear that. My like, I told you my landlord is very cheap, so I have like the thinnest walls ever. It's like at night for some reason, it sounds like my neighbor's like throwing himself against the fucking wall. It sounds like he's throwing himself against the wall. I don't know I don't know if like it's like he's like a zombie from fucking World War Z or some shit. It's just like every night.
hey, like you should add me on Snapchat if you want to, and he did. So that was in May, like right before my birthday. Pretty quickly into us Snapchatting, he started saving snaps where I just like looked pretty, I guess. And if you know, you know, like that's a compliment. It wasn't anything inappropriate. It was just very flattering because I looked good. And he was kind of telling me that by wanting to keep those pictures of me in our chat. Shortly then after that, it became more of like an...
So I don't, nor have I ever like sexted or flirted over Snapchat. But correct me if I'm wrong. Like for those of you that fuck around, I'll put it, like for a temporary like flirtatious or sexual exchange, like this isn't out of the norm so far, right?
Inappropriate infatuation with me. And he kind of hinted at that by saying something along the lines of I had some like interesting or sexy pictures of me on my Instagram. And I was like, oh, okay. Granted, this was highly unexpected.
No, this is, let me just be clear. This is not BPD. This is a problem with like the culture right now, okay? Because it seems like more and more people are taking any relational grievance after Me Too, more and more people take any form of relational grievance and just put it into the format of a sexual, like how you would previously spoken about a sexual assault allegation. Chud mentioned this guy's name. I forget it. Weren't there there was like a documentary on him or some shit, and a bunch of women came on Twitter about he wasn't even an influencer or personality, or a bunch of women in a city came forward, going. His name was like Alex or something, against this one guy, who was like fucking around with like multiple. What is his name? Somebody knows. Somebody knows this guy's name. I don't remember.
Because I was like, you don't act this way at all on TikTok. I honestly didn't expect to like start talking because of my original DM.
Cancel culture. I'm not talking about cancel culture. I'm talking about well, I guess you could say, I don't like to use the term cancel culture. I think like canceling is just like a phenomenon. It's just like that will just always naturally exist. It's called being in controversy. But it seems like, as I've said, more and more people are using this what is it? This medium that was originally utilized by survivors of sexual assault or people who went through sexual assault to air out things that are not sexual assault and not worth airing out in this format.
But obviously,
and then using language to try and hype it up as though it were some form of sexual misconduct.
I was excited too because I had a lot
West
of
Elm
respect for him.
Caleb, that's it. I don't know why I thought his name was Alex.
I thought he was like this champion for women, supported our rights, berated people
J-Stock supported these call-outs.
who disrespected women and just all that stuff that, makes a woman feel safe, right? Not long after we started snapping, I made some joke about probably having a bunch of competition, and he then told me that I had no competition.
My phone just buzzed and some fake. It said this was worse than what Destiny did to Pixie. Who said that? Some fake? Some who?
And said that he was content, implying that he was content with just me. At another point, he told me
what? Wait.
He was content. The woman feels safe, right? Not long after we started snapping, I made some joke about probably having a bunch of competition, and he then told me that I had no competition and said that he was content, implying that he was content with just me.
Implying... I mean, I could see, I don't think, that's, an unreasonable, interpretation of what he said. Obviously, we're not seeing any proof of this. And to be fair to these women, this was over Snapchat, right? Messages get deleted. And I don't think she's unreasonable for interpreting it that way, but I don't think it's unreasonable to think that might have not been what he meant.
At another point, he told me that my opinion was the only one that mattered.
And yeah, also, did they ever, she's talking about she thought she was the only one or whatever. Did they ever meet in person, too? Did they ever meet in person? Or was it just, fucking around over Snapchat? Okay, so for some reason, only some messages will show up. You have to filter it to live chat instead of top chat. You're not dating and entitled to exclusivity because you snap your... Exactly. But the question would then be, did he explicitly or knowingly attempt to make people think that there was some form of exclusivity? But then, if that's true, that would be a lie. So you could say he's a liar. Not that there was some form of sexual misconduct that had occurred. But so far, we've seen no proof that there was any indication of sexual exclusivity. And in fact... she's now said, when I probably have a bunch of competition or whatever, that she was still under the impression that she was probably not the only one. Now she interpreted this other message as potentially as that I'm content thing, but he could have heard of competition as his main kind of the main one he was going with or whatever, and he's content with her and nobody else is that serious to him. It could have meant a bunch of different things, but I don't think how she interpreted that is like unreasonable, but that doesn't attest to like him engaging in any moral wrongdoing because it's such like a vague statement. So he could have meant any number of things.
So of course I like ate that stuff right up. Like I was so excited and just like completely shocked, and obviously like way too trusting. So time's passing, he's still saving a bunch of my snaps. I start saving snaps that he's sending as replies because one, they made me feel good, and two, now I'm glad I have them as receipts
Your dog has to go for a walk. Take him out.
because he's calling me insane online. When September came around, I told him that the anniversary of my essay was coming up, and so he was well aware of this.
Who celebrates? Dude, I turned an essay in the other night, and in a week, I'm going to forget that that ever happened. Like, who wants to celebrate those things? It's like super like, to submit it. Dude, I had to write, what was it? It was like 3 pages. I had to write a 3-page essay and submit it. And it's like, when it's done, it's done. I don't want to think about it ever again. So who's celebrating that they turned in an essay? But don't. Psst. Wait. Great joke, guys. Am I right?
And then on the night of September 15th, before he went live to debate on TikTok, he messaged me just wanting to check in, seeing how I was doing. And to me, that spoke volumes. I was like, that's really sweet of you. Thank
Aiden's never been friends with women, and it unironically shows so hard.
you for
I was friends with women in like, when I was in like elementary school.
checking in. And then after he was done debating, he tried to FaceTime me, but unfortunately I had already fallen asleep. Anyway, he attempted to call me.
By the way, I need to do a shill. Make sure, folks, to like, sub, dono. We are less than a month away from monetization. Less than a month away. The date is approaching, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't answer. He messaged me and told me to answer. And since I was sleeping, I didn't see it till the next morning. But when I saw that I had a missed call, again, I was like, how sweet is this that he really took the time out to want to check in with me on the night he knew was going to be very difficult for me to sleep. I think that kind of says a lot about how he felt about me. I don't know.
That he's trying to be compassionate. That he's like a good person. That he's I don't know. I don't think he's a good. I wouldn't take it that far. But that behavior would be indicative of a good person. That you're like some like side chick of his. With side chick, I don't know would be the right word here. You're like one of many, and he's still taking like the opportunity to check in on you, make sure you're all right.
Of course, I was holding on to this for a while because I really just thought he went above and beyond. And I really just thought he was like this amazing person who saw me as more than my body. But not too long after that, it all became...
Also, the other thing too here is, it's the reality that a lot of, I'd say in most temporary flirtatious sexual exchanges, it is just for the body. Hell, I'd even go beyond that. There are a lot of people I know that were in a relationship or are married, and I said, why would you ever want to spend time with this person? And it's all about appearance for them. Now, obviously, if that's the case, just because that's the norm, you're obviously not going to say that or make the person you're engaged with think that, because it's going to make them feel really fucking bad. All right? But that's more of like a, like who, even if it's just a purely sexual exchange, who is telling the other person, yeah, we're only doing this because of your body? Who says that? So it seems like there were a lot of assumptions made on her part about what this meant, even though he didn't explicitly state that there was some sort of commitment going on here. There were a lot of assumptions made on her end that there was some sort of committed relationship occurring, and the assumptions didn't come true. And I understand disappointment from her if she thought this was something that it wasn't, but that then doesn't mean he needs to be ascribed some like wrongdoing. Okay, it's okay for her to be disappointed about this if she had believed it was going to go somewhere and it didn't. Okay, totally fine. But she's making a call out as though he's engaged in some form of misconduct, and so far there's just no misconduct being laid out to me.
even more. And
I thought he saw me as more than my body. You sent it to him before even going on a date. True, exactly. Like, this seems like a lot, like a lie she had told herself, and she's not the only one, to make yourself feel better about the exchange.
Intensely inappropriate, and just like the things that he was requesting from me, that kind of took me by surprise. But yeah, I kind of just like put up with it because I was like,
What? I thought these things were inappropriate. How is it inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it if you've already set the tone that there's some sexual exchange going on here? He asked for something sexual, and then you're not clarifying that it's not something you want or okay with. How is that then not appropriate to the situation that's occurring? That is appropriate from his end. That would be totally if you're giving him the impression and explicitly telling him you're okay with these things and complying with them, then that would be appropriate by definition. I don't know what in particular he was asking you for, but if the nature of your interactions had been sexual, right? We've already established that tone, and then this wouldn't be inappropriate, especially if those specific sexual requests are being reciprocated.
well, he respects
Harry's in his 20s. I don't know how old she is. If I had to take a guess, she's probably in her early 20s.
me, right? He respects me for more than the physical attraction. From like late October onward, he started to pull back just a little bit, and I let it go for a while without saying anything. But then late November, I was like, look, you like rarely snap me anymore. If you don't want to talk, like just communicate that with me. And he said that that wasn't the case. And then I had told him that if he was talking to any other women the way he was talking to me, then he needed to unsave my snaps, because like I'm not that bitch. And he said that he wasn't talking to other women like that. He wasn't hooking up with anybody because he, quote unquote, never does that.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hookup is fucking, right? So he could be, if this is exactly verbatim what he said, and this is verbatim what she said, and there's no proof of this, I don't expect her to have it. This was over Snapchat, right? Then he's being misleading. Okay? He's like, it's like pirate software saying, I always use this example, like, yo, did you flag that guy's video? And it was a community guidelines strike. And his response is, no, I didn't DMCA him. It's like, yeah, that's technically true, but you know what you're doing. You're leading people to believe that you didn't flag somebody. So if her response, are you talking to other women this way? And he says, I'm not hooking up with anybody. Then if he's not fucking anybody, that's technically true, but then that's not what she's asking. But once again, it's her word. We have no way of knowing, I guess, what happened here.
And I believed him. I literally believed everything he said all the time. All the time. And that was very naive of me, I admit. From that conversation, I thought there was this understanding that if he was going to be fucking around or flirting with anybody else, asking for pics from them, he needed to delete mine. Unfortunately, it took me a couple more months to figure out that he wasn't respecting that request whatsoever.
Did he, yes or, I would just ask her, like, yes or no. Did he say he was not flirting with or engaged with any other women?
Then February comes around and
all we've heard him say is he wasn't hooking up with other women, which could be true.
He shows up on TikTok Live with hickeys on his neck. So I was like, obviously there's someone else and you're being dishonest with me. Of course I had to address this because I was hurt and I had every right to be. Not long after that, he discloses that he's seeing her. And I was like, oh, no. See.
Oh no. Oh no. See, the seething and the jealousy. It is posting your L's online. Okay? It is posting your L's online. This was a Snapchat sexual. We don't even know if these people met in person. You could see the jealousy.
I thought you didn't want commitment, but that's my bad. The next weekend,
he said that to you. So yeah, he didn't want commitment. That's still true, but probably just with you. He was willing to have commitment with somebody, and that probably really bothers you.
And he posts a thirst trap on TikTok with her, and I was like, all right, got it. In that comment section, I saw another woman say something regarding the fact that they had been talking a month prior, and I was like, wait a second, I need to know if this is legit. So I DM'd her. It took all of like 1 minute for her to realize that we literally got played by the same guy. And I can't even tell you the emotions that went through my body that entire night. A couple days later, boom, I get a DM from another woman saying that she and her friend went through something very similar as well. And I was like, holy shit. I'm learning so much. Fast forward one more week, and here I am sitting here with knowledge of at least 6 other women who were played by the same guy in the same time period.
You were naive. You made assumptions that were not correct. We don't know if he lied to you or not, because you didn't give us any definitive statements he said that turned out to not be true. But it would be, if I were in your shoes, I would also be disappointed by this, okay? It's disappointment, totally understandable. But then you say, okay, I'm not going to be as naive next time. I'm just going to move on and make sure boundaries are explicitly set and expectations are specifically outlined in my next, engagement. I got played. Sucks.
I'm just disgusted, bro. I have genuinely never been more wrong about somebody in my entire life. For 9 months, I thought that he was this amazing person. I respected him. I thought he respected me. I thought that the person he showed online was the person he truly was, and I was proven so horribly wrong. So when I started speaking about this publicly, his only response has been to say that I'm insane because he wants to take away my credibility before more people find out about this. All I have to say to that is there are some very strong women that I am aligned with and share experiences with, and we're not going to stand for some dude.
Who is she aligned with? Joan of Arc? What's going on here? Dude, do we got Joan of Arc on these allegations? 10 years ago, a girl in her position would eat ice cream and cry friends. Now, that's what I'm saying, right? It's taking grievances, fairly common and normal grievances over relations and sexual exchanges, and utilizing the Me Too format for these grievances, right? And I think that is, like, ridiculous. Like, that, who gives a fuck, right? Who cares? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting to the point where people are using this format, they probably have already, for like the end of friendships that didn't work out. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens down the line.
Getting away with icky behavior. You can't sit there and pretend that you care about women and respecting them, and then you berate people for disrespecting women, and then you're doing the same thing behind the scenes.
To be clear, he's disrespecting you, not women as a group. He's calling you insane. Okay? You can respect women and still have disrespect for an individual woman. I don't think that respect for women means you've respect for every single woman on this planet. I don't think that's what that means. And if you think that's what that means, you are insane. So he's therefore correct in his assessment of you.
The fact that you think that you don't have to be held accountable is actually really sickening.
Held accountable?
And it's disheartening, to be honest. I'm so glad that I found this out before I ever met up with him, because...
So you two never even met? What? Where was the outline that there was some sort of form of commitment here? Where was the outline there was some form of commitment here? You two never even met. And I understand that you can commit in online relations. I get that. Okay, I think that's a bit... I think you should wait until you meet somebody before you get into a relationship with them. But, like, I understand that, but it doesn't even sound like that's what happened here. So there were no expectations, unless he clearly said otherwise, that he was not going to engage with other people.
That would have just made everything a million times worse.
Carly, one of Harry's victims, has described the situation in most detail. According to Carly, Harry wrote her from the very beginning and convinced her that he respected her for more than physical appearance. Did he ever say that? And that is it's like, if I respect a woman and she puts on a dress and she looks absolutely hideous, fucking hideous in the dress, because she looks hideous in every dress. And then she says to me, "How do you look?" I tell her, "You look great." That is respect, even though I'm not being honest. And it's like, nobody who is only into you for your body is going to tell you, "I'm only into you for your fucking body." Of course, they're going to chat a little bit and pretend to care about you, right? But that's just like being polite. That's just being polite. I can't think of like a scenario where like two people are talking out of mere physical attraction and that's like explicitly being clarified. For 6 months of this behavior, he told her he didn't want a commitment. She accused him of leading her on, to which he admitted to doing, but also said he should have made his intentions clear. Yeah, that's fine. But he then made that clear 2 months in, right? Carly had recently been through a traumatic car. I don't see the relevance of the car accident. If these were bad enough to, my thing is, if these were bad enough to stand on their own, I don't think people would like need to. She's actively going through the effort of trying to add fluff into this, like a traumatic car accident. All right. Receipt of Harry's snaps to Carly. I think that's a great idea. God damn it. Well, I certainly... What does that word say? Cherish? I don't know what that's... What does this prove? It's a fuckboy over a snap. What does this, like, prove? What was the point of sharing this? I'd fuck you raw after wine tasting. That's just me. Yeah, I already spoke about this. It's like, what? It's a sexual exchange. Like, what what is, like, wrong about this? What is wrong about this? And you say, like, the things he was saying was inappropriate, but it's obviously not inappropriate if you're essentially saying to him, by saying, "Please stop, don't," implying the opposite, "Please continue," then it's obviously not inappropriate. Why is she share? You look great. Feels pretty great. I can't, okay? What is... Quote for Carly: "I am fighting for accountability, not only for myself, but on behalf of everyone who believed this guy was someone he's not." Then you're naive. Unless he lied to you, this is on you. To this day, he has yet to acknowledge that he did anything wrong, and that's really sad. Didn't he literally say to you that he should have made his expectations more, or his intentions more clear? Didn't he say that is an admission of what, and that is seems to be so far the main gripe, the main thing he did wrong, if the story checks out. That he should have made his expectations more clear if this many women thought that he was committed to them and he wasn't. But like, that's like not like the biggest deal on earth. I am beyond blessed and frankly shocked to have connected with so many amazing people over this horrible experience. Oh my, over one, you're like, there's a survivors group over temporary sexual exchanges over Snapchat. They have a whole like survivors group going. Are you serious?
To anybody. If he had flat told us, "Hey, I am talking to other people," when we...
Did he tell you the opposite? Okay, for those of you that like fuck around, okay? If you're like, if a woman is sending you nudes over Snapchat, or if you're a woman, a guy's sending you nudes, you're sending nudes to him, whatever, over Snapchat, and that's like the extent of it, is the null default assumption that there's a committed relationship going on, or something, or there's some form of commitment if it's not explicitly clarified otherwise? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
Asked, when all like a fucking dozen of us asked, "Hey, are you talking to anybody?" Instead, he lied and said he did not have a roster and that he was not talking to anybody.
Okay, if he said that, that's a lie. If he said that, that's a lie. He's a liar. He's dishonest. But I don't... I guess... Is he denying that he said that? If he admits he said that, then yeah, he's a liar. He lied to them, which is fucked. But that doesn't that is not an implication of, or that is not a statement of like exclusivity, right? That like just means he's not talking to anybody at the moment. Like unless there's some like you two start calling it a relationship or whatever, or it's like clearly defined that this will forever be exclusive, then it's not cheating or anything, right? But if he is telling you that and he actually is talking to somebody else like that at that point in time, which we need the timelines to see if that lines up, then that's not, then that is a lie.
That's if
Provide a long, detailed video of her experience. I clipped it for the sake of time. You can find her full video on the TikTok platform. She's a domestic violence survivor. She had posted about her domestic violence experience in October 2024 for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Receipts of her and her ex following this experience is when she was convinced by Harry to share explicit photos of herself and was told that she was the only one.
He did inform me that there was no roster, essentially implying I was the only person he was talking to, the only person he was receiving photos from. And I was, again, fine with that. But of course, if you're going to tell me that there's no roster and I'm the only person you're talking to,
yeah, so he lied. If that's true, it's a lie. What is it? What the? Why do I want to? What is the point of putting this in here? Other than to mislead your retards that aren't going to read this. If they're skimming this, they're going to think, oh, this is about Harry? Why are there bruises on her? What is the point of adding an unrelated... No, I'm not doubting she survived domestic violence. I don't fucking know her. Sarah, he fucking pushed you and dragged you. That is not okay. Yeah, this morning... So this is... Oh, dude. This right here is, just to clarify, these are her texts with about the domestically abusive ex. This has nothing to do with Harry. That's not even being like that clarified here. It's saying these are texts. These are receipts of her and her ex. Okay, if we're assuming this is her ex, then who is the he she's talking about? Obviously, the he we'd assume she was talking about would be the guy the thread is about, if you're a fucking retard. Obviously, I can see the context here implies this is not her ex, this is like a friend of her ex, and they're talking about her ex. But what is like the point of adding this in here other than misleading people? This has absolutely nothing to do with him. Yeah, I don't understand why you would add that. You definitely have a lot to offer, no doubt. I think right now I can't do exclusivity, not because I'm getting nudes from a bunch of girls or fucking girls and stuff. I don't hook up with anyone ever, but because... So that's true, or that could be true. He might not be hooking up with anybody. Because I just don't think I'd be able to commit 100% to something. Okay, so he's clearly... We have to see when this was sent, by the way. But that could have been true at the time this was sent, that he is not getting nudes from anybody. That might be true. At that point in time. But then this would mean if he does start getting nudes from somebody else while they're still talking, that's expected. Because he's clearly outlining that there isn't exclusivity and he's not able to commit. So I'm not bouncing a bunch of girls at once on my mind and energy or just on other places right now. I don't have much more to give. So this we don't even know if this is untrue, this other part. But even if it was, like, this isn't like it is to be expected that if this continues, there is a potential possibility that he could start engaging in exchanging nudes with people, and then that wouldn't be out of the realms of what he's like outlined as an expectation for the future. He's literally saying that this isn't going to be exclusive. It's not there's no competition. I'm getting... Yeah, we already saw that. one of the women who's terrified of Harry's Okay, you're putting in unrelated domestic violence allegations pertaining to somebody else and being pretty vague about it when you're presenting it, right? And the average shitter is like not very media literate. And then you're now putting in that there's a woman who's terrified of his retaliation. This is like this is like extra fluff to like make this go harder. He told her he didn't lie. Let's see. I just want to see if anyone believes this is him. Okay. It doesn't look like anyone. One of the women who's terrified, he told her that he didn't lie to her, though. That might be true. We don't have conclusive proof that he lied yet. He then asked her if she wouldn't mind telling people that she had seen screenshots from him proving they were fake, even though she had not. I've been provided the evidence for this. However, she does not want to have the screenshots public. I have evidence of this, but I'm just not. I'm not going to show it to you. She has evidence, but she doesn't want to show it to you. This is like. This has to be like. I know that this is politically motivated. I know if we, well, actually, you could see it right here. I know when we go and click on this, I know exactly what we're going to see when we click on her profile. She's obviously the one engaged. I bet you even, like, the fact that there are, like, people behind the scenes that she knows he's spoken to that are, like, even hesitant about sharing anything shows that maybe their initial grievance, they didn't even think it was enough to come forward with. And this woman is, like, behind the scenes, whoever runs this account, to try and, like, get them to come forward or say something. To, like, pioneer a barrage of allegations. We have two women. We have proof of three women. There are three women that were willing to come forward about this. There were 11 in total he was speaking to, but only 3 had a grievance that was to such an extent where they felt like it was worth publicly calling him out. The person who compiled this thread says Harry doxed her 2 years. Okay, so yeah, there's obviously, I don't know if that's true, but there's obviously pre-existing personal gripes. It's unclear if his new girlfriend is aware of the other women. Well, why would she need to be? If he wasn't talking to them at the time if he wasn't continuing to flirt with them at the time he started his relationship with her, then what is the relevance? And more fluff that's unnecessary. As a survivor of DV and the parent of a child who survived SA, both of us were doxxed by Harry 2 years ago. I will not tolerate any degrading comments about these women. They're all young. I believe. What is you being a survivor of domestic violence or what does your kid's sexual assault have to do with this? This is not domestic violence or sexual assault. This is obviously trying to put it into the category of domestic violence and sexual assault by adding this, acting like these women fall into that group, which adds a level of like personal, which makes this more personal to you. Because if it wasn't related to those two things at all, why would this make it more personal to you? So she's now trying to put it into that category. I will not tolerate any, degrading comments. At least I believe they've definitely learned a lesson here. At least I hope they did. Harry's a narcissistic abuser who took advantage of a dozen women at the same time for nearly a year. I do not condone the behavior of these women, but I do know what it feels like to be manipulated by a narcissist when I was younger. Nasty comments, such as they deserved it, or calling them derogatory names, will result in a block.
Hour over the last 2 days because of this shit. So you're getting a speed run of my side, and then I'm never fucking talking about this again, because this was insanely ridiculous.
If you're coming forward about this and saying I'm never talking about this, if you're coming forward and like engaging in like lives about this and like whatever, right? I'm never talking about this again is why? Why? If he comes out with counter, what is the I'm never talking about this again? What if we have more questions?
For me personally, this wasn't that deep in the aspects of relationship issues because I knew that this guy was a player.
Okay, so you had an expectation going into this.
We started talking like 2 years ago, stopped talking a few days after New Year's, few days before the TikTok ban, somewhere in there.
Wait, how long did this go on?
That this guy was a player. We started talking like 2 years ago, stopped talking a few days after New Year's, few days before the TikTok ban, somewhere in there. And it was on and off for those years, very casual. The part that pissed me off was that this almost cost me.
Ladies and gentlemen, hate to interrupt, extremely chill, 115 watching and only 23 likes. Like up. Dono up so we can buy ham and bread. And sub up.
Friendship with a really great girl. As you guys know, he was on my live on a panel like right after the election. I let him up on the panel. He was there. Whatever. After that, I had said something about wanting more women to get into the debate space, and if you wanted to DM me. And so Reese, my good friend, did. She DM'd me. This was also...
Wait, she wants more... Wait. She's in the debate space. So would she be willing to debate? Would she be... I want to see if Sarah's willing to come on here. If Sarah's willing to come on here. That'd be... Dude. I'll send her a message. I doubt she would.
To DM me. And so Reese, my good friend, did. She DM'd me. This was also to find out if him and I were talking because of the way that he acted towards me in the live and the way that I reciprocated that. She DM'd me and asked me if him and I were talking, and I said no because I didn't know her and didn't want people in my business, and I had spent 2 years keeping that violently under wraps from you guys. And then I found out that she was talking to him. And so I backed off. I didn't speak to him after that for a good long while because I'm not going to sit here and compete for a fucking TikToker. And then her...
So I don't understand at this point.
Her and I became friends. She would come up on my panel. We talked on the phone before and after lives constantly. We got really close. And then one day I get a DM. The DM was from this guy. He said, basically, I need you to do me a favor. I said, what was the favor? He said, I need you to block Reese. And me, I wanted to get both sides of the story. And so, long story short, I communicated with her. I communicated with him. He told me that everything she told me was fake, a lie, and that she was crazy.
I at this point, I'm like, dude, I'm writing a massive article. You're writing an article on me. What are you writing an article on me for? Are you a journalist? This man chases mid. True. Yeah, that's on her end. No donos, that's harsh. Agreed.
And because I knew him for 2 years, and because I thought that he was a half decent person, like maybe a player, but a half decent person, I blocked her. And that's something I have to take responsibility for, is that I allowed a guy to use me to aid in ostracizing a girl from the internet completely.
Wait, because he had you block her? How is that helping? How is that you helping him ostracize her?
Blocked her. And that's something I have to take responsibility for, is that I allowed a guy to use me to aid in ostracizing a girl from the internet completely, because he didn't like that she talked to her friends and a couple of texts got leaked. The rest of me and him talking was still casual, but I had been in a position at that point where I didn't want something casual anymore. I didn't want to mess around like that anymore. I wanted something serious. I told him so. I basically told him, hey, I'm going to be in DC at this time.
Okay, so that implies that up to this point, you knew that there, and as if you didn't state it at the beginning, that implies that up to this point, there was no expectation of exclusivity, and this was just messing around and nothing serious.
You're not there. I'm taking this as a sign not to talk to you anymore. He said he was going to be there, and then a couple days later said he wasn't going to be there. Took it as a sign, stopped talking to him. He ended up being there, and I violently avoided him while I was there. We did not see each other. We
violently avoided him.
We're in town at the same time. I wasn't talking to him when he did this soft launch. He wasn't talking to me. However, yes, it is true. He still has things saved in our chats as of right now. I'm gonna be communicating that to get that gone.
Wait, why don't you just delete? What is this? Okay, this is another like thing that pisses me off. When somebody has an issue with you or whatever, and then says to you, yeah, you can just block me now. It's like, you have the block button. Just block them. Or like, you can delete messages on Snapchat. So why don't you just go and delete them? Why is that burden on him? That he's not going and manually unsaving everything. Just fucking delete them. What is the delete them.
When I get off of here, I don't think the hus would approve of that being there. So yeah.
So delete it.
That's my side.
You don't want it there anymore. Why does he have to go to the effort? I don't know how many messages the two of you sent to each other of going through and unsaving it when you could just delete it.
If you want to hear the other women's sides who are much more serious than that, I will be tagging them below. You can go ahead and see their stories for yourself. The entire point of this was
if he saved it, I don't think she can. Is that true? Okay, somebody send me something on Snap, and then I'll save it. And then no, not something like what he said. Send me like a okay or something, like a word, and then I'll save it. I'm not asked. Do not send. Hi. Snap is wild. No, I'm pretty sure you can delete. I'm pretty sure you can delete. I'm pretty sure you can delete. I'm pretty sure you can delete saved messages. I could be wrong on that. Hi, Aiden. I hope you're doing well. Also, great job. Your crow's feet is almost gone. Well, the stream you probably caught me on, I was very tired. Albeit, I'm tired on this one too. But, yeah, I'm getting Botox injected in my face, so.
Hold somebody.
That's why.
Accountable who has amassed a large, very female, very young following.
Female, young, these people know what they're doing. What is the
by
adding in as a survivor of SA, like, and then acting like you empathize with, or as the parent of a child who survived SA, and then acting like that creates an ability, like, adds empathy or understanding to what they're saying, implies it's in the category with SA, and then adding in that he's a fan base of young, like, you know what your implication is. You know what you're trying to, you know what you're implying.
Claiming that they support women, that they respect women, and this is evidence otherwise. This isn't for clout. None of us are doing this for clout.
So why are you doing this?
Is to show you unacceptable behavior.
What is unacceptable? Anything he's done to you? You, unlike the first person who may have something here if he lied to her, you're literally stating outright that you knew this was just messing around, and therefore there was no implication of exclusivity.
By somebody who has portrayed themselves to be someone that they are not.
Wait, what is Jay Stock's take on this?
And to warn the young girls on this app.
The young girls? To warn the young girls? Aren't you all his age?
To be really careful.
She looks like she's maybe 19 or he's early 20s. She looks like she's like 19, early 20s. All these people look 19, early. What do you mean young girls? Predatory? We're now dude, what is the predatory? He's a predator now?
Any person who has been a
woman who claims to have known Harry, does she have any proof of this? Does she have any, for some reason, there is always, like, anytime someone is being spoken about, there's always people coming out claiming, as someone who knew when I first got, like, big or whatever on my main channel, there was somebody who came out, like, trying to pretend he was my dad or whatever the fuck. I remember that. It's like, we need to see some proof.
A victim of this certain political TikToker, I am always available to talk. If you need support or just somebody to talk to, I'm here. I'm gonna try to get through this without crying. I'm mostly crying because I'm really proud of
Okay, she's insane.
all of these girls for coming forward, because
If you're crying over this, like, you are insane. I can understand if these girls are coming forward with, like, rape stories or whatever. As another woman who can empathize, I understand you crying, okay? If you're crying over this, you are out of your fucking mind.
know how manipulative and conniving and overall dangerous.
If it turns out that Sarah was the one spearheading all this is gonna, like, a super manipulative op. The blatant mistakes she's made by, like, adding in unrelated allegations that are not explicitly clarifying who these messages are with incorrectly or vaguely, including photos of bruises unrelated to Harry and which shouldn't be included here. And then posting, like, adding, like, unverified allegations from people who claim to know him since they were teens. This woman looks, how old does she look? She looks like she could be in her late, how old is this guy, by the way? I just want to check. Because he doesn't seem like that much. He's 22 to 23. She looks, am I, like, is it off to say, unless she looks like she's, like, late 20s, early 30s potentially, right? She could be in her early 30s.
And for so long, because I've been talking about...
They knew each other's teens?
Him and his disgusting behavior for over a
When he was, like, 13 and you were, like, 18, 19?
year now. Nobody believed me. You know, I had a few people that obviously did. It was just like, it was never taken serious. And, like, above all, I'm pissed because he is the...
Whoa, I didn't mean to click off.
Any person who has been for so long, because I've been talking about him and his disgusting behavior for over a year now. No, I'm pissed because he is the same fucking guy that's gonna end up in the fucking political hierarchy that has all of these allegations but has too much power within to ever be actually taken down. That's exactly where he's headed, and
he's
been
engaging in, like, fuckboy behavior that I think is just very common amongst, like, amongst, like, not teenage, amongst, like, people around his age or late teenage age. And sure, there's a possibility he lied to some of these people, but, like, I think this would be appropriate to say if he was, like, if he engaged in some form of sexual misconduct. The allegations she's referring to with these politicians is not is like allegations of, like, pedophilia, sexual assault, groping, rape, etc., etc. That has nothing to do with any of the consensual exchanges that have occurred here.
Heading there for so long. As somebody who's known him since I was 18, and we were incredibly close. We met in person a few times. And
you were 18.
I really don't care if he makes an apology. I don't care if he takes accountability. I don't care about all that because it's going to be fake, and I can promise you that.
If you were 18,
and it's going to be gaslighting.
Then he has to at least be 1 year younger than you for the both of you to know each other when you were both teens.
Everybody.
Right?
He's an incredibly sick individual, fairly perverted, and he's been getting away with this.
The look in her eyes, it's very hard to ignore. Does she have, like, a filter on? I mean, like, her eyes are like, she can see for miles, man. She can see for fucking miles.
For so fucking long. It got to a point where it was just too exhausting to even try to, you know, put stuff out. I am really happy that it's gaining traction now. And I think she worded it perfectly. The woman that I stitched, it's like these champions for women, right? And the idolizing of these men.
Aiden, you're being too cruel to this inexperienced, immature, still learning survivor of emotional abuse. Freshly 19 teenager met an 18-year-old young dude, least bad faith wording of an allegation.
That care about women. It's just a ploy to try to get into their pants.
Why add this in here? Like, this is obviously, if this is like she claims to be a journalist. Why add this in here if you haven't spoken to her or we believe you, Hannah? Surely if they like knew
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Our first stone of the
Filters
stream.
are inherently manipulative.
Our first stone of the stream, ladies and gentlemen. We're making it out the hood with this one. Scallywag with the $3. True, I agree. Very generous. Thank you so much.
You know,
like up, boys. Like up.
It's not like I could.
She's in a space right now? Oh, she's just listening, probably.
That I think there's a Discord that was mentioned where I guess you were invited to buy Harry. Do you know that Discord is still active and open, or has it been deleted or anything? Because I'm pretty sure if you have like a Discord server back then, there'd be tons of logs and other types of text messages or anything. They could probably be backed up or at least recovered. So I wasn't sure if you had access to the Discord server or if you removed it or anything.
And wait,
so there have been 2 Discord servers, and I'm pretty sure the one that you're mentioning is the one that only Hannah was in. I don't think, Diana, you can speak on this. I don't think Diana was in it, but there was one more recently, and then there was one back when
how many people are in here?
First
707?
became pretty popular.
Dude, Chief Groiper?
Okay,
or
so
Chief
you said
Frumster?
there were 2 of them.
Oh
one that
my
was,
god, let me talk,
I guess
dude.
more popular, or I guess where
least
more
politically
recent, and one
biased
that's been in the past, correct?
Dude, the king of the Groipers.
Yes.
Okay, because I mean, I'm not sure if. Do you think there'd be other like messages in those Discord servers that he could have deleted, or I guess that could have said things that talked about this type of behavior he was involved in?
So I'll just cover mine, and then Hannah, you can cover yours. But the more recent one was, I think, shut down, or at least he left in like January, beginning of January. And it wasn't his, so the server was made for him, but he joined it. He didn't like create the server himself. And he only talked in it like during his lives, or to come in
I'm requesting
and
to
like
speak.
I don't know, just say hi or like answer a question every once in a while.
Oh,
so
okay.
no, there wouldn't be any messages of
Dude, Spaces
any
needs
sort
a volume
like that.
button.
Okay. And then in terms of okay, so the Discord thing was there.
Wait.
In terms of like,
So this Reese person, for those of you who don't know this is like the person that Harry, I guess, had convinced the other woman to turn on, or whatever the fuck.
the space on the panel here, heard anything about that, or any updates on that matter?
I want to make it very clear here. I have a few things to say, and then I'm gonna go.
Wait, this is the
number one regarding this question.
This is who's spearheading this?
I know that Chris has outwardly shown his support in backing up Harry on his comments. Originally, a creator named Santana did back up Harry and Chris's comments, or Harry and the whole situation, when he just only saw Harry's live. Since then, he has reached out and has apologized. He has apologized publicly as well, and changed his stance, and he does side with us. Dean and Parker, I know that they have seen what is going on. I know that they have seen all of our videos. I think that
And what I will say on this matter is I think that Dean's statement that he made on his live yesterday speaks
Wait,
for
Dean spoke about
himself.
this?
That is what he has said publicly. That is what he's that is his stance as of right now. And yeah, so number two, I wanted to bring up the fact that right now, as of right now, one of the most frustrating points of this is that
We'll check that in a sec.
you guys, when we came on here, said, well, congratulations, y'all are going to be on national television about this situation.
Who's bringing them?
None of us girls have been asked whether that is something that we are okay with, having our image plastered and have
What?
people standing around talking and discussing
Then
our
why-
situation
then why-
on national television.
You don't need
We
to
were
be
never
okay
asked
with
if it was okay for Sarah to be the one to use her voice for that situation, when there are literally a dozen of us that would prefer to have the opportunity to
Sarah
voice
called
our
out.
opinions on
Sarah
this,
called out.
and get it from the direct
Dude.
source so that it isn't misconstrued. And finally, my final thing before I hop off of here is that you guys can sit here and say all you want that there's no
insane.
ulterior motive. However, you wouldn't have a guy sitting on here calling him slurs. You wouldn't be sitting here having
DMs are
posts
closed.
on your pages that I have literally scrolled through and seen, saying derogatory things about him, dragging minority groups into this to make fun of at his expense if you were genuinely being genuine. This is all I have left. This is all I have left to say on this topic. I am going to privately decide whether or
Wait.
not I will further on my own.
So this is the last girl, maybe. So she thought, okay, dude, this makes so much more sense now. I was like, this Sarah person's obviously motivated by personal spite or political reasons. This girl's clearly a Democrat, and Sarah, acting like the mastermind of the allegations, actually wasn't involved with her.
People of color, I'm a person of color. Like, I hate that term. It's actually a very racist term.
How is
I
people of
absolutely
color a
cannot stand
racist
it. And so I have never said anything against Harry that he hasn't publicly said.
What? How is people of color? Let me
Also,
speak.
yeah, I totally cool. I just I do agree with Diana in terms of it is. I mean, with us being all of us being so vulnerable right now, it is kind of expected in general that some people will take advantage of that. And I just want to add something real quick. I'm really not. I've seen some likes by some of the people on this panel regarding the fact that there is a poster in the background of my TikTok that everybody is so eager to share in Arabic. It seems like it seems almost like that's more of a concern than the things that I'm saying.
Who's brought that up?
That's weird to me. And I would really appreciate if that was denounced. I would also
This is the
appreciate
guy who brought it up.
if any more things are posted of me. I would really appreciate if you check with me first in terms of whether or not the headline is
that's
correct.
That's not how publishing
because
media works.
I'm not his ex-girlfriend and we did not have sex, and I want to make that very clear. Thank you for having me today. I am going to jump off as well.
So everyone is people have
real
gripes.
quick before you go, there's a girl, her name's Rebecca. She said that y'all know her and she has a similar story.
Oh my
and
God.
she wanted to be brought up. I just wanted to ask real
Rebecca
quick if
doesn't
y'all know
exist.
her, because she's saying that y'all know her.
She's gonna say they don't know her. Are they gonna
Yeah,
say that?
so Rebecca is someone's mom, and her child can't be on the internet really because of her school.
Her
So
child.
Child. Yeah, I think you should let her. She has good insight.
Child.
And this isn't someone's mom who's gonna start raging and screaming.
Okay.
Yeah, you can respect her.
Okay, awesome. Okay, well, I've brought Rebecca up. I'd love for, I don't want everyone to leave at once because I want Rebecca to
Wait,
feel
can
supported.
we just, I really want to address what Hannah said. If any of you have made any of those comments about Hannah, you need to go delete them now.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I will be blocking you later tonight. There's 453 comments. I can't go through all of them while I'm hosting. However, if any of you have made those comments, you need to go delete.
Dude, they're virtue signaling because people were making fun of the fact she had a poster in Arabic. Look at who's a speaker in your space. Chief Trumpster. Dude, I know I've seen some insane tweets from this guy.
This is a right issue. This is happening for men on both sides. So yeah, if you've done it, go delete them now, or you're going to be blocked by several big accounts later on today.
I appreciate that.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Rebecca,
Hi.
hi.
Hey,
Hi, how are you? I'm just here mostly to support Reese and Diana and Hannah to show solidarity
We don't need
because
you. We don't need you.
my daughter can't really come forward.
So why are you coming forward?
I don't really need to get in all the details that happened with us, but I
You
just
do.
want to corroborate what they said because her story is very similar. And I used to go on panels with Harry back in like 2022, like Diana did. So at the time, my daughter was in high school and I was very interested in Gen Z's point of view as I have two young adult children who are in that generation and I'm very interested in that. So I don't really need to add any details, but especially after hearing an F slur in here and then hearing Diana be upset, I'd rather just
look at who's leading the space.
I just want to tell you guys that this also happened to us, and we also have receipts as well.
Okay,
So
I understand.
present
I
those.
hope you know that
Yeah.
we are not responsible for another person's actions, and that person has been asked to not repeat such word again.
Oh my!
And I'm so sorry that did happen.
You have a groiper as a
but
guest
yeah,
speaker.
Yeah,
we
I'm just
stand with
letting you guys know that this, like the people who think it hasn't happened, there's just today they got another person that came forward. I mean, we're now up to like 12 or more at this point.
12 people is consensually flirted with.
So I don't think I need to get into the details of how it all went down. I just really want to say that he is very different in the last year than he used to be. And I think the biggest thing is that the fame of being, I guess, TikTok famous, maybe, I don't know, maybe it got to him because this is not the Harry that I knew 3 years ago at all. And I kind of
Who are you?
suggested that once they were talking for like 3 months only on Snapchat, I just said, hey, if he's not willing to like give you his phone number, then I think maybe we should just kind of back off. You should back off, and but I felt really responsible because I obviously am the one that introduced them.
Maybe that's how I speak. I say
so because I thought he was a good guy. I mean, these are all the things. My daughter's in a very sought after engineering school and got into all the top ones. And
why don't you
all we
dox her
want
while
for
you're
her
at it,
as
you dumb
parents
cow?
is to find other people that are similar interests to her. Like she's really liberal and really interested, has some interest in politics. And
If this is
so
what
I
gets you
just
to
connected
speak.
them as friends in the beginning. I used to kind of joke around, maybe you'll marry my daughter someday, I mean, and I always assured him that it was like a joke, but once he did start to kind of talk to her on Snapchat a little more
If we're just taking anyone
suggestively,
here,
I guess you could say, I was happy for her. She really liked him. She was excited. It was nice. This has all been very disappointing. And now, even just the videos alone that he put out there are enough for me to say, I don't want you to date this guy. Like, that's my advice because of the videos alone, to me are trashy enough. And that's really about it.
Wait, I missed that. She said he has no phone.
Thank you. You sound
Her
like a good
daughter's
mom.
no phone.
I'm glad you came up here and said what you did.
Like up.
Yeah, it's important to me because these girls are being
Like
so
up
brave.
and thank me for sharing my experience.
Especially coming into this space. I just, as the mom, like that's how I always represented myself when I would go in Harry's lives. I would always just go in as the mom because I would tell people who would debate with him, and it was much different back then. Like he did not like belittle people or put people down. He had other conservatives on the panel like that he was friends with.
She's conservative.
So that's why I liked it. I was, I am very interested in keeping all generations active in politics. And
she's conservative.
And so, yeah, this is just really disappointing. And my biggest thing here, because it wasn't quite as intense of a online relationship as the other women. Is just be the mom in the background saying, I'm supporting you.
Why don't you
I've
tell
seen the
us what
screenshots.
happened?
I know that you all are telling the truth. I would believe you anyway, because there's a pattern of behavior, right? Like the things that he said to the other women, he also said to my daughter. So, yeah. I think that's it.
You have receipts.
I
Give
just
them
want to
us.
say, Rebecca, this wasn't like a space to get at Harry, to make gotcha moments or anything else. This was just a space for the girls to tell their stories. There were
I know
some
sometimes
questions that
And
were
guys, let me in.
probably on a line that probably shouldn't have been asked tonight. Unfortunately, I can't control every question that's going to come up.
Yeah, I understand, but I can see also
wait for
like
it.
they've
Wait
been
for when
under
I
a
get
lot
in
of
there.
pressure over the last few days, and it's gained a lot of traction, which is good because he needs to be held accountable. But a lot of people have ulterior motives, as you know,
Right.
on
And
both sides.
this
On both
was,
sides.
yeah, and this was not an ulterior motive on my part at all. I'm the one that
Right.
reached out to most of the girls on TikTok
Yeah.
and asked them if they wanted to join tonight. We were going to do this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. I'll leave the space running. Let me know if anything happens. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be like 2 minutes. Hold on.
That were on a line that were taken wrong, which is fine. But to say like I'm here making money tonight, I'm not making anything. I mean, I don't. If anybody sent me money, like please don't.
I don't care about the money making. It's just that
You can send me money if you don't want to send her money.
Do not
I just
send
don't
Diligent any
appreciate
money.
It's just very offensive to hear F slurs and ask the girls, what have you learned from this? I would never say that to my daughter. I would tell her though, however, like she, don't be sending obviously photos unless you know you can trust them. But the
Right.
thing is, like, I really trusted him.
Well, I think the point that was trying to be made was more like maybe you should be in a committed relationship with somebody and not in a casual
Yeah, but
relationship.
that's just
No.
Here's the thing. That's just their opinion, and
Right.
that's not.
But they
That's
were being
that's.
asked their opinion. That's all it
But
was.
it makes them feel ashamed of what they did, and I am not opposed to people when they like somebody or they're pursuing somebody or whatever. I'm not opposed to that, and I don't understand why
Because
it's anybody's
unfortunately
business, like,
you
to
have to
call
be
them out.
nobody called them out. It was a question asked. They did not have to answer it. And on top of it, unfortunately, the internet is very real. Those pictures stay alive forever once they hit the internet. You can scrub them all you want. It doesn't make them go away. And so maybe that's a conversation that needs to be had on both parts.
All right, I'm back.
Is that either side, the male or the female sending them, those pictures stay with you forever.
I understand that, but you understand how it sounds condescending in a way, right?
And
Like,
that's been addressed with that person in
I
DMs. Like she's
Okay,
not even
I
here
would like
anymore.
to say
Okay,
something.
it just sounds like a mom, and it's
She
annoying.
actually was a
because
mom.
That's
She's actually a
I know. So
mom
am
and a
I.
grandmother.
So am I. My daughter was, affected by this, and that's the reason why I'm
I don't
making
even
sure
believe
that
you have a
I say
daughter.
yes. This all did happen, and we have the same story.
Right. None of
I
us are
think-
saying that it didn't happen.
I think
Well-
both of you are correct in different ways, and the question was just taken
What did I
not the
miss?
best way. But like me personally, I didn't have a problem with asking like what I've learned from this. That doesn't necessarily mean like I did things wrong. You don't have to do anything wrong to learn from a situation.
True.
And so I get why both of those girls are my friends.
Yeah.
And
You did do
it's
something
hard for me
wrong.
to like disagree with them because I don't want them to be like taken the wrong way because they have valid points and they had a right to be like upset. But everyone in reality is just really stressed out.
They do have a right to be
and
upset.
tired of all this.
Like I'd be disappointed if I were in their
So,
shoes too, but that doesn't mean he did anything
thank you
wrong.
guys.
Thank you, Reese.
And I understand like why you
Yeah.
asked that. It's fine.
Yeah. Thanks,
And
Reese.
Reese, if you need to leave, you're more than welcome to. I know we've kept you for so long tonight.
I'm going to get going too. I
Okay.
appreciate the platform for a few minutes.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Wait, I just want to make sure I
Yeah,
don't
I
pull up
mean,
my DMs.
if
by
anyone
It's up
accident.
has
to
any
you.
other
There
if
are
anyone
so
has
many questions. We actually have 2 people with hands up. Well, 3 people with hands up. I have 8 people requesting to come up. It is completely up to you.
I'm
Oh,
willing to
shit.
stay on and answer any questions
Okay.
for a little bit.
And anything that
Oh,
I
shit.
find inappropriate from now on, I will now not even let you answer. I'm just going to tell them that's
Oh,
inappropriate
shit.
and we're not going to even go there.
Yeah, they'll be cut off.
What's inappropriate? What is inappropriate?
Anything you're gonna ask.
Yes.
Yeah, don't use slurs. Don't victim blame. None of that. None of that. We're not going to do that.
Well,
I mean,
so,
How do I
so
put my hand up?
since
I request
sorry,
to talk.
since I'm like the only like girl left on here, you're welcome to give your insight and opinion. I will honestly answer. You guys don't have to be like kicking them off right away unless it's something outrageous. But you know,
My hands up, right?
I'm not going to insult you. That's not what I was asking. But I think it's important to be able to know, like, the framework of questioning we're allowed to do, because
Well, Reese said
you know what I mean,
she's
it's not like
open.
it's a.
Reese said she's now open to the questions. If I find that it's inappropriate, I'm just going to tell you guys that it's inappropriate.
Here we go.
AOB, please go.
Thank you. First off, I respect everybody that spoke up today about all that's gone on. For the record, Rebecca, I have a daughter that's 13 years old.
What does that have to do with
as a father
anything?
of an absolutely amazing daughter, you know, I can't imagine where my heart, my mind would be if I found out something like this.
He's
It
conservative.
would hurt. I
Conservative.
would kick into dad mode, and I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
Tesla
you
and
know, I feel for
SpaceX
you,
of
and
the
I'm
future.
protected, but I also trust her. But sometimes, I mean, honestly, Reese, you said it perfectly. You don't have to do anything wrong to learn.
This
a
is
lesson.
like
And I don't
the
think you guys did anything
anti-cancel
wrong.
culture
I think Harry
crowd.
did something wrong. And
Like when it's
in
somebody
one
they
of
don't
my,
like,
I
they
had
act like
shared the space
15-year-old
earlier,
MCYT
and the
stands.
guy started arguing with me, saying that he believes in Harry. And I look, there's a lot of, I know that on the left, there's a lot of infighting within people on the left for people that stand for virtue and value, and people that are just want to be degenerates.
My hand is
and
raised.
the same goes for the right. You know, I will say this,
Okay.
though, about both Sarah and Southern. I've gotten to know both of those
Answer my question.
women extremely well.
I've clicked this. Request
And I
to
can't
speak.
think of any other two
What else
accounts
am I
right
supposed
now
to do?
that have been clashing more
How do I
with
raise
other
my hand?
accounts on the right, just because of the fact that Sarah and Southern
How do I-
stand up
how?
for what's right every single time. Whether it's Laura Loomer, Nick Fuentes. I mean, I hate the fact that those
heart.
people, you know, identify with people on
Where?
the right, but they do. And people on the left see it that way as well. But I guarantee you that Sarah and Southern fight with them like crazy because they don't stand for anything that's good and wholesome, whereas Sarah and Southern do. So just there's a lot of ulterior motives that will be used
Oh, you
for
have to be a
these stories and
speaker to
everything that
raise
you're
your
gonna see
hand.
throughout the next
You
few
guys are
days
retarded, dude.
and beyond. But just know that there are plenty of people, especially the hosts and co-hosts on this call, that are extremely sincere in their intent.
No,
to
it
go
is
ahead and give
possible.
a
You have to be added
platform
as
to
a
speak up
speaker.
on.
You guys are
and
so
this is a really
stupid.
large platform. It's going on TikTok. It's going on X. And I don't know what other platforms it's going to go on, but it is giving you a very loud voice because honestly, we want to shut this stuff down. People talk and stick up for toxic masculinity, but here's he's
Toxic
the epitome of it. And that's what
masculinity.
we're trying to get rid of and shut down. And so I will say right now that with the girls that spoke up, and Rebecca, again, you touch my heart a lot because I have a daughter. You know, I don't care where somebody's background is or what their politics are. You can
obviously
keep track
care.
of my account and micromanage it all you want to, but when I speak up in defense of you guys for the next few days, I will. I don't care if it.
Wait,
there's
what
somebody
is?
that's really
I wonder
close
what
to me or
this
somebody
guy
that's my
thinks
friend.
of
I'm going to do it
Trump's
because
comments
it's
to Billy
plain and
Bush.
simple wrong.
I wonder what Trump thinks
And
of those
maybe in the
comments.
past I would have taken
Or
it lightly because I
his
feel like some
literal
people do lie
affairs
about it.
on the
However,
woman he's
having a
married
daughter,
to. Or
she's a beautiful 13-year-old girl.
Trump literally had
And
an
I
affair.
know that there's going to be situations where people are going to take advantage of
These
that. And it breaks my heart.
these women weren't even committed.
And
this wasn't a commitment. And Trump literally had an
I'm
affair.
here for absolutely every single person that's going to be a victim with stuff like this because I'm a person of empathy and I'm a person of perspective.
Shut up.
And that's just where I stand. You know, I mean, so that's all I wanted to say. I have your back.
My daughter,
there are
who's
people that are going to
13.
be very vocal, a very, very loud minority that are going to make the right look so bad because they honestly are pieces of shit, plain and simple. But there are so many good people that if you see them, follow them on here, listen to them, watch their posts, join their spaces, DM them. I mean, Sarah and Southern are my buddies. And I can't stress that more, that if you want to see a good example of the right people on the right,
Why are
it's
they
gonna be
making this
those
about
two
them?
and the people that are marked as speakers and co-hosts on this call. So that's all I wanted to say. That comes from very deep sincerity. Again, a big reason because I have a daughter.
His daughter,
and I can't
again.
imagine what I would be
time
going
number
through in my
5.
head right now if my daughter was in the boat that you guys are. That's all I wanted to
It's
say.
heartbreak.
I really
You go through
appreciate
as a
that.
father.
Thank you for your support. And also, if your daughter ever needs someone to talk to, feel free to send me a message.
Why would-
And also, like, you use that word, we all use that word victim because, like, I guess that is what some of us or a lot of us are. But, like, To
What?
me,
What
it
a weird
feels
offer.
crazy to use that word sometimes because it's like we knew what we were getting into and like we were in this situation, but also there were a lot of things that like could have happened and there are a lot of people who have experienced way worse. So I don't want to like create this scenario where it's like I feel so bad for myself because I don't. So I just want to make that clear. I feel worse about like what happened with my friendships than what happened with some guy on the internet.
Oh, so it's
But
okay.
thank you
So
again
bring up
for
how
your
Sarah
And
put
that's a
this
great
on the
Your
same
outlet,
level
observation.
as
Reese.
Thank you
sexual
for that, Reese.
assault. Bring that up.
I respect the hell
Let
out
me
of
in,
you.
dude.
Just
Let
letting
me
you
in.
know.
Thank you.
Bad Bull.
Yeah.
I
So,
don't know how to raise my hand. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. So you see the little heart down there, Rebecca?
Little part with
At the very bottom of the
Oh,
screen?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, if you click that and then go all the way over, there's a hand
Oh, I
that
see
raises
it.
up.
Okay. I'll mute again.
Mad Bull.
okay. So to kind of address Honey Badger's question, I think it was more of a what's the takeaway, versus like when you're a kid and you put your hand on a hot stove, your mom's like, "What did you learn, you dumbass?" Like I think it was more like, "What's the takeaway from this for you personally?" versus, "What did you learn?" But
I'm writing down my points.
it was taken how it was taken. And secondly, as
Hold
somebody
on.
who, when in my late 20s, early 30s, I was mentoring young men. This is something that this kind of behavior is on both the left and the right. I mean, like look at the Andrew Tates of the world, you know, um, or things
Why?
like that. So it's one of those where you have this systematic problem of guys kind of not taking accountability for the things that they say that they do, and having certain views and having certain ways that they treat women
All the
in order
same
to
copy
gain
paste
personally from
fucking
that.
people, dude.
And my encouragement to any young man
Say
listening, and Southern will testify.
I'm listening right. I wish you could turn down the volume or pause, but it's a space.
Or right wing young men in my spaces
I'm waiting to get in.
over very similar thoughts and action situations. That my encouragement to young men is to kind of really not only consider yourself, but consider what the other person might be going through and what you're doing to them.
Preach.
Particularly if
Clap.
you're online and you're
Yes,
talking and
queen.
stuff gets exposed, because yeah, it's going to hurt you, but it's going to hurt them as
Consider the
well.
other person
And
that might have
I would just
feelings.
encourage you, Reese, to just kind of not look at anything that's happening here tonight as we're here to
Preach.
get hairy. I mean, for me personally, this is the kind of stuff I talk about to everybody, whether you're red, you're blue, green, yellow, it doesn't
You're
matter.
obviously here to get him.
This is me personally how I roll. I do not like this behavior from young men, and certainly any opportunity I get to be part of a discussion that might help influence somebody to think differently, I'm always going to do it.
I don't have an issue with you using this to get hairy, so to say.
Oh, of
It's just
course you
like
don't.
the issue is like I guess the motivation. But like I don't really think that. My only issue is obviously just like things that have been said before. But yeah, no, that's not really my problem. But thank you for saying that, and I appreciate you.
Well, okay, Reese, let me go back. I never told you guys this.
Oh,
So
she's
my
getting mad.
motivation behind
Xylee's
it
getting
is
mad.
because nobody gave me a voice when I went through this.
We-
I've been through this. I've been through guys using me and using pictures against me, and I've also been sexually assaulted.
What is that?
On
That's
here
not
you can say
this.
that. You can't say that on TikTok apparently. So I didn't have a voice back then. My thing is when I found out about it, I knew you guys.
So when people keep bringing up sexual assault in the context of this, they know exactly what they're trying to do. You could say, yeah, they're using the same medium as a Me Too allegation, but that might be just by chance. But it shows like a very willful attempt, like obfuscation, when everyone keeps bringing up their sexual assault experience. It's like, this is not sexual assault. This is, we don't even know what this is yet because there has barely been any evidence. The only definitive evidence we've been shown establishes that there was a relationship and that he had set the boundary that there was no expectation of exclusivity. All right, back to Xylee.
My only thing I raised my hand for was just thank you to Always Orange and Blue for your support.
Who?
And
The
I
annoying
also,
orange?
in no way, shape, or form, want our names on right wing media. That's for sure. So,
Well, then why come out?
No, and I appreciate that, Rebecca. I'm going to tell you now, I cannot control what anybody clips off of this and what they post.
Yeah, that's
true.
Given.
I will try to track them as much as possible.
Thank you
but
for that.
I really can't make anybody not post something. Now, if
Of
it's
course, I'm
posted
more concerned about.
wrongly,
I'm more.
going.
I'm more concerned about the Newsmax story.
So that's. I would recommend that you DM Sarah about that. Sarah was the one contacted by Newsmax.
Oh my! Of
She already
course,
said that she will be
Newsmax reached out to
contacting
this
everybody
retard.
that had to do with the story, and what information they want shared and what information they don't want shared.
If any
Yeah, if
aspect of this
any.
isn't
If you
true,
if you
I
don't
hope
want to be
Sarah gets
mentioned at
sued
all,
for
then you
libel.
won't be mentioned. Yeah,
Yeah, definitely not for me.
yeah,
So
and that's not a problem
that's all
at
I
all.
want to say.
Wait, excuse me?
Thank you, Sarah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't know if Old Millennial is still on here.
He's not still on here.
Okay, well, are any of you in contact with him?
Yes. What do you need?
So, he's been like clip farming and like making false accusations about like Harry being involved with minors, which is just not true.
We'll clarify that with him later on. I don't think when Hannah's story first came out that it was very clear that it wasn't Harry, that it only had to do with the other guy.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Other
I would
guy?
definitely not want that up either because
Other guy?
that's just not a credible thing
I
to be doing.
100% get how it was
Wasn't
confusing
clear.
at first,
It
but
was-
like
that
he
was
was
left
here the
out
whole time we were
entirely. So
explaining
Hannah-
that, so it just got on my nerves because like he heard. So anyway,
Let me.
Yeah, he should have taken it down already. If he hasn't, we'll be reaching out to him.
Okay. Thank you for letting me talk. I'm going to get going.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Okay. Yeah, bye.
Diligent.
So I don't want to. I guess I just want to make sure that I want to make sure I understand the premise of the thread before I offer a perspective on it. And so, Sarah, is this? So I just want to get this right. He was talking to like a dozen different girls and getting them to basically sext him or send him nudes all like around the same time. Is that
asking them?
Is that what the premise of the thread is?
Asking them.
Progressively, 11 different women. Actually, apparently there's more now. But when I put this out, there were a count of 11 different women that he had been speaking to.
God, get me
One
in
of
there.
them for
Just
up
get me
to
in there.
9 months, and they
Somebody
all started
find out how to get me the
discovering
fuck
each
in
other
here.
after a few months, and started realizing that he was talking to each one of them, had told them that there was quote no roster, meaning that that girl was the only one that he was speaking to. And not all of them, but a couple of them were sending explicit photos.
Was that false at
One
the
girl
time he
in
said no
particular
roster?
was definitely sending explicit photos, and he was
Wait, so
made sure that she knew that she was the only one, so on and so
So
forth.
not all
So
the
he
11
lied, he manipulated, he cheated on a dozen different women. One of them he actually manipulated.
cheated on 11. No, what? Dude, I need to get in there. I need to get in there. I need to get in there. Cheated on them?
I think
Well, I'm asking Sarah because she wrote the thread. I'm not asking. They're not even here, right?
No, there's one still here. Reese is still with us.
Oh, my bad. I thought that was the one that just left. My bad.
If
my
you're
bad.
in
Yeah,
here
so I'm not
cute
asking you guys
and
that.
you get in,
so
tell them
I
I have to
guess
say something.
because this is probably going to be an unpopular opinion, but it just seems like if talking to multiple girls at once and just being like not forthcoming about it.
Amen.
Like, I guess here's my question. What are they victims of exactly?
yeah, I get your question. So this is like a very common question, and it makes sense because like it doesn't sound that bad if you like don't know the full story. The problem was, first of all, one of the girls' stories. Let me let me tell you one of the girls' stories. So she had been essayed. I don't know if I can say the word. I assume
You can say it on X.
Okay, well, yeah. So she was sexually assaulted, and around the time that she was assaulted, she had contacted Harry and started talking to him. Well, like they had been in contact. Sorry, I'm bad at telling
what's the
stories
problem
sometimes.
with
They had
that?
been in contact, and she had like brought up her case to him, and he used that. As soon as she brought that up, he started getting sexual with her, which is just wrong.
Is there proof of that?
And
She didn't even claim that.
that's like
That's not what she claimed.
that's one thing. And then also like later on, she was like, I get if you're talking to other people, that's okay. But if you are, you need to tell me because I'm not comfortable with you saving photos of me in chat or like, and I'm not sending you anymore. He lied and told her that she was the only one, even though he was receiving photos from like 10 other girls. So
real quick, I just want to clear on that point. So she tells him that she's a sexual assault victim. His response is to get sexual towards her, and her response is to send him nudes. Is that what I just heard?
They weren't
Dude,
all
this
nudes.
guy's
They weren't all
listen. Here's
explicit
what I'll
photos.
say. Here's what I'll say.
But he was.
This guy's probably a Trump. He's probably conservative. What I can appreciate or respect here is he's still assessing this objectively. There are like conservatives who just like, whoa, my fucking screen region is all okay. Like the Alec Baldwin stuff where it's like so obviously like politically motivated. It's so obviously politically motivated, and they're like, he's assessing
so that
it
she would keep
unbiasedly.
sending him photos, even though he lied. Another thing is like he basically with my situation, which like is not, I'm not like personally.
Did you see the allegation of him covering up for someone who did inappropriate things with a minor? No, link it to me.
In my situation, I had taken a photo of one of our conversations because he said something that was like kind of.
Hey Reese, can I cut you off real quick?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm super disappointed because I had no idea that this was a MAGA space when I was invited. All
This
I
is
was
one of the
told was that
victims.
this was a place for people to speak out. Reese, I highly suggest that you leave the live as well
Oh.
because this is not a safe space for people who have been through this.
Did they cut her off?
This is a space
Sounds like a Harry
people.
Sisson operative right
Reese,
there.
at any point have we made
This
you
is a
not feel
space for people.
safe?
This is one of the victims. She
So
quoted.
you guys are gonna drop slurs, right?
I
And
did
do
not drop one.
So
Nope.
Reese, I'm just telling you, I'm looking out for your best interest. I would highly suggest leaving the live.
Wait, really? Chief Trumpster was a speaker 5 minutes ago?
Thank you.
Really?
I appreciate that.
What's a slur?
Don't.
We're not going there. Reese, I'm sorry if at any point we made you feel unsafe. That wasn't the purpose of
No,
this space at
it's
all.
fine. I've been messaged by a lot of people, and I'm just choosing to stay. Like, it's fine. I know what they're saying. I know what you guys are saying. It's fine. Continue.
I'm having trouble. I'm just going to be really upfront here. I realize it's a shitty thing to do. I'm allowed to say that word.
Exactly.
That's why I was asking what slur is.
Wait, let me
I
cut you
realize
off.
it's a really.
Let me cut you off really
This
quick.
guy's
Okay,
so
go
right.
ahead.
This guy's
So
so
I didn't
right.
finish. I know. I don't know if I assume you weren't here the whole time, but also like, yeah, it is a shitty thing to do. I get what you're saying. You're probably like, this isn't that big of a deal. So many people do this, whatever. The problem is.
That's not what I'm saying
Okay,
either.
well, let me finish. The problem is
Let him finish.
this guy is someone who talks so highly about women and his values, and he treats
So he's a
them
hypocrite.
exactly the opposite behind the scenes. And also just like he put so many people
That's a good-
in
hold
a
on, let me
bad
write that down.
situation because of how he treated him. Like
What
he
has he
destroyed
said
friendships.
that
He
is contradictory
basically made girls really insecure,
with
and
his
he's just not a
values.
nice person.
Okay, he's
There's
not
a lot of
nice.
manipulation. What were you gonna say?
Well, I was just gonna say, he's a shitty person, but this has like a lot of the same like the victimhood mentality, right?
She's not
'Cause
claiming to be a
obviously-
victim. She's already told you she's
Then why
not a
come
victim.
forward with the Me Too format?
I'm not. But we're talking about a dozen girls. We're not talking about just. She
Some
declared
of these
that
women
she
are claiming to be
wasn't. She didn't
victim.
consider herself a victim. And we're just speaking in general about the other girls too, right? So I'm just sharing my opinion on it because it's a slippery slope. We have seen what happens when things that are just hurting people's feelings are perceived as more, And when you put a label on something, causing a victim usually means that there's like some type of crime that took place that victimized them, some
Exactly.
type of abuse, some type of
Preach, brother.
assault, right? And like when we start to mix feelings with facts,
True.
it can get ugly really fast. We've seen that a lot over the last 8 years. We're just now moving away from it. Now, and I'm just talking about this characterization itself, because obviously, you know, if he's lying to all these girls, he's a scumbag. There's absolutely nothing wrong
I
with
respect
all
this
of the
guy.
girls that he was lying to banding together and pointing out how much of a shitbag he is.
But the
that
way-
I totally agree with.
Sarah,
But like the characterization as if it's something like more than what it is,
exactly,
is where I'm like, hey, is this, you know, really a situation where a bunch of girls are victimized,
Yeah,
or is it
so
really a situation where a bunch of girls were tricked and didn't like the results of what was happening? Because I feel like that's what's happened. Each one of them was consensual in their
Exactly.
engagements with him,
okay,
right?
I get what you're saying.
I didn't see any
It's
evidence
a
otherwise.
valid concern, but also like there are people who like we know about who haven't necessarily come out yet and may
you
never come out.
little
And
bitch. You have
like
to.
we're also speaking on behalf of them.
You little
And also
bitch.
like I don't know if you heard Hannah's story,
You
but
have
there
to. You
were
can't do that.
legal
You
things
can't
that
do that.
happened. And so like
What
sure,
illegal-
maybe some of us aren't victims. Maybe some of us have just are upset or
Hannah
have
didn't-
bad feelings, but regardless, we should be allowed to speak out about it anyway. We're not doing anything. Like if he had a problem
You
with
have
us
to-
talking
if
about
you're
it, then he
using
should have come
behind the
on
scenes
and
people to add credence to
joined,
these
or I don't know. Like
allegations, you have
I've
to
spoken to him
talk
very
about
recently. I
what you're
spoke to him
referring to.
yesterday, so he's aware of everything going on, and he hasn't said or done anything yet or held himself accountable.
What
Like
do
the
you want
least
him
you
to
could do
do?
is just say sorry. Like he could have said sorry
he
instead
did.
of doing that shitty live that he did.
Yep.
And this may have blown over, but it didn't, because he said something that was just dumb.
Well, he
And now
victimized
more
himself,
people are
didn't he?
coming out.
He victimized himself. He called y'all all insane, said that y'all were lying, tried to convince one of the girls that
They are insane.
they were fake screenshots, even though she knew they were not fake screenshots, and then
We have no
tried to
proof
get,
of that.
you know, someone to make sure the public knew they were fake screenshots. I
She's
mean, it goes
stating
on and on. He
allegations like
victimized
fact.
himself. He lied. He manipulated.
Dude, let
and
me in.
cheating is cheating. Lying and manipulating is lying and manipulating. And when you do that, you do create victims, unfortunately. But the important thing is to come out and be a survivor and not a victim, and speak out about it and tell your story, you know. And then once you tell your story, you can protect other women from being
The
trapped
other
in the
girl
same
came
thing in the
forward.
future.
Dude,
100%.
Bug Eyes came forward with another allegation.
Hi, Matthew. What's
Hold
up?
on, we'll look at this in a sec.
Hello.
Hi.
First off, my
Matthew
thoughts
W.
are with the victims at this point, because after everything I've heard, this is
We love you,
sickening.
Matthew.
That a fellow Democrat, I'm a liberal Democrat, left center.
Preach.
I'm probably in a room full of maggots right about now.
Maggots?
But to me, this is disturbing.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Reese, I'm very sorry. I hear that story. I read this from Sarah. Got this from Sarah Fields, and man, Sarah, she's really on top of things.
Mm.
I mean, to me, she was very influential for me to cover the Brian Shapiro bit, and I knew Brian Shapiro was a very scummy guy.
True. I don't know who
would
that
have
is.
to thank Sarah for the material, for exposing the guy and letting me use, and I'm letting me use the material. And I don't have to. I credit her for the material, because but Harry Sisson, man, the kid is scum. The kid, I mean, this is scummier than scum. I feel very bad for the victims.
The
I'm not going to
victims.
say
They're not
anything
victims. They're not
derogatory
claiming to be
about the
victims. Right?
But this is the lowest of the low for Harry. I am very sad. I'm just just that sad. I'm just disappointed.
God, dude.
Thanks, Matthew.
Yeah.
No response.
Professor.
Oh, I just wanted to sit there and say, regardless of any political stuff or whatever, I intentionally stayed on this thing because I am a father of 4 daughters,
Why does everybody
and
need to bring up that they're
I
a
wanted
father?
to, humanize, people and understand them. And I just want to sit there and say that my heart is out to the people that have been affected by other people's choices. And I just want to sit there and say I'll be praying for y'all. But y'all have a great night. I just got all my daughters and kids to bed, so I'm going to
We
bed.
don't care.
Thanks, Professor. Have a great night.
I'm next. Am I next? Come
AOB.
on. One more.
Thank you again for letting me speak. Professor, you're awesome, by the way. 4 daughters.
Ooh.
Whew,
Yeah.
More
that's a lot.
Yeah, we both went whoo at the
I
same
thought he was
time.
bringing up
'cause
his
We
daughter.
did.
I only got one, and I'm like, you know what? I praise Jesus that I'm having another boy.
I'm about to go into the pit. I'm about to go
Yeah,
into the
well,
pit.
we have
Don't
we have an older son and a
up.
younger
Support our
daughter. They're
cause,
15
ladies and
months
gentlemen.
apart,
Like
and
up,
so
sub
when we
up.
had that set up, I'm like, I'm done. I think it's the ideal setup for a lot of people. But yeah, my daughter, she's still extremely mature, and
She
my
has a
kids are
daughter too.
homeschooled, and anyway,
Of
that's
course
completely
your kids
besides the
are
point.
homeschooled.
Irrelevant to this whole thing. But yeah, 4 daughters.
I believe
wow.
it.
So
4 daughters.
and just so you know, Reese,
Wow. More
Diligent
options.
is a
left.
citizen. She's listening right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you
So
stupid
Diligent,
bitch.
he is a citizen journalist who just tries everything he can to get accurate stories, and he's extremely good at what he does. And so him asking questions is just him trying to make sense of everything. And so, but Diligent, just so you know, that
I mean, fundamentally, I mean, you're kind of. This is true, but fundamentally, I disagree with the premise of calling them victims because I still haven't heard what they're a victim of yet. That's the problem,
so
because
true.
I feel like it's an embellishment of a story to make it seem worse than what it is because of who it is. And even though, like, I don't agree with Harry Sisson politically whatsoever, I find him to be very low
Dude, I love
T and
this
kind
guy
of
so
repulsive as a
much.
man. On the same note, treating him womanizing, because that's really what he's doing. He's womanizing. Let's call it what it is.
He's not even doing that.
Treating his womanizing as if it's something more, right, is wrong. And that's why I'm up here saying like that. And that's why I asked if there was more. Is there more evidence? Is he guilty of something more? What is he guilty of? Because lying and cheating and just being a dirtbag while they're shitty things, they're not actually crimes. They're not actually.
When did anybody say he's committing a
groomed a
crime,
child.
Diligent?
We didn't say that.
It seems like, well, again, right? Well, then we're talking
Sorry,
about
correcting that.
victimhood.
No, it's
Like,
not
this is, again,
victimhood.
like,
Giving a woman an opportunity to tell her story,
Yeah.
or a man the opportunity to tell a
Come
story,
on,
is never
Siley. Let me in,
victimhood.
dude.
It's giving them the
I'm itching.
opportunity to get
I'm
their story
itching.
out
I'm
so
fucking
other people
itching.
know what's going on. Apparently, these
But they
girls.
took that-
No, apparently you weren't here for this. Apparently, these girls came out over a year ago on TikTok and got no traction on the story. This has been going on for
Yeah, no
way
shit.
too long. Anybody, any man or woman that is manipulating another person to get what they want out of them is absolutely disgusting and wrong.
and they had no incentive to engage with him whatsoever.
AIDS gang
Like, they're just
represent,
totally,
okay?
completely
all four
not
of them all
culpable.
said that they did not.
No responsibility.
All four of them said they did not benefit from their
Yo.
relationships with him
Second
at
donut of
They
the
all.
night.
willingly engaged with him, though, right? They
008X.
Sending
willingly
somebody a
talked to
text
him.
message and saying hi is not a reason for a man.
I
No,
thought he was collecting their nudes, right?
let
And that
me
was
finish.
that's what the
Let
article.
me finish.
That's what the post says.
At no point in time can anybody just send an innocent message to another person and the other person automatically turn it into a sexual thing, start collecting nudes on them and being like, oh, I didn't do anything wrong. They're all insane. They're all lunatics.
So he's bad for sending. He's bad for making it sexual, but she's completely innocent.
Where did
for
I
sending
say
the
anybody
nudes.
was
Make that make
innocent?
sense.
She's entertaining him.
Where did I say that?
If she's not innocent, then why is she a victim?
Where did I say
This
they're
is my
victims? You're
point.
the one that said they're victims. She even said that
I didn't
she's
say
not
they
a
were
victim.
victims. You said there's more victims out there. It's literally in the post that we're discussing right now.
Hey guys, can I
And
speak
so,
to that?
and it was referenced numerous times during this conversation. I realize what I say isn't popular, particularly in this space at this moment, but facts are facts.
Facts
There
are
are no
facts.
victims
He's
that
an
I've seen.
absolute scumbag who
Yes,
manipulated
he's a
young
scumbag.
girls.
That's true.
Young
girls.
I'm not
Okay,
just
so
listen.
Young
if you
girls.
I'm not.
no, hold
I'm
on,
not
hold on.
defending his
Let me
actions.
jump in.
stuff to
You
say
asked
about
you
that.
asked a question, so I'm going to try and answer it.
AIDS
So
gang
at the
represent,
point
okay?
where
Young
this is
girls.
all
When
starting
you
to come
leave the
out,
call, make
and
sure to
now
remind the
now
victims
he's
to
like,
turn the other
you know,
cheek.
like
I will.
you know,
Thank you.
AG4L.
and we agree. You can stick your thumb up that Harry's a scumbag for doing this. Like, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. Okay. All right.
100%.
So if
100%.
well,
I'm
if
not
no, hold on,
defending
hold
his
on, hold on.
actions.
If these girls come out, and that's all they say hey, look, this guy
AIDS
is a
gang
prick. This is what he
represent,
did.
okay?
He let us on. He told us we were the
Yo,
one,
Dono's
and all
coming
this other
in.
stuff.
Almost a
And
quarter
But
of the way
you're
to
well,
goal.
giving,
no,
you're,
wait,
you're
I'm not
creating an
finished. I'm
incentive
not
for it to
finished.
happen
I'm not
now.
finished. I'm not finished. And then then the threats start to come with like legal action, or you know, there will be consequences to you speaking out. Would you then say, would you then classify that as something just a little bit more than him being a scumbag? Like, because that's kind of what we're dealing with. It's yes, he did this, and we, you know,
I mean, are they defaming him?
there's
He's a public figure.
exactly. But the point being is when this stuff, when threats are starting to be made of legal action or personal action or threats of doxing or, you know, these other
Did he
things,
even threaten that?
at what point does that cross the line between him being a scumbag to him being somebody who, you know, is potentially
He makes his
worse?
living, but this again, he's a public figure. So if there's a girl coming out that willingly exchanged photos with him, sent him photos, and then is running around claiming to be a victim of something,
Which
which
one
is
of them
why I
claimed to be a
asked, which
victim?
is, if I can just, it's a recorded space.
Yeah,
I literally heard
several
victim brought up
people.
maybe
Several
even a
people.
dozen times before I decided to even
Several people.
raise my hand. That's just blatantly
Hi, how's it
false.
going? You know, if I may speak for a second, look, you want to know what they're victims of? They're victims of lies and manipulation.
Where?
This guy created
Yeah,
this
that's
nice guy
although
persona.
it's
He
morally
created a whole
reprehensible,
persona.
it's not exactly
No,
that's
you wanted to know
every
what they
time I
were
lied
victims
to,
of.
I'm a
That's what you
victim
said. You were
now.
like,
So
what
I'm
are
gonna
they
go
victims of?
We
every time
obviously
someone
know what
lies to me,
victim
I can
means in
just
this
tout my
context.
victimhood because I've been lied to.
Yes,
That's
please
BS.
go
You
do
are a
that.
victim. It's true.
And
Yeah.
nobody's being accused of a
You are a
crime.
victim
Nobody's
of
being accused
lies
of
and
doing something
manipulation.
illegal. You know, he's being accused of
Wait,
being a
I'm
shithead.
just
So-
saying, bro. Are you're telling me
So
like
Trump's wife is a
objectively
victim.
that this story isn't being embellished by creating a dozen victims of Harry
Who's
Sisson
embellishing
right
it?
now?
Where's
So
the
you're gonna
embellishment?
tell you
Tell
where
me
the
where the
straight
embellishment
face
embellishment
is,
just
is.
tell me that's not what's happening.
Where's the embellishment?
Yeah, I
What
don't even know
embellishment?
where the embellishment is.
Are people saying he
I
murdered them
just
now?
told you. He's guilty. I said, what is he guilty
Dude,
of?
let
What
him
is
Lying
in.
and
what
manipulating
are they
people. That's
victims
what he's
of?
guilty
He's
of.
there. So I just so in the post or during the space when you've had all of this discussion, you clearly stated
Wait,
that
fuck.
he's guilty of
Where'd the space
lying
go?
and being
And
manipulative,
he is
right?
correct.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Right. Okay.
Hold on.
The last
Is that a
hour,
joke? The
right?
entire the whole post above literally speaks of a man who lied and manipulated 11 different women.
Oh
How do
my
you not
god.
see that? I don't understand.
Dude, where's the proof for the other?
Persuading them to send photos of themselves. One, a domestic abuse survivor, and you literally just called them
Exactly.
all survivors
Spot on.
just a minute ago. You said there's survivors that haven't even come out
Conflating it
yet.
to your own story.
Survivors of Harry Sisson. If they're survivors, what are they survivors of?
So
Him being lying and
let me
manipulative.
hold on.
This is what I'm talking about. The
If you
embellishment
will.
Lying
part.
and manipulating
Dioria,
a
what's
woman
up?
is morally wrong. Why is
Hold
it wrong?
on.
How is that surviving? Like, what are you surviving being lied
If
to?
I may chime in
This is what I'm
really
talking
quick.
about.
You're surviving.
Imagine.
Okay,
Hold
wait.
on. Because you're muddying the line between
Sexual
something
assault.
that is morally reprehensible and something that is actually harmful.
It actually is harmful.
There's
It
gonna
is
be
actually harmful to groom
there's gonna
somebody.
be listen.
Yeah.
It is actually harmful to groom somebody. It is actually harmful to manipulate somebody because all that does is teach women or other men that this is acceptable and you can keep doing it.
Groom.
So you can keep trying to talk over me. However,
Groom.
I have the magic mute button. So I'm not going to play your little game of, oh, this person, that person, this person, that person. You weren't here for the whole thing. You didn't hear their stories. I'm sorry that you didn't. However, maybe you should have been on time. And then you would have heard their stories and you would know what was going on. Or you could have watched any of the 8 million videos that are out there. Like not only on
Was
here,
it
but they're
really 8
also on
million?
TikTok. So with that, I'm going to unmute the room. You're not going to keep over talking people just because you're a big name.
I mean, he interrupted me, to be fair.
Can I finish talking about what I was talking about?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
No response. He won.
And I do appreciate the
BTFO'd.
exchange that everybody's having. Gets a little heated sometimes, but I think a lot of us are just trying to make sense of this. And so I have been here since the beginning. I've heard all the stories, and I definitely empathize with a lot of it. And all of them. I don't think all of them. I want to say like Reese and maybe one other said that they don't consider themselves victims, and I respect that. And I don't think they are either. After hearing them out on the whole thing again, one of them said, "You don't have to do anything wrong to learn a lesson." That was profound. That stuck with me. I agree, and I don't think that they did anything wrong. I don't think that Harry necessarily did anything illegal by any means. Granted, as we dig more, who knows what we'll come up with, but I pray to God that he didn't, because you don't want anybody to be, the subject of anything illegal. However, what they're addressing though is Harry's hypocrisy. That's why we're doing this whole thing.
Really? We're
Harry is
comparing...
a strong face of the left where they are, where he's saying he's an ally of women. He's an ally of, you name it, everything that he's named, he's an ally of. This is actually exposing him not being an ally of what he's been sticking up for. And what they're doing is actually speaking up, saying that Harry's a hypocrite, plain and simple. And here's why. And they go through the list of things that they've been sent and what they are manipulated to send. And they're not saying, like, all of them are saying that they just wish that Harry would come forward, join the space, and say that he is sorry. But the tough part about it, he's been speaking up to his millions of followers, saying that these girls are lying. Okay. And all Southern and Sarah are doing is giving them, a platform to be able to speak up for themselves.
But reiterating it as fact.
When Harry has such a loud voice, now they actually have a voice through this platform to go and say, hey, here's the story. Here's what's been going on.
They're about to.
None of them really said so much that, that they're completely innocent in this, because they know what they did. They knew what they were doing, but you could still be manipulated knowing you're doing what you're doing. And so this is really just them speaking up against a major hypocrite who says he's an ally of women and he respects women. That's really what it is. I'm not seeing them as victims, but I'm seeing them as speaking up, though, when they honestly do not have a voice. Otherwise, when this guy that has millions of followers is speaking up against them,
was it real? Hold on one second.
It's just giving him a chance to talk.
Yeah, true. All right, I'm about to get in.
I understand that, but I'm looking at the thread. It's the characterization, and I have a lot of respect for you, Sarah. This isn't my first time encountering you, and this isn't anything personal, right? And you can take it or leave it. This doesn't matter. But it's the thread itself. I mean, I'm looking at two of the threads. You're introducing these girls as victims.
Exactly.
Carly, one of Harry's victims, has described the situation in most detail. Okay, let's skip on to the next one. This is how you're introducing them, and this is how they're being introduced to the world. Another victim of Harry, Sarah, provided a long, detailed video of her experience. I clicked it for the sake of time. She's also a DV survivor. Aiden? So you're intertwining their past experiences of domestic violence or sexual assault and mixing them in with this story of him lying to them to, like, it does embellish it. It does create this like victimhood mentality of he's doing something worse than what he really is. These girls, they could have had a million encounters like this online with a bunch of other dudes, but because it's Harry Sisson, it has to be this massive story and drawn together and put together. Like, and I realize it's a shitty thing. Call him out for being a shitty lying Democrat. That is the focus here. The fact that he does virtue signal. The focus has nothing to do with the fact if he's a Democrat or not. The focus has to do with the fact of what he did. And I don't care who it was. It doesn't matter if he was on the right, left. If he had a big account, little account, or no account at all, I would still be calling it out.
Okay, can I also say that the very definition of a victim is a person who has been tricked or duped. That's literally in the
Oh, come
definition of a
on.
victim if you look it up. Also, another thing is that when it comes to Carly, she went into detail about her story the most, and she was definitely victimized by Harry, which was utterly disgusting.
How
And
did he
I'm
victim?
glad that her story is out there. As far as Sarah, she is a DV survivor, just like myself.
What is that?
And unfortunately, Harry knew that she was a DV survivor, and she is the two of the women that he preyed on were women who were literally going through, dealing with a past trauma or dealing with something that had literally just happened to them that they were very vulnerable because of.
Why were they
And
vulnerable?
he knew that, and he took advantage of that. I am fully aware that there are very narcissistic men out there who will prey on women who are going through trauma and who have gone through something that horrible because they are very vulnerable, and then they take advantage of them, and that's exactly what Harry did. So it is very much part
He
of the
sought them
story.
out because of their trauma.
What?
Yeah, that's what you just implied.
Are you
Catch on it.
saying that he sought those girls out because of
Exactly.
their trauma? Like he
Exactly.
was specifically looking for a girl who had suffered that type
It
of
is
trauma?
incredibly possible, yes.
Oh, he didn't know until he started speaking to them.
Out of the so 2 out of 11 girls
admits-
had trauma.
And
It's just
one of them admits
okay,
she told him in the
okay.
course of their
You're right.
DMs.
I just
That's
want
such
to
an
make my
unfair
point,
implication.
right? To me, right? I haven't heard anybody else up here. Like this is just a big echo chamber of somebody getting dragged without being represented in the conversation
He was welcome to
whatsoever,
join.
right? Without anybody even on the stage like offering a different opinion or asking hard questions.
Come on.
Right? I heard somebody being rude earlier, dragging whatever, trolling, but like I didn't hear anybody being objective up here. Like I just heard a bunch of simping and people echoing sentiments and displaying their biases. I'm sorry. I have a 17-year-old daughter. Hold on. I have a 17-year-old daughter myself. Right. And this stuff is prevalent and around her in her school. I've talked to her about it. But when it comes down to it, it's up to us to teach these women how to be resilient for themselves, how to
How about
defend
we teach
themselves, how to
men
not
to
put
stop
themselves
asking for
in these.
nudes? How about that?
What's
You
that?
wanted to always
Girls
talk
need to
about
stop
women,
sending
women,
them.
women. How about we teach men how to be real men?
They shouldn't have sent
Well,
them
here's the
either.
issue,
Like, you know
Diligent.
what
You
I'm
did
saying?
join in here
That's the
late, and you
point.
missed me earlier when I said I actually stood up to one of them and said, "Look, I'm a conservative Christian, and no, I actually would say that you should never send nudes at all,
Oh,
never,
come
unless you're
on.
married." I said that earlier. You were not in the space when I said that. It was really difficult because I
bitch.
knew it was a very countering opinion to what all those girls had, and they definitely disagreed with me, and that's okay. But there were differing opinions, but you didn't hear because you weren't here.
I mean, I'm sorry. I had to go by what I heard and what I read in your thread, but there was still, I don't know, man. It just seems like it's a kind of like a Me Too movement, but without anybody actually being sexually
Well, I
assaulted.
don't think any one of those girls didn't like we did not get into details or specifics, right? Like that just wasn't what we were about. But I don't think that any one of those girls like absolved themselves of the responsibility for their actions. Like
Is the thing about the minor, like, because there's people using your videos and embedding them. People that I know, my friends in the MAGA movement, are now embedding that video saying that he was involved with a minor. Is that true?
I gotta hold on. I'll be right back again. I gotta piss again. Hold up.
He was working with someone allegedly that was involved with a 14-year-old autistic child. Yes.
Working with someone with a child. So that doesn't he was having these types of conversations with a 14-year-old? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
in Australia, not Harry, the person that he
was
works
working
for.
He was told.
Okay, so but based on this thread and this premise, you see what's happening now. Because there's no clear distinction of what you're saying in the thread, now it's going around the internet that he is the one that's involved.
Sarah
Like, do you
didn't.
see what I'm
Okay,
saying? The
Sarah didn't even
irresponsibility here.
mention. No, stop. You need to stop, Diligent. Like Sarah was very specific. She did exactly what Hannah's video said. Like, I'm sorry that you can't accept that, but that's what Hannah said.
There's the evidence. Okay, the evidence shows if you look at the posts that I'm talking about, like Philip somebody just tagged me in one. The Philip, the J6er.
All right, I'm back. What'd I miss?
He just embedded your video Sarah's video, okay, not a different girl's, not somebody else's. He embedded that video and he put that Harry Sisson is messing with minors on the top of it.
Okay,
As a
so
result
now
of
it's
the threat.
our responsibility to go police everybody else on what they say.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay.
But it is your
You're
responsibility
leading people to
to
false
be
conclusions.
accurate and objective in your writing.
Exactly.
100%.
Where was Sarah
All the
wrong in
time.
the writing?
I'll tell you exactly where if she lets me in.
She describes them as victims without declaring what they're actually victims of. So it leaves people
And then
up to the
adds in-
imagination
exactly.
to decide what that is. And based on what I've heard and what I've seen, that could be anything. There's no clear distinction. Do you even have their ages written in there?
Nope.
You'd say
Just
that they're
calls
not
them young.
minors?
Just
Because
calls
it
them
sure
young.
looks like a thread of somebody like sexually assaulting or being a predator without actually describing what's happening. That's exactly what that thread
Just
is.
calls them
That's
young.
what my problem is.
So your problem
A lot
is
of
that Harry
conclusions
was
jumped to. I'm tired of hearing it, to be honest with you.
Let me in. Just let me in, please.
Well, straight up, that
I
story,
said my
that
piece is
story
good.
about
If you wanna run with something like that, be vague and and let something that's untrue circulate
What's
based on your
untrue?
work because you're being vague, intentionally vague, like whatever.
He just
Go
asked you what
ahead.
wasn't
But the
true.
fact of the matter is that those girls sent him nudes on their own. They're responsible for that. Yes, he's a shitbag. Yes, he's a dirtbag. But you are projecting a perception that's not accurate, and you
Exactly.
are responsible for that, whether you want to admit it or not. You guys have a blessed night.
Well, what Diligent didn't get was that like those stories were told and got cleared up tonight. Like, was Harry involved with minors? That was emphatically said no. That's entirely
been-
what this
but not
situation was
everybody is
about.
here.
Was the D stories would get told
That should have
and
been-
certain things would get cleared up. Now, if people want to ignorantly take certain pieces and run with that, like that's not necessarily, on Southern or Sarah. But
It is.
Just to clarify, this whole thing got the story, got more of it out there from the horse's mouth, not necessarily speculation or any of that. Like they were all here telling their version. So it's unfair to say that it was painted in a certain way because tonight they all spoke and it was painted as accurately as it's going to be from their perspective.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, Matt, that's all you can do. I mean, what
That's not all
these
you can
girls
do.
are up against is a guy that has an absolutely enormous platform to shut them down. I mean, sending them NDAs and everything and doing everything he can to get them to shut up is wrong, plain and simple. And I think all
should send more
that people
NDAs.
want is for everybody to have a voice, whether it's Harry or whether it's the girls. Let the girls speak up and let people determine what they feel the truth is. And so I think that's really all that matters, is giving the girls a chance to actually honestly reach people.
Well, I said it at the beginning of the night. I don't know if you heard it. That he's going to, like, the world's going to hear his side of the story. There's no
More
doubt
people
about it.
than
I mean,
what
he's got
are,
such a
correct.
he's got such a huge platform, and so this was their opportunity to to tell theirs, and to an audience that they might not otherwise. And people are free to take what they want from that, and listen to both sides, and decide for themselves.
If I may, I just wanted to say that I apologize if I spoke out of turn. I'm not sure what the rules are or whatever.
Oh, shut up.
You're supposed to raise your hand, but it was warranted at the time. Does that make sense?
It was
I
warranted
feel like
at
I
the
did.
time.
You're supposed to click on the icon and
Oh,
then
shut
press the
up.
hand raising thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did do that with Sarah.
What a
I
cuck.
tried to do it with you, but it's not possible. I don't
We
know
all
why.
get it.
Okay.
Yeah, if you raise your hand, we
Just
all
bring me
see your
in.
hand go up.
Okay, good. I just wanted to say that so that guy was asking, that guy Diligence, I've never heard of him. He was asking what they are victims of, and I was trying to explain it, but he just wouldn't stop talking. So most of us now, I have a psychological background,
A
and a
psychological
lot of the
background.
behavior
I
that
need to
Harry
ask.
Sisson has been
Oh my, no,
exhibiting,
you don't. What is
or at
your
least what I've been hearing,
a psychological
it
background?
seems like he is
A background in psychology.
might have narcissistic personality disorder.
You do not have a background in psychology.
And not a lot of people, especially young people, have been
The
exposed to
Goldwater
that
rule.
kind
If he has
of
any background in
very
professional
deceptive
psychology, he knows
behavior. So
the
they're not
Goldwater
going
rule.
to
It's like one
know.
of the number one rules of
So
psychology.
the average person is going to be a victim of
That's a
that because they're not going to
huge
know
ethical
that they're
rule.
talking to a pathological liar, basically. And that makes them victims in my book.
Just please let me in.
I think most people would agree with you. We're going to find people that aren't because I just opened up the panel. So we'll see.
Oh.
And I have been here the whole time.
Yeah, I do appreciate it. And I do appreciate how long you waited around.
Oh,
I
no,
just didn't
yeah.
want to bring up too many people when the girls were up here
Oh, yeah,
because
absolutely.
they were having a hard enough time.
Yeah, I wouldn't have probably, even if you did let me in, I wouldn't have said anything. I mean, in a
keep him in.
situation like that, you just let the women talk. I mean, it's not about me at all.
I can't raise my hand without.
Hi, Hippie.
Hey, how's it going, Southern? It's been a while.
Oh.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen you in a space, and hello, everybody else. And
hi.
You know, for me, I love and respect women all day long. I have a daughter. You know,
Oh my! This is the
I try
19th. I have a
to
daughter.
I try to
Just get me
appreciate,
in.
and you know, if she's into art, I get her the art books and the crayons, and you know, she loves her dad, and I love her very much. I encourage her to do well, and I think that's where we're missing half the time is the encouragement and trying to raise each other up. And I
Dude,
think
just please let me in.
we fall off track and
It's
we
like filling
demand so much.
It's filling
and
the word requirement on an English
our
essay.
own perspectives can get off a hand, and we tend to take it out on people.
Just let me the fuck in.
I see that a lot, but it's always good to see great people. You know, I hardly ever talk with like Alpha Fox and the AKA guy.
Shut up.
Good seeing you, man. And always is a good cat. You know, good seeing you as well, brother. And
Brother?
Sarah, and you know, everybody else in the huge space like this. So, you know, I'm always grateful when you guys give me the mic. You know, God bless you, and I hope you guys always have a great night, and always make sure you get your 8 hours sleep these days, because I see
That's
that.
not happening.
That never happens.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I haven't had 8 hours of sleep in about 30 years.
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, because I hear these spaces will suck you in, man.
Do not,
you
dude. Is Nick
just be on
about
here
to?
all day, all night. You don't
Dude,
even
Nick's about to
realize
cuck
what
my
the
content.
hell.
Well, thanks,
seeing you,
Hippie, for
You
coming.
too, man.
Dude, coming after
Yes,
me.
ma'am. Absolutely. And I'll try to come around here and there too. And I'm actually planning on upgrading my phone to an iPhone. I'm gonna start doing video spaces. I'm cleaning up my following thing, and you know, I'm cleaning up my act. You know, I'm trying to get down to earth because I have a you know philosophical message to bring to everybody out there, and you know, I don't want you guys to all get tied up in the matrix. I believe in great medicine to give to people. They give you
Just
back
kick him. This guy's.
their wisdom and their friendship.
He's on
You
drugs.
know, and
He's
that's
on.
all I
He's on
come
drugs.
for. So,
This
peace
guy...
out, everybody, and I shall see you on the dark side of the moon.
Dude, Nick.
Peace out, baby boy.
Bye, Hippie.
Sorry, I've never heard of Hippie before, but I think he's delightful. My God.
He is delightful.
He's great.
Dude, this is
man.
literally
That
the
was
black
peaceful as
conservative
hell.
meme from Key and Peele,
That was
bro.
really peaceful.
Florida Buckeye.
Oh my.
Hi guys, and thank you for having me.
Hi,
Hey,
guys.
first of all, let's get the
I tell you,
important shit out of the way. So Sarah, congratulations on
This is
your
like-
what's soon to be third. It sounds like I'm not sure, prince or princess. But regardless, like nobody
losing brain
deserves
cells.
that kind of love, or in the world really is
It's
better
like-
off for that.
it's like every-
So, and that's where I'm gonna go. And so I love that hippie guy. I am not gonna be as hippie as that guy because like what I
This is
just
fake.
saw from Diligent is a disgrace, and he's dishonest. And let me explain to you what's going on with this guy. So if you look up in the nest here really quick, and it's important, look at what actually is going on with Diligent. So, and this is important. Like for us to think that we don't have grifters on the right, we do. Like there are people who know that
he's
we
your
are starving
president.
for truth and for like conservatives who will look out for our best interests and host spaces. And that's what Diligent does every day when he's in control. Look what happened as soon as Diligent was
Okay,
not in control.
I'm going to stop you. I don't know
Yeah, what the
how
heck?
much of this Diligent is involved in. I'm actually going to remove this from up top because he's not here to speak on this anymore.
No, and I agree. And I normally would not do that, but I watched him trash you guys.
Yeah, it's
like,
fine. He
and
can
then
trash
run
me all he
away.
wants to. I really could care less. The whole point of the space was for the girls to be able to have a platform to get their stories out because they have been unable to do so. If nobody else appreciates that, I could really care less. Like if we would have had 10 people here, 10 people would have been involved,
No, and that's
informed.
awesome.
So, Diligence back.
No, and I'll
So,
just say this, like, in that, no, you're completely correct, but
I
like,
tell you,
for anyone to defend Harry Sisson, like, who is really like has like essentially hypocrited himself like 1,000 times over, is insane to me. It's insane. Like, and again, like when you have leftists who say just believe all women except I don't know what a woman is and blah blah blah,
Oh
it's
my!
just so insulting. And I'll just leave it with this: like
You're literally
Sarah
doing
does
believe all
all
women.
of her homework.
No,
Like
she
all of these
doesn't.
receipts are right there, and for anyone to
No, they're
not
not.
like, obviously something is going on with Harry Sisson. Like, and I guess the only question I'll say is, like, did they not know he was Harry Sisson? Like, he cannot have a functioning penis. That guy pees sitting down without question. He's
well, I don't want to get
absolutely
into that right now. Like, I'm just going to say what they said.
Do they
They
think he's trans?
followed him because he had the same beliefs as they did, and the fact that he speaks up for women. But apparently, they don't know how he speaks to women, which is fine. Whatever, that's on them. But Diligence here, and I'm going to allow him to speak. But you
good.
two are
Like,
not.
bring him back up.
You two are not
I
going
would
to
love
fight
to.
back and forth. That's all I'm saying.
Can you do me a favor and throw that post back up in the jumbotron?
Oh my god.
I would really rather not. This is not something I want to get into.
Oh, that's Sarah,
the
one that came out with the allegation.
Well, it's actually good because it highlights what my problem
AIDS
is.
gang represent.
That's Sarah,
okay?
the one who came out with the
Someone
allegations.
Dude sounds
screenshotted
like his
me
name is
at
Schlorpo or something.
Starbase with
Thank you so
Roz
much for the
outside,
dono.
right? Taking pictures of Starship tiles, and then photoshopped it in with a bunch of pictures doing weird gay dog shit. And what he's doing is he's throwing it up there to create a narrative and gain attention off the hype.
No, I'm not. I could give
which
two
is
shits
exactly. Can you not?
You're full of shit, dude.
Can you
You
not
are
talk over
full
me?
of
so
shit.
intoxicated.
Can you not talk over me? Throw it up in the jumbotron so we can take a look at it. No.
That's up
Don't
to
wanna look
him to
stupid?
put back up there. I
Yeah,
took it down out of respect for
But
you.
my point is right is that he's using a different story to try to drag somebody for something it's dishonest, and it's kind of along the same lines. Is that story true about Roz? Absolutely, it's true, and there's nothing wrong with somebody highlighting that if Roz is doing that shit publicly, or if there is something worse going on. There's nothing wrong with somebody getting called out for the shit that they're doing. What's the problem is when people are using the platform to call out people for shit they're not doing. So you have every right to call out Harry Sisson for being a
don't
lying,
encourage
shitty
Nick to
dirtbag.
join. I've been waiting
But
so
to create the
fucking long.
perception that he's doing more than that is where it's wrong, and that was what my point was.
This guy's cucking
And I
Mike.
wasn't-
He's not even live.
She never creates that perception, dude. You just immediately assume she was wrong. Compared with like the other stuff on you, like how do you assume like it really
It's
doesn't
fine.
look
It's
good,
his
man.
opinion. He can have his opinion.
Exactly.
Like,
exactly.
and he's expressed his opinion. But the thing is, now can we move on? Like, Roz isn't here to defend himself. Like, I don't want to go down this
I didn't throw
rabbit
that
hole.
post. I was just addressing it, and he said my name.
That's
so,
fine.
Sorry.
Thanks for addressing it and clearing the air on whether or not you were involved in that whole thing. Yeah.
No,
Muy
I
bien.
I wouldn't think that Diligent would get himself involved in something like that. Like Diligent and I have never quite been
Hold on,
copacetic
I'm
and seen eye
waving.
to eye on everything, but like I got respect for that kind of shit. So
Okay, I don't even
yeah.
care if Diligent wants to dress up as a puppy and a kitty cat. I don't care. I
But
just don't.
Well,
does he?
I heard he's wanted to be in a squirrel, but that's a different story.
Even then,
We'll
I
park
don't
that
care
there.
if he wants to dress up as a squirrel and chase Foxy around. Like, that's up to them too. That's their personal lives. Just don't care.
I was supposed to end live an hour ago just to
Oh,
fucking get in here.
I like cartoons.
Or I've stayed just to get in here. And
Yes,
they're dragging.
text Trad.
I wasn't trying to attack you guys. Like that's what I
Oh,
was trying to
who
say. Like,
cares?
this wasn't an attack. I really do believe what I'm saying. Like fundamentally, at the core, it just seemed like
Get
it
me in there, you
was
stupid
kind of
cunt.
an unfair characterization of what was really
You
happening.
said it 18
Okay,
times.
well, I think he's a predator,
think he's a-
manipulative asshole. But, here we are.
Nobody's
we both
called them
have differing
victims, but he's a
opinions on
predator.
him.
That's fine, and thank you for letting me say my piece for so long.
Diligent. What I want you to respect, though, is like you came in late, and the purpose of this was to clear up certain things that were being said. Because when it came to, like for the example, the whole predatory thing, or him being involved in, like with children. That was they actually came up and spoke against
She
that.
just
That
called him a
was cleared
predator.
up. A lot of
She
things
just
that
called
people
him one.
were trying to speculate about just based on
Get
the
that cleared up
initial,
and
things like that,
verbal threat.
it was cleared up in this public forum that's actually, broadcast and recorded. So like it wasn't
not everyone's gonna
as
see
entirely as unfair, to them or Harry that they were given a chance to come up and tell the truth.
What was told in this space is that
God, fuck you, Sarah.
unfortunately there's some disgusting stuff going on with Harry because through association, because he was made fully aware that this dude Camille was essentially grooming this 14-year-old autistic child.
You're just taking
And
someone's word.
Harry responded and said, "Oh no, that's absolutely terrible. It needs to be reported. And I'm going to report it to the FBI." But he lied and he didn't do that. He continued working for Camille and then immediately followed up with that and asked the girl for nudes. So that's pretty disgusting behavior. By association, that's pretty disgusting. And that definitely needs to be known.
Is one of the girls that's mad at him the one that's providing the story?
She not only provided the story, she has receipts, and she has a lot of them.
Well, there you go.
But she had been on this story longer than like it's been a couple years on this story. It wasn't like all this came out and now she's gonna share her shit. She's been talking about this on her platform for a hot minute.
Yeah, and she was shut down. It didn't get a lot of traction. People came after her, but that's why she's coming forward now.
Who specifically are we talking about right now?
Her name is
Sorry.
This
Hannah.
was Hannah.
I can't take
Okay.
anymore. Just add
Oh
me.
yeah. Sorry.
Add me.
Yes, text Trad.
Oh my, text Trad.
Goodness gracious, can you guys hear me?
I'm gonna
I
change my
can.
name.
Hey, wonderful. Thanks for the floor. I appreciate
Alabama
it.
Groiper.
I have this kind of
1488.
ability to see what everyone's saying. And I've had so much to say for the last couple of hours, but I'll try to kind of keep it short. Because I think Harry is the most cringe dude that I can think of on X.
This guy might be based.
But I was
Hold
seeing
on.
stuff talked about where it was like, oh, Harry's a sexual predator, this, that, the other thing. So
Yeah,
I was
the
initially
host just
approached this
called
from
him
kind of
one.
the standpoint where Diligent was coming from, where I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, the
And I went and I
host.
read Sarah's thread and I listened to all the girls' videos and stuff like that. And I was like, well, I'm not seeing anything here that's, sexual or that's violence
predation.
or you.
Did she just mute him?
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to hit that button. I'm so sorry. Keep
That
going.
was somebody's big finger.
I'm sorry.
Did she just mute
Go
him?
ahead.
Okay, I get cut off.
So sorry.
So I was like, I was coming from a literal standpoint because I was seeing people,
Fucking
talk about
retard.
Harry Sisson being a sexual predator. I was working all day. I was like, wait, what? What did I miss? So I went through Sarah's thread and I was listening to the girls' videos and stuff, and I was like, well, I'm not seeing anything here. I mean, okay, Harry's getting exposed for being a effing douchebag, obviously, but it's like I wasn't seeing anything here about violence, him using violence or being violent or using threats of violence or anything like that. So I'm like, well, sexual predator seems
Well, we didn't
but
say
Sarah,
sexual predator.
You said
I said he's a
Right.
predator because of
You guys didn't.
the
That's not a
manipulative
distinction that
tactics
people
that
Yeah.
he
though.
uses.
That's not a
You guys didn't.
That's not a
And what
distinction people are going to make when you say it, right?
but there is some accuracy to it because I've come to find. So
I'm
what I'm
spamming
saying
the
is when
wave
I came into
emoji.
this space after kind of like doing what homework I could in the little time before the space
Who
started.
cares?
So I came into it thinking like, man, I think Harry is the biggest douchebag and he's the most cringe damn account on X.
We don't care
But
really.
sexual predator, like, because I was seeing that float around, not by you guys. I'm like, I don't know about that, but I hear these girls are going to be part of the space, so let me come have a listen. So I came in with an open mind, and I've walked back a bit after that because I do think, like, to say someone's a sexual predator is to really accuse them of having committed a crime, but there's a distinction there between behavior that is predatory, and I think that was the point that Sarah was making.
And it doesn't help the
was
host of
that
the
if you do
space
look
was
at
calling him a predator.
what he was doing, if we take these personal situations are always tough. You never have the full context. It's always muddy and complex. However, assuming we've got, we're seeing most of the story here from these girls, this dude was lying to multiple girls. He was talking to them concurrently. He was feeding them kind of the same lies. He was in pursuit of one thing. And when they found out about each other and kind of like were coming together and like calling them out, he doubled down. And this is really what the girls are accusing him of.
Shut the fuck up.
Is digging
Let me
in. He proceeded to tell multiple girls the same lies to pit them against each other. So friends became foes.
Who cares?
And he was doing this all to kind of cover his ass. And so that's kind of the story here. And I was agreeing with Always Orange that like I didn't get the feeling that the girls felt necessarily like they were victims. They're hurt. Reese is hurt. I was agreeing with Diana really a lot. She kind of, I think, felt like she had some of the upper hand in this. Where, sorry for the pause here. Like I said, I had a lot of thoughts here over the last couple of hours. Feel free to cut me off.
Cut him off.
When Honey had asked the question, what have you learned from this? I was kind of like immediately saying, well, what are they supposed to learn from this? Because to go through a world where you can't like trust people if you're having a conversation and a dialogue with them over the course of months, you're getting to know a person and so forth.
But that's
and like
not...
there are people who have that forked tongue or the silver tongue or what have you,
Hold on.
who are going to lie.
Based on that dialogue, they had like more than enough. In that dialogue, there was like more than enough for them to like realize this guy is like, this is like a just messing around. And one of the girls even admitted that that was the case.
There was a post that I read earlier that talked about specifically how male feminists
You're calling in?
kind of insert themselves into this cause
I'm
for
waiting
women
to get in here.
and really play on these things as like an ally or a friend, and
shut the fuck up.
Use that to gain inroads, pursuant of sex, pursuant of whatever, along those lines. And it's like, that made me think a lot about what Sarah was saying. Like, it is really predatory behavior. And it's like, if you're going down this road, which he was apparently going down, where does that end?
Oh, what are you, the next Ted Bundy
Well,
guy?
it ends
I
with,
got a whole lot more to say, but I'll kind of yield the floor.
it ends with people in a space talking about you for 4 hours.
Oh, I thought you were going to say rapes.
Yeah, it's bad. He's getting exposed as being a absolute douche. I don't think the girls felt necessarily like they're victims. I think the big thing was they wanted, like Diana was doing what they want him to do. She said she broke the girl code, and she was one of the girls involved in becoming foes with her friend over the lies that Harry was telling her after the fact, and she was accountable for it. And she's like, look, I effed up. I wish I hadn't done that. And so she was doing what the girls are really hoping that he will do, because they're like, look, this dude lied and manipulated the shit out of all of us. And when we called him out on it,
then you're retarded.
He doubled down. And he was even more deceitful and manipulative and conniving to save his own ass.
There's women that do that very.
It sounds like he's describing.
Right, and we've said that. We've said this so many times. This is male and females that do this. It's not just one. Like, I understand that you weren't here, but once again, it's males and females that do it, and both sides need to stop
You've been
it.
at this for
Both
4
sides need to
hours.
stop
Nobody's gonna sit
attacking
here for
each other
4 hours.
over stupid shit.
The reason why I was, if I can just chime in, I'll be quick. The reason why I was like, because it kind of sets a precedent, right? So just imagine, like, every time now that this is the precedent that's been set.
No, I mean,
No, let him finish.
This
Come
is
on.
the kind of precedent that's been set for
For
douchebag
May.
like lying behavior to women. And I will just ask you this, Sarah, because you were the one that did the work on it. Were all 11 girls simultaneous, or is this over a period of time?
Fuck.
It's apparently been happening since about a year ago, and pretty much all of them have reported that all of their communication with him overlapped. They all started discovering each other a few weeks ago when they started communicating.
It's like
with each
maybe he
other.
was hopping from girl to girl and not just like finishing one and still talking to the other one and then moving on to the next or whatever. Like I was just okay. So which is
He was talking to them at the same time.
okay. Well, my point is like because
So-
you kind of set this precedent.
Quick update. I have to take Ethiopia before the middle of May, because if I don't, then they get a focus tree that allows Haile Selassie, the leader, to escape to the UK, and then when I manage Ethiopia, I'm just gonna have to be dealing with a fuck ton of rebellions. So the goal is to take Ethiopia. I'm speedrunning it in Iron Man mode, but the goal is to take Ethiopia before he can leave. And I gotta get it before mid-May. Hold on.
oh man,
Stop
stop
fighting.
lying.
Stop fighting. I'm not into canceling anybody. However, anybody that does anything like this is going to be exposed. I'm sorry that you don't
Fine.
like that.
I'm not saying that he shouldn't be exposed, but you just heard the guy. He said based on what he saw in your post, he thought he was a sexual predator because of what's going around, because it's not clearly laid out in the
Okay,
Dude, Harry
okay, listen.
Sisson has
No,
been
stop.
calling Donald Trump a
Hello.
rapist for
Hi.
years.
See the host?
So now
See
that's
the
what
host?
this is
It's me.
about. Got it.
I get precedent over talking over any of you. So here's the thing. I 100% called him a predator. He is a predator. He used predatory manipulative tactics to go after these girls. That's a
You
predator.
should definitely say what you mean when you say that. Then
I 100% said predator.
Yeah, but that
yeah,
applies
but I'm
sexual
saying like
predation.
it seems like you
Fucking
should
retard.
say what you mean
No,
by predator.
don't tell me how I have to say stuff.
For 10 years, dude. Like, Diligent, you are.
Okay, stop
you are
cutting me
God,
off.
man. My God.
Oh my God, stop
Let me in.
talking. I'm going to remove you. Like, honestly,
This is the
I
guy that's
hate
on her
using the mute
side.
button.
He's so drunk. She's threatening to remove him. He's on her side.
I can say what I want to say, how I want to say it. And I'm going to continue doing it. If somebody's a predator, I'm going to tell you they're a predator. If they're a sexual predator, I'm going to tell you they're a sexual predator. And if you don't like how I'm saying it, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
That is a you problem.
AOB.
No.
Honestly, I probably should have put my hand down. Mainly what I was going to say is because I think there were a lot of headlines and things that came out right away once the story broke that I think people kind of ran with, maybe to, maybe just get the attention of other people, maybe to make Harry Sisson look as bad as possible, which is understandable, because I think he deserves to.
All right, I'm gonna DM the drunk guy. Tell Southern I need to say
after listening to
something.
the girls tonight and talk, which they were very informative. They were very open. They were very uncomfortable too, because they all acknowledge that they're in this.
Hold on, I'm DMing the drunk guy. Gotta say something important.
Opposite end of the spectrum space, where
hashtag MAGA.
You could tell that some of their voices were trembling as they're talking, I think, because they felt uncomfortable. And sorry, I'm kind of like thinking out loud as I'm talking through this. But I do think that listening to them speak, there are going to be some headlines, after the space is done and tomorrow that will differentiate from
AIDS
before
gang
the
on
space started.
Newsmax tomorrow.
And so I think a lot of the stuff that Diligent and other people are going off of is actually stuff that was, put out prior to the space starting, and listening to everybody.
I don't
speak.
have
And
all
do
night,
think
dude.
those
I'm gonna give it
headlines
a
will be
few more
little bit different.
minutes.
Some of them will stay the same, justifiably so. But I think everybody has their way of interpreting everything tonight. Tons of information that was shared, where I do think that every news is just catching up with itself live right now. as we're going through this. That's all. So stuff is going to change, stuff is going to rearrange and update, but a lot of the stuff that Diligent is referencing is from quite a bit earlier before we actually heard everybody speak. So that's all.
No, and that's fine. I just cannot control what everybody else puts out there.
I agree. Yep.
Yeah, and
100%.
there seems to be an issue actually on both sides that I'm seeing. Y'all heard it tonight that, you know, a lot of the people who came up here who were on the other side of the political spectrum were saying, oh, you know, we're angry
I
because
have a daughter.
these
Let me in.
headlines are wrong or this headline is wrong. And there's a lot of like blaming us for that. And
It's your
that really
fault,
sucks
Sarah.
because that means that you are not expecting someone to take personal responsibility. And that's the same on both sides. Now I'm seeing it on the other side. I am absolutely not in control of what other people say or how they misdrew anything or how they portray a story. Unfortunately, that's what people are going to do. I cannot control it. I can try
All
to
right, I
police
DM
it
the
on
other
my own
guy.
account. I can block people who are derogatory. I can say, nope, that's not what I said. I can say, oh, nope, that's not factual. This is what
I'll
actually
DM
happened.
Kristen.
But in the end,
I'm
I
just gonna
can't
start
control
DMing
all of
everyone I
it.
can.
No one can. And I'm people need to take personal responsibility. That's it.
I'm DMing everyone I can who's speaker role.
D'Angelo.
Well, I was going to say that Harry Sisson is 23, so he's looking for a relationship, and it's kind of a minefield out there. So
He's not looking for a relationship. He was very clear on that later on with some of these
Toeing
girls.
around.
Yeah, he appears to be in one now.
when I was 22 and looking for a relationship, you know, it was a minefield.
Come on.
And, you know, obviously
I
I'm not a
DM'd
public figure,
D'Angelo.
but if I was a public figure, I imagine, you know, people would have tried to slant, like, you know, I can see this happening to me at that time.
Hold on.
Even if and I wasn't, you know, I didn't get any interest. Like, I wouldn't have had victims
Dude,
because
this
no
is the
woman
most
would have been
desperate I've ever
interested.
been to get in.
Harry is different. He had women
It's bringing me
interested.
back to my
He had
RFC
women,
days.
you know, sending him things. You know, and asking a woman to send you something, part of that might be seeing if they're actually, like, if they're interested in what they're interested in.
Oh my,
You know,
just let me in. Please.
No, stop
There's
asking
definitely other
women for
ways to know.
dudes.
There's ways to know women are interested without having to ask them for that sort of thing. Like, you know.
Online? How is that?
Well, okay, so the only way that so your argument is going to be that the only way to know if a woman's interested
can't tell
is
me what
you
my
going to send me pictures of your boobs.
off real quick and just say he hasn't met in person all these women. Like, it's online, you know, texting relationships, or, you know.
He's met quite a few of them.
Like who?
Boobs aren't a criteria, dude. Boobs are not a criteria for interest. Like, you know, they can be they can be a criteria for interest, but they're not the
He's
criteria for
speaking from
interest. Like, I've had
experience.
girls let me know that they're interested in me both online and offline without ever
We're
seeing a
sure.
nipple. So
We're
I
sure.
just don't think that's a fair assessment.
We're sure.
Well, I mean, it could be part of why, as well as, you know, as well as for whatever other reasons. But it's not also not inherently, like, maybe you think it's inherently bad just off of like a biblical, like, you know, thou shalt not lust or whatever. But it's not inherently bad, like, from a, well, I don't think it's inherently bad. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, but were you sharing their texts with other people?
Wait, do we have proof?
Sherry didn't do that either.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, are you sure he
These
did?
women didn't say he did.
It sounds
Actually, one of them
they
said that their texts ended up in group chats.
Wait, and a woman said that
But so
a
did
woman
his.
said that Donald
Otherwise, we
Trump
wouldn't be here.
groped her in a fucking dressing room.
What?
Obviously, they shared his
Wait, so
text
the
as well, or
please
we
let
would
me
not
in.
be here.
After he shared them in group chats.
With what proof do you What proof do you have of that?
was Harry Mad? Did you invite Harry to the space?
Harry, we didn't have to invite him. He knew that it was happening, and he got word of it, and that there was some talk of him
Just
coming,
get me
and so
in.
we made
Just
it.
get me in.
We made a situation where
Just get me
we
in.
spoke to all the girls, and said if he shows up to make his case or talk to you, are you okay with that? And they all agreed. So he would have been welcome had he decided to come.
Just get me in. Just get me in. Come on. Come on. Come on.
And or send a representative, like
I'm just.
like
I
Chris or
realize
something.
I realize you guys probably think I'm just being obstinate or whatever, but
No, I mean, I think you're being. I think
he
you're being a
100%
little bit
knew.
like.
He 100% knew it was going to go on. There were rumors that he was going to appear. It was cleared with all the girls that they felt comfortable or not talking to him. They all said yes, it was fine, and he never appeared. That's on him. He didn't send, like Mad Bull said, he could have sent a representative and didn't do that either.
I'm adding Southern.
He's got all three of us up here blocked, so he would have, like the fun part for me would have been he would have had to unblock me
it's not
to.
exactly an unbiased forum when it's three people who are putting a story out and a bunch of his supposed victims.
Okay,
I'm just
first
sitting
of
here as a
all, it
co-host,
was
man.
never
Oh my
an
gosh.
unbiased forum to begin with. It was a forum for them to tell their stories. If
There's one other
you
point.
if you know that the space is going on, that it's about you, and you decide not to come, you decide not to send anybody to represent you, that's on you.
All right.
We would have let him up here, and it would have been there would have been no
Dude,
chaos.
this is
That was
torture.
my main role tonight.
This is
I
torture.
talked to Southern just to make sure that if he does show up, the shit doesn't hit the fan. But he certainly was welcome.
Something tells me her profile pic might not really be her.
And they did so with some reservation, and you kind of saw that towards the end there. But this was never a hit piece. And it was never intended to be. I'm not going to go into detail of some private conversations that I had before this, but like Southern and I had a very specific conversation was that the reason that she's sitting there and I'm not is so that it wasn't. So that it didn't come across as, or so that
How
it
long
wouldn't
have we
be
been
it,
on
because that the
this?
goal of it was to make sure that they got their story told and certain things got cleared up.
So let me ask. Can I posit a question? So let's say that I get a pretty popular platform here in the next year or so, and let's say I have 300, 500,000 followers on X. Maybe I have a TikTok. I don't know what he has on a different TikTok.
I can't take it
But a
anymore.
couple of the girls find each other online, right?
It wasn't just a couple.
Just hear me out. So a couple of girls find each other online, and then they start posting, talking shit about how much of a douchebag I am on TikTok. Well, a couple of other girls find each other because they're posting about that, and now there's who knows, 5, 6 girls, right, that are all posting that were victims of Harry Sisson without really explaining what they're victims of. The reason why my first question was when I got up here was what
Hold
are
on.
you a victim of, is because in the time that I had seen, and again, I wasn't here for the entire space, but I did read Sarah's thread from top to bottom, right, which is the main crux of it, because her work was the focus of the conversation. So I started by reading Sarah's thread because it was sent to me, and then I listened to as much of the space as I could, and what I saw was a lack of distinction or a lack of clarity on what they were victims of, which means
Very
that it's
true.
left for the reader to assume.
Very true.
But given the premise of domestic violent victims and sexual assault victims, it's left one to think that that's what it's about, right?
Yes.
And so, like, when I was saying, and I wasn't telling, Southern, you can say whatever you want. Sarah, of course you can too. I'm not telling you what you can't say, but I think the onus is on us is to make sure that we're clear on this, because there is an effort to use stories such as this to destroy people's credibility entirely for something that's not true, even though it's not.
What part? Okay, that's your second time that you've said it's not true.
She's about
What
to
part
lose
of it
her
is not
mind.
true?
Well, I was
You're
speaking
stating
in general
things.
terms. I wasn't talking about that specific story. But anyways, there's an effort to destroy people's credibility with things that aren't true, based on something that might be partially true, which is you You cut me off, or I had to finish. I was gonna use Florida's post up in the jumbotron as an example because it was a really good example of.
Dude, I got more coming, man. Like this sisson is such a fraud.
Anyways,
like, this guy's disgusting.
anyways, my point
love
is,
this
right,
guy.
is that if any one of you was being dragged like that, and there was like, it wasn't exactly clear the story, what was happening, I would come up here, I would ask the same questions, I would say the same things. I take a lot of heat for this. I've done it for most of the hosts and creators that I know on X, because it's firmly like, this is, I firmly don't believe in cancel culture. I firmly believe that
Preach, brother.
if we're going to do something to hold people accountable, it needs to be very accurate and specific, because there's a lot of people with agendas that want to just take people down, and they will do it with anything that they can. And if something that's either partially true or vague, then it gives it like enough credibility to do some real damage, even though that may not, it may not really need it to.
Dude, I need a fucking
So that
syrup
is
Okay,
so bad.
for a moment, I'm going to call bullshit, because when my family was doxxed, not one big account came up for
Who
my support
cares?
except for Sarah.
you then.
Who cares?
Huh?
I didn't know you then.
Yeah, you did.
I met you, the first time I met you was
Oh
in
my-
Mad Bull Space with Harry Sisson. First time
Exactly. Do you know when I was doxxed?
I was arguing
When
with
I
him
was
over you. What are you
doxxed?
talking about?
When was I doxxed?
When was I
I don't
doxxed?
know. I met you that day.
Okay, I was doxxed just this past November, so
Who
you already knew me.
cares?
I didn't know that you were doxxed. I was doing the election.
Yeah, there was an
Yeah,
election going
so
on. Who
sitting here and saying like I would talk good about you and I would do this and I would do that. No, like no other account except for Sarah came out to
Oh,
my
what a he just
defense when
said
I
he
was
didn't
doxxed.
know.
I thought
just
that
met
was
you,
Sarah
I would
talking.
have defended you.
He means
I would have
specifically him.
absolutely defended you.
I would have
I'm not a
defended.
Yeah, I
big
didn't
account
know.
though,
Dude,
but I
it's
would
like
have
it's
defended
like
you.
those
There's a
Yeah,
whole
it's like
I'm not a
those
big account.
but
it's like those commercials. I have a hole in my throat, like the anti-smoking commercials.
Perspective is whether they feel like they're victims or not victims, or whether they feel like they're culpable or not culpable. And you admittedly were not here for like a good chunk of that. So while I might see a point of view that you might have if you come in and you heard the last bit of it, but
the
this
thread
entire space was dedicated to their
I'm not
point of view,
talking
and
about
all of the things that you're questioning about, like what
is the space
what it's being
proportionate to the
painted as,
14
what
million
it's not
views?
being painted as,
Is the
it came
space
out in the space.
is the space proportionate to the 14 million views on the thread? No.
We wish it
What?
was.
Okay,
Dude,
That's a good
but
point.
okay,
like, why are you
listen,
defending
I don't
Harry
even care.
Sisson?
Listen, I don't even care anymore. Like it's 1:30 in the morning. I have 20 other people that have been requesting to speak for like the past 3
Have a good
hours.
night, you guys.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yes.
Like it just keeps coming back to the same questions over and over and over again.
Yeah, the
Okay,
horse has been beat effectively. That's why I've just kind of gone quiet, because I've said my piece.
Oh, come on.
while I'm
Before she
waiting
goes-
for other people to come up, I'm going to ask some of you that have already spoken that no longer have questions to please drop down so I don't have to hurt anybody's feelings and drop you. I'm going to remind anybody that made disparaging comments against the girls or used their backdrops as posts inside this space. If you have not deleted them yet, please do so. Like they're just not acceptable.
This before I drop down. Is it so? Harry just came
Here we
out.
go.
He just posted a picture of himself with a woman a couple weeks or like a week
Oh,
ago.
my, just get rid of this person.
Is it possible these women are jealous?
Yes.
Nope. Their
No, she
Hannah's
came way
post
later.
started coming out a year ago, and she had no platform to get her story out.
Dude, this woman sounds.
Excuse me. Do you guys see that I have my hand up? Is that?
No.
Oh my god.
When you
See,
click on the little heart with the
speak up.
plus sign, all the way to the
I
right,
want them to get me in here
in
before
a
this guy
separate
leaves.
box of its own, you're gonna see a hand that just looks like it's raised.
It doesn't work 90%
I
Oh
of the
wait,
pressed
time.
that.
are you on Are you on a PC?
I'm on my iPhone, and I did press the
weird.
little hand. Yeah,
Yeah, spaces
I'm
have been
not
weird
doing
with that
this.
lately, like people seeing hands, not seeing hands.
Come
So
on.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Okay, so well, real quick, I just want to say,
Come on.
very few people on X or in the influencer sphere in general strike me as people with integrity. A lot of
Oh,
people
who
are out there just
cares?
trying to get money. And you, Sarah, and you, Southern, do not strike me as those kinds of people.
My queens.
Which is why,
Which
when you
is
were accused
why,
of that
just, like,
behavior earlier,
jizz
I
all
was
over the
like, oh
room.
wow, that was a little uncalled for and kind of rude, if I'm being honest.
It was a bit rude.
Even though these women, they deserve to be heard, and I respect that, but I thought that was, what was her name, Diana? I thought that was very
Well,
rude of
it
her to do
also
that.
works differently on TikTok, so they might not know it on here that we don't make money for holding a space.
We don't
They make money
Dude,
off of lives over
blow
there.
your nose,
I also
bitch.
got unduly offended at Alpha's slur joke.
Blow your nose, bitch.
Well, that's their
was-
prerogative to get offended by using that word, and
It
I'm
was-
not going to tell Alpha
It
how
was a
he
funny
needs
joke.
to
I just thought
use
it was
words.
fun, like to get offended. Maybe they're very offendable.
Possibly,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not going to dive into that.
Well, I just wanted to thank you guys for letting me join in, and it's been great. I'm probably going to get off now.
No.
And I just wanted to say that I have a massive respect for any women who have the guts to speak about something like this. This is a very personal thing. For the record, I don't share that guy. What was his name? I can't remember his name. His
Diligent.
perspective. Diligent. Yeah, I don't share his
Nick is
perspective.
stealing
I
my
think that
content.
while what Harry Sisson did may not have been illegal, which I'm still kind of grappling with that because I don't see. A lot of guys have been insulting Harry Sisson like all night. I'm not in that camp. Honestly, if Harry Sisson is rich, if he's successful, if you consider him to be handsome, which I don't really think I can. I don't.
I know a
I
lot about
don't. I
handsome
showed
men.
my
He's
mom
not
a
one of
picture
them.
of Harry Sisson, and I was like, "Is he handsome?"
You
And she was like, "He looks like a little boy."
Your mom thought. Your mom.
That's.
It's the rosy cheeks, man. It's the rosy cheeks.
I was just legitimately asking my mother, but she thinks Burt Reynolds is super handsome. So but
Burt
anyway,
Reynolds is.
Burt Reynolds
saying.
is a very sexy man.
But he's also dead, so.
Okay, well, that's all right.
They've rejected my
apparently I'm not in touch with what women find attractive. But anyway,
Nick, tell them to bring
I
me
was very
in. They brought
when
in
I
Nick. They
started
didn't bring
reading
in
this,
me.
I was like,
Nick,
what are they talking about?
Nick,
Harry
tell them to bring me
Sisson?
in. Nick,
At first I thought you were
please.
talking about Harry Styles, and I was like,
At least when you go,
that makes sense.
tell them I
but
have
no.
something to say. Please, I've been waiting
Yeah,
to.
so I'm pretty surprised, and I'm not going to insult Harry Sisson.
Come on, dude.
I do think he looks gay. There's nothing wrong with that.
You're just gonna let your mom insult
And
him.
it's with the guy that I need to. Nick, tell them I need to talk to this guy before he leaves.
Yeah, absolutely. I won't let anybody insult him. I don't
tell
care.
them to get me in here
I
before
don't
this
like
guy
Harry
leaves.
Sisson.
I need to
do
talk
not
to
like
this
him.
guy in particular.
He's a liar and he is an opportunist. That's it. That's
Come
my
on,
opinion.
say something before he
Anyway,
leaves.
but yeah, I'm not jealous of him though. I think a lot of people are coming off jealous when they're talking about girls getting mad at him and all this stuff, and they're kind of secretly blaming the girls. That's what I think they're doing. No, when I see like a guy who's got money and power and women admire him, I just say, okay, well, that's good for him. Great. I don't hate Harry Sisson. I don't hate anybody. Hate is a very strong word. But yeah, the whole thing just really took me by surprise, and I just had to jump in. I was like, oh my God, I got to hear all of this. This is crazy. But I do respect the women
Tell
who
him to bring
came
me in
forward
now,
a
and
lot,
then you go
and I do
nuclear.
think they were victims, and I do think Harry Sisson is seriously a psychopath, sociopath, whatever you want to say.
Or before you go, call
and
me out.
I just want to say that I really want to say, and I hope a lot of people
Call
can
me
hear me when I
out,
say
and then
this.
they'll bring me in.
Not all men are like that. Honestly, I'm frankly shocked
Come on,
at a
dude.
lot of the behavior that I see. And because I just kind of became single like 4 years ago, and I've been in the dating
I'm about
sphere,
to cry
and
purely out of frustration. This is
sometimes
insane.
women tell me stories that I do believe.
I haven't eaten dinner yet.
And I'm shocked.
Just waiting
like
for this.
literally
It's
shocked.
10:30
And
at
it's not
night.
easy to shock me. If I may tell a brief story real quick, just to really drive this home. I was in a store one time, and I was talking to a sales girl. We were having a nice conversation. I was making her laugh, and she was nice. She was funny. She was charming. So I think, okay, let me just ask her if she wants to, shoot my shot. So I said, would you like to have coffee sometime?
Before this guy leaves, please.
And she said, no, I have a boyfriend.
Tell them
I was like,
before you go
okay,
nuclear.
fine. So we
interrupt,
just
say, sorry
continued
to
to
interrupt,
talk,
guys.
you know,
But before so and so leaves,
and we continued
I
to
think
talk,
Aiden
and then I
wanted
was
to
like,
talk
okay,
to
it's
him.
time
So
to
can you
go.
bring him in,
So I'll talk to you later. And as I was leaving, she stopped me.
please?
She stopped me and she said, can I tell you something? And I was like, what? She was like, I want to tell you thank you. And I said, what are you thanking me for? And she said, I want to thank you for not being mean and calling me names and being very hostile. And I was like, whoa, what, really? She's like, yeah. She's like, guys come in here almost every single
Can't
day
take it.
and they will hit on
Dude,
me
I've been
and I will tell them I
jonesing.
have a
I've
boyfriend,
been
which I
fucking
do,
jonesing, and I haven't gone out for a
and they
fucking
will get
cigarette
very
because
mean and they will call me
I keep
names
thinking I'm
and
about to
they
get
will start to
dragged.
harass me. And I
And
was like, how often does this happen? She's like, every single day. This girl seemed very sweet, and
and
I
then
felt
everyone
very bad for
clapped.
her.
And then everyone clapped.
And I was like, wow.
Please get
Well,
me.
I don't know. Just you might have a boyfriend, but there's other fish in the sea, right? I mean, there's no need to get butthurt. So that kind of shocked me, and I was just like, what the hell are you guys
I'm
doing
following
out
this
there
guy.
these days? I don't understand it. But yeah. And you were
Apparently
right.
asking for nudes.
Yeah, exactly. And you were right. Both men and women will have bad behavior, but it really seems, at least to me, like most of it is being done by the men. But
Well,
yeah.
I mean, listen, women are not complicit. They're complicit in this. I mean, they're literally sending them back
No, yeah,
nudes.
no, I know.
I
In
mean,
this in this situation it's different. You are right, but I'm just saying, um, the women, yeah, there is some culpability there, but it's just like they were lied to and manipulated. Um, and you know, if they knew what kind of guy this Harry Sisson was, you think they would have sent anything? I don't think so.
well, I guess he led them on, right? But I guess he's just playing the
Absolutely.
game like most players online would do, right? Not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying, you know, a lot of guys do that. So you
Well,
gotta
Foxy,
be.
I've already told you once, stop doing it.
I'm sorry.
I've already
you
sent.
know.
I've already sent Foxy
AIDS
too many
gang
damn nudes
represent,
as it
okay?
is.
Thank
He's
you.
not getting any
There
more.
can be
Like
no
until
hope in
I
this
get
house.
until I get a
No
fucking
hope
ring
at
on it.
all.
That's all there is to it.
$3.
I
Almost
mean,
puts over the
I
quarter of
told
the way,
you.
a quarter of the way
I
to
got a ring
goal.
for you.
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh, I'm done with
Oh,
you
plants.
guys.
I missed your donut. Thank you so much for the $5.
Like, yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not a Christian. I do lean
Who
conservative, but I'm
cares? Who
not. I
are
do believe in
you?
God, agnostic.
This guy's
You
autistic.
know, but I'm not a Christian. I think it's fine. I mean, like to tell someone, hey, don't do anything sexual until you're married is kind of, oh my God. But yeah, I don't know. If that was my daughter, I'd be like, well, the internet's
I'm
forever.
about to,
That's not smart. But
dude.
is it her
You're
fault?
gonna
No.
get a bunch of
Well,
VODs.
it's both their faults.
Streamer breaks down in
That's
tears
It's
true.
kind of
on
both their
stream.
faults.
It's
Like
coming
she
in like
sent it.
5 seconds.
My whole thing is,
Out of pure
if I were
frustration,
gonna
I'm
like,
losing it.
you know, write a thread like
This
that,
is
I would make
torture.
sure
This is
that I
torture.
wasn't opening myself up to a defamation lawsuit.
There's
Laws are
no
so
defamation if you're telling the truth.
I'm
You don't
again,
know.
you're right, but
Please, Nick.
if you haven't
Please.
noticed, laws have
I will
become
be
very
loyal to the cabal
subjective in our
forever.
country.
Just
And again, I would the word victim is like kind of a big deal. And again, I would just be
Nick, your
really
hand
careful
isn't even
about
AIDS gang
opening myself up to
represent,
libel
okay?
and slander and like
The human
defamation.
mind.
Okay, well, we
Fragile,
appreciate
like a
that, but we're
robin's
still going to
egg.
use the words we want to use.
thank you so much for the
No,
3.
again, and that's totally your right, but it's also your responsibility.
It's my
Words are very
responsibility to call
important.
out a predator when they're a predator.
And I think you should, and I think that you guys have done a good thing. I would just say that again, it's our freedom and our our totally our right to use whatever words we want, but there's also a responsibility that's carried there, and I think that's what we were trying to point out. Hey, we all understand that what Harry did was obviously less than the standard, but again, I would just it's words are very important, especially on this platform and in our day and age, and yeah, just
Okay, if
Actually, you know what the
anybody
problem
else
is?
has if anybody else has any comments about how Sarah worded or anything or how I worded anything, please don't come up. Like Diligent has already spoken for all of you on how we should use certain words and how we should phrase certain things, and we're going to keep doing it the way we want to do it.
I have a comment. I think you guys are fine. I don't think
Thank
you did
you.
Shut
anything wrong
up!
at
It's
all.
the same guy. It's the same
So,
guy.
so,
Shocker.
so you
the,
just
the nice guy thinks they're fine. I'm just curious, like with this whole thing that's going on right now. So these women were interacting with Harry for months at a
Wait, did you call
time,
me a
and
nice
he didn't
guy?
even.
Yeah,
Well, come
apparently
on, you're
so.
nice guy of the year. But these women were
Just
interacting with
wait
Harry
till
for
my
months at a
podcast comes out,
time.
buddy. You'll see how nice
Okay,
I am.
I'll catch it. I'll catch it. So the women were hanging out, or they were snapping Harry for months, right? And they didn't even have like a phone number.
Some of them
And they
had his
thought they
phone
were,
number,
like,
not all
They
of
had
them.
his phone number, but Snapchat
Proof?
has this thing where you can set up so that it's your eyes only, so that they know that when they send an explicit photo that it's only going to Harry Sisson, and they are notified when it's deleted. They're notified if it's screenshot, because Snapchat has those types of notifications where it tells you when the other person does something. So they had phone numbers, but they were using Snapchat to share photos.
Well, I mean, earlier in the conversation, the mother came up. I'm sorry, I don't know her daughter's name. I apologize.
Because she never gave her name.
She never gave
said-
any.
No, she didn't give her
She never
name.
gave any proof that she even knew him.
But she said that like her daughter was speaking to him for several months, I guess, and there was no phone numbers exchanged.
They
I'm
knew
not
him
really
that
understanding why they
circumstance.
thought they were in like an exclusive relationship.
She said that
if
they
they
knew
didn't even
him
have
for
his phone
years.
number.
She said that they knew him personally, and that
Yeah,
he was
that's
a different
fine.
person than he is now.
Nick, please.
Okay, but like, why would there be an expectation that you're, I guess, in a committed relationship with someone who hasn't shared their phone number with you?
I have no idea. I can't answer that question.
I think
That
it
makes
wasn't
a lot
some,
of sense.
which against or for?
No, that makes a lot. Like, how could if you don't have my phone number, how
Wait.
could we be in a relationship?
Okay, once again,
Yeah.
they're not there. That mother is no longer here to answer these questions.
Yeah,
Like, I
not to
can't answer
mention,
this.
not to mention, she's not. She said this happened a long time
Wait.
ago, and that she was just coming up here
Dude,
to
the
be
drunk
here for
Florida
the
guy
girls.
DM'd me back.
Her story in particular happened a while ago. It's not recent. She was just here to, say, hey, I'm just here to support these girls because what happened to them was wrong. That's how she was involved.
If they
Gotcha.
never would have sent the
Yeah,
nudes,
me
we
too.
wouldn't be having this conversation. If they never would have sent the nudes, I have a daughter, and I got to be careful. But if they never
Oh,
would
he
have
has a
sent
daughter
them,
too.
we wouldn't be on this having this
Well,
conversation.
actually, we would because of the fact that not all of them sent nudes.
But then what did he do
Yeah,
wrong
None
there?
of them sent nudes. Some of them were told that they were just being talked to exclusively, that they were the only one, that there was no roster, that
Girls do that all the time. I'm
girls do
sure
what all
all
the
of girls do.
time.
Talk to a bunch of different guys
Okay,
at the same
well,
time.
once again,
And drag
women
them-
need to stop doing it too. Once again, I don't know
Agreed.
how many times I need to
But
say
we're
it.
not dragging them through the mud on a space with 1,000 people on it.
Find me a woman that's doing it.
Right.
But the question isn't talking to more than one person. The question is talking to more than one person. That happens all the time. That's the dating world.
Is she
Like,
comfortable calling Trump the president?
God bless.
It's so
but
easy.
but when you are specifically like forcing or
Asking for nudes.
forcing the conversation, like, hey, is it just me that you're talking to this way, and somebody lies to you and says yes, that's where it's a problem. And that's a problem not just because it was Harry or he was a guy. That's a problem that happens with both men and women, where women will be dishonest about how many people they're talking to, or that they're or flat out lie to you and say, hey, I'm talking to you exclusively. Like, there has to be a certain level of just kind of honesty, right? They have the choice. If a woman has a choice and a man has a choice, everybody has a choice. If they want to be in a situation where the person that they're talking to is talking to more than one person, and if that question is specifically asked and you're specifically lied to, that becomes a problem. And it doesn't matter that it's Harry Sis. It doesn't matter that it's somebody that we're not fond of. Like, and somebody said earlier, and this one kind of pissed me off, is that Harry is subnormal in doing this. It's like that's actually the problem is that the shit that he is doing and the shit that we're seeing through all of this is now the new normal in a lot of like in a lot of situations. That is par. That is par now, because people, and I can't speak for I can't speak for the women, but young men are not learning to keep themselves in check, or at the very least honest with their dealings with other people. And even if you are not going to get the result that you want, like, you can never go wrong ever by being honest. If you're dishonest,
Right.
it's always when it comes back to bite you in the ass. We're not here because Harry talked to more than one girl. We're here because Harry talked to more than one girl and lied about it and used those lies to get
What about Trump?
something out of it. That's as kind as I can be.
Do you really think somebody with like his kind of following and notoriety
Please,
needs to
Nick,
like lie to
please.
girls to get them?
Well, apparently he does.
Please.
He did.
I'm on my hands and knees.
Did he have sex with any of these girls?
I'm not
We
at
didn't
liberty
ask
to
that
say whether or
Well, that's what
not.
I'm.
Once
You
again,
know, like again,
I'm on my
once
hands
again,
and
we're
knees.
not going to talk about whether or not he had physical relationships with them. Like that's their
So
stories
you,
to tell.
again, you're gonna
hands and
drag
knees.
somebody through the mud, but you're
Yes,
not even gonna like tell them what they're accused of
I
necessarily. Like
actually
again,
told you.
it's a little wishy-washy. Like
I absolutely already said.
I really do not like Harry. I really do not like him. Like from the bottom of my heart, I don't like
We
the
don't
guy.
Okay,
care.
But again, that doesn't mean that if we're gonna roast him, if we're gonna cook him, put him on literally on the frying pan, we should at least be very clear about what he is being accused
anybody
of.
that
It's been clear.
uses
You
predatory,
have to chill with the
manipulative tactics
whataboutism.
to get
No, it's
to
going to
a
show an
woman, to get her
inconsistency
to
in her
do certain
standards.
things,
She's
whether or
calling
not she does them,
infidelity,
is going to be
predation. She's
called
okay
out.
with
I'm
doing
sorry
that.
you don't
So would
like
the
it, but it's
guy
going to
in her
continue.
I'm
banner
not
be
saying I
pulled
don't like
for
it.
it.
Especially
No,
when that
I
person
agree
calls
with
down
you.
for
That's what
If I
I
somebody
might
think
that
jump
you're
in
not
real
every
quick.
second
understanding.
of the day. Like
You're
she's
not
like, who
understanding
is
that I
this
agree
Sarah?
with you.
That's
What
not
you're
what
not
God
getting
is
is
No,
that
against.
I
like
It's not
no,
agree with
hypocrisy,
you
you.
double
don't.
standard.
You
Predatory
don't
like
agree, actually.
behavior, dude. Don't tell me what I agree with and what I don't.
No,
You
because
don't
you
understand what I'm talking
obviously
about.
support the
Okay,
Democrats.
guys,
Predatory
Like
let's calm
behavior
down
should
here.
be called out. Predatory behavior should totally.
Did I just get removed from this? Fuck.
Literally here telling their stories. That was the entire
I was
purpose.
here for 80% of the space. Like, and it's vague. I'm trying to help
Okay,
you tell your
it's great,
story.
wonderful that you feel it's vague. They don't.
You know, like again, a lot of us feel there's a side here that feels that it's
Donald
vague.
Trump
And
Did you
has
want
been
us
called
to
a
ask
rapist
them,
by
hey, did
Harry
you have sex
Sisson
with
over
Harry Sis?
using
Stop.
Sarah.
no, I don't
Stop.
want. No. I'm not saying we should
Like,
divulge those details. I'm
well, how detailed
saying
did you want it? Because it was pretty detailed. Their stories were pretty detailed. Anything else would have just been too much. Asking them if they've directly had sex with Harry Sisson is too
like
much. So how much detail do you want?
I think him asking for the nudes and them sending them was too
Hey,
much.
did you
Like,
say this
Okay,
about
you know
but
what I
Donald
mean?
Trump?
that's your too much. Asking
Like,
them their personal sexual behaviors
that's
will
okay.
not ever happen.
The threshold of asking them if they had sex is higher than what we've discussed. And
Did
Yeah,
I'm
you
saying
do this
that
with Donald Trump?
I'm already feeling like a little like naughty, like with what we've discussed. I'm
okay.
Oh,
saying
Jesus.
that would be
But
too
This
you
much.
guy's a
want to
Asking
know
leftist.
them
if they had
but
This
sex
is
with
a
the. No,
liberal.
no,
stop.
This
it's
guy's
that
a
Oh
leftist.
my
I'm just
God.
This
saying
is
You
a
just said it was too
leftist.
vague.
It's crummy.
it's too
Let's
it
all be
is
friends, guys. Okay.
we're calling people victims and we're calling
Okay,
somebody a
fine.
predator and we're not being
I
specific.
have
You know what I
been
mean?
specific 10 times since Diligent has been up
She's
here.
about to
I'm
cry.
not doing it again.
No, I'm just trying to help you tell your story. I'm giving you,
I don't need your
constructive
help.
feedback. I agree with you on most of it, and I hope that you can take that and run with
Okay,
it.
thanks,
What exactly
wonderful.
is it you don't agree with?
I think we're being vague. I'm not. What is it that what is it that's being like discussed here? What are
What are
we
Okay,
we
putting on
being
the
I'm
chopping
What are we
going.
block?
being vague about?
I'm going to say it again. Harry Sisson used predatory, manipulative tactics to get to these women and get what he wanted.
What did he want?
Nudes?
Nudes.
But you said he didn't
Dead
exchange.
Not
ass.
all of
Like,
them
what do
sent,
you
but not. You
think he
just said
wanted?
that
It
not
was
everyone sent nudes.
Yeah.
okay.
Not everyone
So
sent
hold on,
nudes.
Okay,
hold on.
just because a few of them were smart enough not to send him a friggin' nude doesn't
Then
mean
what
that
did
he
he
didn't
want?
use manipulative tactics still with them.
Then what was he
Hold
trying to
on. There
get with
was a
those women?
situation. There was a
Wait.
situation that was told in the story, and like I'm gonna go. I'm trying to remember the details. So help me out for those of you that were here. Where she wanted to discuss something with him, and he wasn't up for discussing it, and then like there was like this serious conversation, and then he was like, 2 minutes later, okay, send me nudes. Like, and part of that
Where?
was in order
We got.
to,
We haven't seen any evidence of
That
that.
so
was
she
Grandma.
so she can get the conversation that she wanted. So like that's kind of manipulative. Like when you say it's like, well, I'll do this thing you want if you send me booby
Did he
pics.
ever
Like
say
that's
that?
just ridiculous behavior. Or immediately having a serious conversation and then switching it over to okay, now I want to like in order to
Are you talking about the girl who was told that, hey, I'm not going to talk with you about this unless you send me a
yes.
video?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
that was
terrible.
Reese.
I'm not arguing that. All of this is terrible. I'm saying just how you said it right now. He's a manipulator and like a liar. Like, just be more clear about that. The guy. When I read the news, it
Okay,
looked like he
thanks,
was
Jay.
a pedo.
Like, I really appreciate what you've said. Like, really appreciate it. But we just keep hearing the same thing over and over
Yeah.
and over again about how we need to say things. And I'm not going to.
You don't have to say
Okay,
it.
stop.
It's been clear. We're not going to keep beating this horse. If someone else wants to hit a different topic, I'm here for it.
Jessica.
I got a couple questions.
No.
Well, Jessica was before you. She's been waiting
Okay.
for like the last 30 minutes.
And we've been kind of like quote unquote, I'm using quoting fingers, mansplaining this for the past hour or so. So let's hear from Jessica.
30 minutes.
So I listened to the whole thing, and I
30
made a
minutes.
comment when I look at it 3 hours ago. So it was when we first started talking. And I'm a mom. I'm a mom of a boy and a girl, 20-year-old boy, 19-year-old girl.
Oh my fucking god, dude!
And I was listening to
how many
these
more
girls
moms
talk.
and dads do we need?
They were giggling, they were laughing. Yeah, there were times where they got upset, but it was more they were getting upset because they felt like they had been trapped in MAGA world. That's when I heard them getting upset. My son was like, all-star football player, da 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 da. I can't tell you how many girls sent him nudes where he never requested it.
Okay, what does that
and then
have to
I would
do?
get calls from moms. Your son, da 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 da, and I would have to defend my son. I would have to like bring up
How
all
many?
of these.
I don't think this
like
happens
the
that
text
much,
messages and show. No, he didn't ask for it.
Your son
Your
might.
daughter
Your
sent
son
it,
might be
and now
tricking
she's
you
mad because
if you're
he
getting
didn't
calls
reply.
from multiple moms.
So I just think that, and I don't like Harry. I can't stand him.
Yeah, we get it. Nobody likes
But
him.
I think that the words that we're using to describe these situations, they have a lot of, they hold a lot of weight, and you can ruin people's lives. And I'm just talking as a mom of a boy. That's, and it's, or did some, and they were even saying, I messaged him first. He didn't message them.
Exactly.
Right, but sending somebody a hi doesn't necessarily mean that
what were they messaging
you're
him for on
expecting them to
Snapchat?
take it sexual conversation.
No, not at all. But the way that it was being said is he is predator. He was preying on them, and he didn't go out and seek them. They were seeking him. So I just, as a mom of a boy, I just want to make sure that we are understanding it, because girls are manipulative. They are.
Yeah, the bitch
And
was
they were
asking for
friends.
it.
Right,
They were
and we've
friends.
said that so many times, Jessica. Like, we really have said it so many times that boys and girls both do this.
Yeah, no, you did. But it's like, it was just really hard
Just
for me
get
to
me
take
in.
them seriously
Just
with
get
them
me in.
giggling about it.
Come
And,
on.
they all said, we knew what we were getting ourselves into. Those were their exact words. We knew we weren't going to
Okay,
have a
and
relationship.
I've giggled during uncomfortable situations before, and I have also laughed at some of the comments that Sarah has gotten before that she has sent me that are 100% not funny, but at the time, like, what else are you going to do?
Okay.
Yeah, they're young, and yeah, I believe it happens on both sides. But I mean, a lot of them provided some receipts. One I'm looking at right here, he
Oh my
approached
God.
this girl and said, "Are you on birth control by any chance?" She said, "Yes, I just took it. Why?" And he said, "The pill, I'm assuming. Well, I'd like to F you raw and
But it's not like he
cum
said
in
that.
you
He
if
didn't say that
that's good.
unsolicited. This
If
was
but
after.
that's up to you."
This was after.
Like,
And
what
what was
in
the
the world?
response to that message? I'm curious. What did she say back?
Don't know.
And
She
did she
does-
continue to send nudes?
She has.
Like,
She has a
that's
screenshot.
when girls
Yeah.
No,
post
some of the
nudes.
girls did not. Some of the girls
No, but the
told
one
you
she's talking
specifically
about.
that they blocked him
she's
after
talking
that.
about
But it's,
did.
so then if they didn't send nudes, are they included
She's
in
talking
the
about
11
Carly.
victims?
One of the girls
if they just
who
didn't
brought up the
actually
birth
interact?
control thing said it immediately made her feel uncomfortable.
Good girl.
I'm not.
But she
That's
didn't
good
say
girl.
that.
That's exactly
but she
what it
didn't
should
say.
have made her feel.
She didn't
Yes,
say
I'm
that.
not
just
saying
saying-
he's not a douche. I'm not saying what he did is awful. I agree. But
Come
as a
on,
mom
Nick, get
of
me
a
in there.
boy, it doesn't sit right with me to just throw these kids some of
Oh
them.
my
And
God.
he's young.
Okay, and as a mom
Here's
of a
Toki
daughter,
coming in
how would
4
you
hours
feel if
late,
this
needing
happened to your
I
context.
have a
daughter?
daughter. I have a 19-year-old daughter. But you know what I told my daughter is if anybody ever asks you for a nude, you better never speak to them again. And I
Yep,
want to
and I
know
agree with
exactly who
you
that is.
on that.
Right.
That's how
But
they were
you're
raised.
having that conversation. Their parents probably are
Well,
not having that same
so that's the
conversation.
boy's fault?
I didn't say it's the boy's
No,
fault.
what we're talking about, Harry, is the manipulation, the lies, and the cheating, and making them feel like or directly telling them that they were the only one. And he
No,
had no
that's not
roster.
true. Most of those girls that spoke tonight said, I knew what I was getting myself into. I knew we were not exclusive. I knew who he was. One of them said it.
Okay. So let me clarify. When they said that, they said that knowing they're not his girlfriend. Fair enough.
And I'm
They
still
said that. They said that
All
knowing
right.
that they were
If we're gonna
entering
keep this
into this
going,
kind of like
I need a
transaction.
cigarette. I'm on
but
break.
What they understood,
I'll have Nick tell them
what
to
was
wait
made
if they
clear to
drag me
them,
in.
and you can see that
I'll
through
leave
the
you with
text
the panel.
and
I'll be right
the
back.
stuff that Sarah posted. What was made clear to them was that he was not doing this with anybody else. Okay, yeah, they weren't
I've been
boyfriend
going too
girlfriend.
long.
They were not, they understood. Okay, I'm doing this. They weren't like, there was no voyeurism going on and there was no secret pictures going on. They understood what they were doing, but they were doing it with the understanding that he did not have, to use their language, a roster. So I think that's where we're going to have that disconnect, is because yes, you're correct in everything that they said, but they also did it with the understanding that he wasn't about this with 8, 9, 10 other girls.
That is very gray. So how I understand something and how you understand something are very different. So that's the boy's fault?
For telling them for telling them that he wasn't doing that with anybody else so that they would feel comfortable to do it with him. Yes, absolutely. Because if he were doing it with other people, they specifically said in some of the things that I had heard and have read that they would not have been doing that if he were doing this with like just every girl he talked to.
And 3 of them were friends.
So in that situation, yeah.
So 3 of them were friends. And you don't think that any one of them talked about what they were doing with each other? Like,
No,
I don't know.
they weren't.
It's just hard for me to believe.
3 of them were friends and they all thought they were dating the same guy on Snapchat?
Yes.
All right, where's the autonomy here for these women? Like, this is ridiculous.
No, I'm gonna stop. Like, no, I'm gonna stop you guys because now it's all about victim blaming, and I don't want to. No. Stop over talking me. Like, seriously, you guys keep going on about how the girl shouldn't do this, how the girl shouldn't do that. How about the boy just not do it?
He shouldn't do it either.
Yes.
How about then don't
It's
send the
both.
nudes?
It's both are bad.
But
And
you guys
I'm
aren't
saying
selling it as
that. We've
both.
said
You
it
guys
20
aren't
million
selling it as
times. Like,
both.
how many times
but you're
do we
also
have to
calling him a
fucking say it?
predator.
No,
Yeah,
shut the fuck up.
Oh, yeah. So you're getting mad and defensive
mute me
because
if you
we're
need to
right.
mute me.
No,
That's
I'm getting
perfectly
mad
fine.
because you guys
We're
are over
allowed to
talking me, and
disagree.
it's absolutely ridiculous that I'm trying to say something and
We're
you guys won't shut up. Like, it's rude. Nobody over talked you. We let you say your piece, and now you guys are going da 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 because somebody is disagreeing with you. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Well, the issue is you're taking us in a circle. Every time someone raises a point, you wrap it right back around to the fact that,
I've said that.
well, why don't men just stop asking for nudes?
Okay, so
yes,
the thing
stop
here is
asking
that
for the damn nudes. Both sides. Stop asking for nudes.
Yeah, but that's not the title of the space. The title of the space doesn't say.
You're right.
Sorry,
The
go ahead.
title of the space was about Harry and the girls that dealt with
Okay,
him. That
that's
was what the
and-
space was about. I'm sorry that you don't like what the space is about, but
No,
you didn't
I don't
have
mind.
to come.
I like the space. I like the
Two
space.
things
What I'm
can be
saying is
true
you're
at
not.
the same
Neither
time.
did the girls, but they sent the nudes anyway.
Hello.
So, like, what?
Stop. 2 things can be true at the same time. What Harry did was predatory. He was a liar and he's a manipulator. What the girls did, sending explicit photos, I made it very clear way earlier in the space while they were here that I did not agree with sending photos. That I have taught my own daughter, don't ever send photos, period. Don't ever do that. 2 things can be true at the same time, and both things have been made very clear. They did not
And what
agree
was
with
their
me,
and
but hey,
They didn't agree with her. They
exactly what was their response? They're like, oh,
Sarah,
it's my right to send photos to whoever I want. It's
Right,
like,
it is their
well,
right to do that. Nobody is saying that you can't send a photo. We're saying that it's not right to do it. They don't believe that. Like, I'm not going to change their mind in a space. You're not going to change
saying that
somebody's
you
force your
mind.
opinion on someone else. It can't, it's not going to work. It's just
you understand that your position towards the girls is infinitely worse than mine. You're literally shaming them for sending the photo. I don't care that they sent the photo. They have their own autonomy over their own body. They can send it to whoever they want.
I'm not
That's up to
shaming them. I'm
But they're
saying
participating,
that,
and you're
no, I'm
calling him a
saying my
predator.
personal opinion is that they shouldn't have sent the photos. Period. That's my personal opinion. I'm allowed to have that opinion.
Yeah, that's more shaming than anything I've said.
Good God, dude. Okay. Believe what you want.
But what I think you guys are missing is the fact that they're sending these photos under the pretense that this is or they're even just talking to him. Like it's not even just about the photos. Like it's about the conversation. They're doing it under the pretense of he's not speaking this way or talking this way with anybody else.
So,
And
that's,
they did.
you guys, nobody
he
said anything to them when they were saying this. Because 3 hours ago, I said, "Is anybody going to give them any?"
Because that's not what
big girl advice?
because
Let me
that's not
talk.
what
You
the
were
space
so
is about.
talking. You said, "Let me let you."
Because I can talk because it's my space. That's how that works. However, the space was not about attacking them or attacking their motives, not even motives. They don't even have any motives because this was coming out a year ago. The whole thing was to let them have a space to get their stories out. That's all it was about. It wasn't about attacking them. It wasn't about putting my beliefs on them or anything else. Because I, for one, am with Sarah. I don't believe you should be sending nudes to anybody but your husband. They don't feel that way. It is not my place to put my beliefs on them. I am not their mother. I'm sorry you don't agree with that. I'm sorry you guys wanted more pushback. But once again, if you want things done a certain way,
what the girls are trying to highlight. And each girl kind of has their different story. So, some may have approached it with a mindset of maybe they knew a little bit what they were getting into. Maybe they knew a little bit how Harry was. Maybe they knew that kind of behind the scenes he wasn't as he presented himself publicly. And maybe other girls didn't because he was telling them straight up, "You're the only one," or "There's no other roster," to use his quote, I guess. What they're trying to highlight is that when all these girls kind of found out about what was going on, that he doubled down and he lied and he started calling these girls crazy and saying that they were liars and saying the same lie to one as he said to the other to pit them as friends to pit friends against each other, to pit girls who are friends against each other and so forth. And so that's why Diana had talked about kind of breaking the girl code.
How good of friends are you if you guys are all sitting in the same guy nude?
And no, I'm saying, well, so the whole point is he was saying one lie to a girl and basically the same lie to another girl and pitting them against each other. Okay, so we can all kind of see how this plays out, but I don't think there's any issue with the nudes and everything. We're so laser focused on that. You have younger kids who are courting, in essence.
These are
and
adults, just to be clear. Younger kids is
sure,
really manipulative.
Okay. Well, let's put it like this. The younger we are, the more magnified everything is in our lives. The more important, the bigger everything is to us. The older we get, we're able to have a little bit more perspective and so forth. So in any event, we're talking about courting, and we're talking about, we're like kind of laser focused on this minutia, and I get what we're getting into it. But what the girls are trying to highlight is the fact that when these girls all kind of found out,
dude, I'm back.
That
Hold on.
and really what this is about is this is about a douchebag who is engaged in douchebaggery, and he was manipulating these girls. And when they found out about each other, he doubled down and he started to manipulate and play them against each other. Got one girl, I guess, like canceled among their friends on Discord and so forth. She deleted her internet and all this other stuff.
All right.
And he really kind of showed his true colors. The headline, so I alluded to, like, there's kind of two elements going on here. That the headline here is that you have this social influencer, this guy who's got some fame, and he presents himself in a certain way.
I can't take
that
it
is with altruism and virtue, and as an ally to women and the cause, specifically on the leftist side, right, with feminist movement and so forth. So he allies himself or aligns himself with, like he's pro-abortion or like women's rights and so forth as it pertains to the perspective of the left. And so these girls had identified with him and he had befriended them
I'm
and
not
so
even
forth.
gonna have the mental capacity to debate.
So the
other
headline
trans
there is that
women.
dude's not who he says he is. Right? Like everything else aside, however we want to get into the minutia and deal with semantics, which are important, whether one person looks at something as predatory or not. The behavior in which he went about, is he a sexual predator? I don't know. Under the legal definition, I don't know. I believe that involves some kind of violence or threats or something. Is the behavior that he exhibited towards these girls predatory? Was he preying on them? Yeah,
Oh
it sure
my-
seems that way.
Fucking
Based
die.
on what the girls have presented, the receipts that they presented.
Die.
Jay, if you want to know, like you said, you've been here for 80% of it. I kind of find it a little bit hard. I'm not going to
I've
question
been
you're
here
saying
for
you're a liar, but
109%.
if you're here for 80% of it, were you distracted? Have you read Sarah's thread?
Dude.
Listen to the videos. Did you hear the girls tonight? If we take them for what they said,
I heard the girls.
then,
They suck.
Harry's a douche. He's not who he said he was. He played these girls. People. It's a
giving
crappy world.
Until my pizza gets here.
If every girl has to kind of, or
and then
even
I'm
a guy,
done. I give up.
if
I
all
lost
of us
the
have to
debate. I
walk
was gonna
through
win.
life thinking that everyone's playing a game, that people aren't being upfront, that people certainly who present themselves as altruistic or from a standpoint of virtue are lying. If we have to assume that about everyone, well, that effing sucks. And so my takeaway of one of my big takeaways is, it seems to me, these girls did absolutely nothing wrong.
They did everything
You
wrong.
can approach it from a Christian value standpoint. We can approach the validation and send nudes and so forth. It's like, okay, well, you're imposing your personal beliefs and what you would do in a certain situation. This is a Harry Sisson issue, and this isn't, this isn't any fault of these girls. Like, there's no real takeaway for these girls other than, damn, I ran into a douchebag.
There's no takeaway, really?
For the girls?
Yeah.
What are you to learn from that? Should we just not trust all men? Should we just not trust people?
I think trust should be earned. I don't
Well,
think you
they had talked.
Listen, when the guy leads you on for fucking 6 months straight, then he obviously is looking to date you. That's obviously the takeaway, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, they had talked over a course of a long period of time. That's why I don't fault the girls. Like, it's not like these girls just were out doing
I feel like you have to in some way, like, hey.
Okay, it's fine. Everybody has their opinions. Like, I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth on everybody's opinions. Like, we have more hands. We have more people that still need to come up. Like,
Yes.
it's already 2:00 in the morning here for me. I've been doing this since 9:30 last night. So I kind of need to wrap this up. Let's get to the other people, what they have to say. And then if anybody is still willing to be on here, then I'll continue. If not, I'm going to bed.
I'm going to have to take off soon, so I just want to jump in with this real quick. And then we can get to the hands. Somebody who I kind of know on here and respect a little bit when it comes to subject like this kind of sent me a message and used some words that I think were kind of important. And it's kind of like in the medical world, the idea of informed consent. So you're going to accept treatment medication based on, like 100% of, having 100% of the information. Informed consent is very important. It's actually the law. And so if these girls are willing to engage with Harry this way, that's their business. But they believe that they were doing it under a completely different circumstance and pretense based on what he led them to believe it, and in some cases what he flat out told them. So I don't think it's fair to kind of victim blame and say, well, they just shouldn't have done it. Like that's somebody's personal opinion. But I do think it's fair to give them the right and the credit to set the parameters under which they would do that, and those parameters were violated.
Somebody
by
screenshot
Harry,
the frame
by
I
what he
just
told him and
had
what
up.
he would make them believe. So just consider that in the rest of the discussion.
Somebody
throughout the
screenshot
night,
it. I need to know what
please.
that tweet said.
Irrelevant news.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm jumping in a little late. I've been listening for a bit, and I kind of just want to get a better sense of what's been discussed since I missed the women who originally spoke about this. So one of the questions I have, I've been hearing people throw around that Harry's a predator. Is anybody alleging criminal behavior or something else?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Are there messages that show him refusing to take no for an answer or threatening consequences?
Nope.
He has actually threatened to send them cease and desist and has threatened to dock some of them.
Before
or after the nudes were sent.
Yeah.
After.
This was after.
That it's like Def Noodles' name. Irrelevant.
Wait, that's Def Noodles?
Thanks, Nick.
I didn't realize.
If he's just asking for nudes and he's
I
being
didn't
labeled a predator, where do we draw the line between inappropriate
Wait, I didn't
behavior and
reali-
actual predatory conduct?
Oh my word. I'm tired. He did not just ask for nudes. He told them that they were each exclusive. He told them that he had no roster. He manipulated and then he lied to them and told them they were the only one. And then when they found out about each other, he called them all insane, gaslit them and called them all liars, told one of them that she needed to tell the public that the screenshots were all fake even though they were not fake. Told her, what else did he tell her? Because now I'm tired.
That one of them was that it was done through AI and she doesn't even know how to use AI.
Yeah, it's a lot of it is predatory behavior, and it's been gone over time many times. The space is recorded, by the way. You are welcome to go back and listen to everything they said and everything that we said.
May I respond?
I mean, but wouldn't you say that the term predator should be reserved for more severe cases?
Mm-mm.
The
It's
term
predatory
groomer came up as
behavior.
well, by the way. Groomer came up.
It was done
groomer
by older
came up-
millennial, and you will have to ask him why he chose that word. I'm not going to
Yeah.
I'm not
How
going
do I
to
get my
defend
mic
what words
working?
anybody uses.
Yeah, the word groomer came up in here when the girls
Fuck.
were here because they
How do
were
I get my-
talking about
My mic.
Clarice.
My
or-
mic isn't working.
What was it? His name? Camille, because this is someone that Harry was working for, who Camille apparently was allegedly grooming a 14-year-old autistic kid that did not live in the US. And Harry was confronted about that, and he acted like he was appalled by it, blah,
Fuck.
blah, blah, by this girl. And when she confronted him about it, he stated that, oh my gosh, this is terrible. I'm going to report it, and I'm not going to work for this person anymore, and I'm going to report this to the FBI. He did not do
Hold
that.
on.
He lied and did not do that and continued to work for Camille. And as soon as he told this girl that he was going to report it to the FBI, she said, okay, well then cool, we're cool again. And then he immediately asked her for nudes.
Okay. So I guess my question is, what from everything I've heard so far, what's the main goal of this? Are you guys looking for accountability? You're
Got it.
trying to
Accountability, 100%. Accountability.
You're hoping somebody files some kind of criminal thing. It doesn't seem like it could be criminal because you said no. So I'm just wondering.
No, it's accountability. He is a public figure. He has millions of followers, and he's going to continue doing this to more girls if something is not done and said about it. And they have every right to tell their story. He will continue to do it.
And how
He
does that
will.
accountability look like? Like you
He's a
want him
fraud.
to like lose
All
his
they
platform,
wanted, all the girls asked for was an
individuals, but-
apology. That's all they asked for.
Yeah, he
Did
buckled
he not
down, called them
apologize?
insane, would not apologize, said that they were
Fuck.
lying.
And what would an apology do exactly in this situation?
It's not working.
It would apparently make them feel better. I can't speak for them. Like
So
that's
you
all they
just want
asked
them to
for
feel
is they
better.
asked for an
working.
apology.
At least
They
admit you
said
did
it.
something
Sarah
wrong.
literally write the thread for them and kind of push the allegation?
What allegation? They had already made the allegation.
Yeah, you compartmentalized it, boosted it, and that's why we're here. You literally spoke
Okay.
for them.
And I don't
Well,
see
you
a
said you
problem with
can't
that.
speak for them, and I said you did.
No.
What
They
I
spoke for
said
themselves.
was that
They've
I'm not
already
going to.
said.
There's videos
Southern-
and there's screenshots. There's videos and there's
Southern
screenshots.
said
They
that
spoke for
she's not
themselves.
going to.
Okay, but are
Found
they
the
here
problem.
right
them.
now? Because you're still speaking for them.
Found the problem.
No, we're trying to take the questions, and you guys won't stop asking
my-
the same
Y'all keep
question.
asking questions that some of the questions we don't know the answer of, and we're going to tell you that. But if
Well,
they've
yeah,
already
so I'm
answered
just
the
curious
questions,
because one of you
tell
just
you
said
the
that
answers.
the main goal, the main goal is to get him to apologize, and the main goal of the apology is for them to feel better. So you think an apology would make them feel better?
He needs
I
to
have no
hold
idea.
himself accountable. I
The
don't know how
girls
it's going to make
said
him feel.
the girls said earlier that all they wanted was an apology.
Did he not give
Mhm.
them
They want
one?
him to. They want him
Is
to
this a
take a.
public or a personal apology?
I have no idea. I didn't ask them.
Gosh, dude,
Wait.
I don't know.
Didn't he give
They just
Carly a
want him
personal
to
one?
be
If we're-
accountable and take
now I have to bring
responsibility
it
for his
back.
actions.
I have to bring it back that he's being called a predator, right? That's not like a light word. It's a very loaded
Okay.
term. It implies It implies.
Once again,
Shut
I'm not
up,
changing
Deaf
my word,
Noodles.
so we can drop it. I'm not
It-
changing my word. I 100% stand
asking you to
against it,
change it.
behind it.
I'm trying to understand. I'm not asking you to change.
No, I've already addressed this
We've
5
explained
times.
over and over again why it's
I'm just-
predatory
look,
behavior. I don't know why this
it-
needs to be explained again.
The term predator is a pretty extreme and loaded term. And if, I mean, could an apology possibly, make somebody feel better if they feel like they've been
True, he's a
predated on? Is that
predator?
even the word?
There's
I don't
no way
know.
you believe that,
you know?
I don't know. That's up to them.
May I interject here? Did he not give her an apology when he admitted that he should have made like the expectations more clear at the beginning? That it wasn't.
No, he's since
because
doubled
he let her
down.
on for 6 freaking months, dude.
Didn't she say it was
You
2
don't-
months in?
You don't know. One of them, was it Carly or I can't remember her name. The first one to come forward said that she had been talking to him for 9 months, and 6 months in, and her video is on my thread. You can go watch it. It's one of the first ones on there. She talked to him for 9 months, and for the first 6 months, he told her that she was wifey material and that she was the only one for him. Blah, blah, blah. Went on and on. Then after 6 months of that, then said, I don't know if I want a commitment. That's crazy. 6 months is crazy, and then tell them you don't want a commitment. That's
Well,
crazy.
Okay, but why would the default assumption be that there's going to be a commitment? Why would that be the default assumption in this exchange?
Because he told her that she was the only one for 6 months. Actually, for 9 months till she finally figured out what was going on. But for 6 months, he
Well,
told her that she was wifey material and that she was the only one. What would you assume if you were told that?
Okay, so first of all, that's her word. Did she provide evidence that he said this?
As far as the wifey material?
Yeah.
She did bring up receipts. And
Of
again,
that
it's in the thread.
comment. I didn't see that in the thread. I looked through the whole thread. Of the wifey material part, I don't think that's in the thread at all.
But what is in the thread is yours the only opinion I care about, things like that. So whether you see that he said wife material or not, you could extrapolate that he probably did say something like that. Like you don't necessarily have to see every post he ever sent to her.
Wait, you could extrapolate that, but you could also extrapolate other things, so it would make sense if you think this is going to be something long-term to clarify.
What you guys don't understand is that your words on X hold
Okay,
legal
and
weight.
great,
Legal
wonderful.
weight.
I am
100%
not
understand
deleting.
it.
I am not
hang on.
deleting what I said. I'm keeping it up.
I'm not
I
asking you to.
100% stand
I'm not
behind
asking you
it.
to. I'm not asking you to. Very
Also,
respectfully.
I'm going to tell you this right now. If you go look at the thread, I shared a summary of what she said in her video.
Yeah, but no
These are not
evidence
my
of that.
words. This is someone else's words. A lot of receipts were shared of the very I don't know what you would call it, of the things that he said to these girls to make them feel like they were the only one. And if
I
you go look at the
But at
receipts,
some point between the month 1 to month 6, are they supposed to realize, we're not dating yet? This is kind of weird. Maybe I should ask about this. And if he keeps dodging me or pushing it, I'm going to start to assume that maybe I'm not the only one he's talking to.
Okay, that's
6
great,
months?
wonderful.
to do with the fact that he lied and manipulated. Like
Nothing.
why?
He's a
I don't-
douchebag. I agree with you. But like 6 months? Come
These
on.
are young girls, dude.
Young
You
girls
need
who
to
are
understand that these are young
adult
girls.
women. Yeah.
I'm just wondering
Yeah,
at
he's
some
a young
point.
guy too. Young 23-year-old guy.
Right.
So
Both ways.
Yeah, I'm just wondering at
does that
some
make
point
it okay for him? Sorry.
why we're gonna
No
keep
one
removing
makes
the
it
age
okay
of
for
18.
anybody.
How old
It
was the
doesn't make it
youngest?
okay.
How old was the youngest girl?
18.
Sarah?
One of them was freshly 18.
Freshly 18.
Still 18.
Like
That's
how many?
what I'm.
How many months are we
It's.
talking? Like
I'm just saying.
Okay, I'm not going to dox her age. I'm not going to do it. She said she was
No one.
brand new 18.
No one
Let's-
needs to be doxxed.
She's
I'm
like a
just
shiny
saying.
new
All right,
penny.
let me
This
jump
is
in and
great.
say
Your
goodnight.
words
Oh my
Hold
god,
on.
count.
why do we keep going around the same circles? She said she was brand new 18. I'm sorry you guys don't like that answer. That's the answer she gave. You guys can go back and clip it and share it out to the world.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in and say goodnight. It's 2 a.m. for me. I do have to work tomorrow. So
Night.
Good night,
thank you all
Matt.
for being here. Thank you all for being here. And
Good night, Mad Bull.
and everybody, just keep your shit tighter than this, man. Just be better. That's all. Everybody. All right, have a good night.
Aaron, we're going to start going through these quicker. You guys are going to stop cutting each other off. because we still have 7 people. So if any of you are done asking any questions, please drop down.
Hey, Southern, I don't know if you can see my hand's been up
I
for a
can,
while.
Ken. I'm trying my best.
We can see.
Okay, thank you.
For the
Aaron.
floor. So thank you. I really just think it can't be said enough, and this is a point I really think just everyone needs to fundamentally understand that Harry is a public figure because primarily he has extolled his moral virtues as someone with superior character, someone with superior politics, someone with superior morality. So the very fact that that wouldn't be on the table now to discuss his character, his morality, his virtues to me is absolutely crazy. Especially when he's going around calling people rapists, doxing people, being a complete piece of shit. The idea that now, at the very least, his character is not on the table to me, ranging from the less to the more serious things, is absolutely crazy. And I read Sarah's whole thread, and honestly, like it ranges from all the way to protecting a guy who is his business partner and a pedophile. Like from the text, like, it ranges from lying and manipulating young women to protecting a pedophile. Like after everything this guy has done to extol how he is so superior to everyone else and getting a following like that, the idea that we now wouldn't be able to say, oh, maybe we should call out this guy's character is crazy, like, or let's not drag this guy through the sand. What?
Can I
All
respond
this
to
guy's
Aaron?
done is drag people through the sand. It's crazy
No,
to me to give
you
this
may
guy a
not.
pass. Crazy.
We all
He sounds
agree,
like
Aaron.
he sounds like he'd fit right in with the Republican Party.
I don't agree.
What do you mean?
Okay, I don't care if any of you don't agree. Like,
we're not bringing politics into this. I
we're
made
not
that clear in
going
the
back
beginning.
and forth.
Again, it's not about politics. It's about basic common sense.
It's
This
about
guy's
right and
character is on the
wrong.
table. And anyone who doesn't see that, I think, is just morally blind to a certain extent.
We see that. We're
Good.
just saying that the word predator might be too far.
Okay, once again, not changing it.
We don't want you to. We're just
Okay.
offering. I'm just hang on.
You
We don't
can
want
think
No,
that it's
you've
too
said
far.
it
We don't
5
think it's too far.
No, listen. Just hear me out for
No,
one.
I'm not
We
going to hear
already
you out
did.
15
anymore.
seconds. 15 seconds. Words on Twitter are.
Okay, once again, I'm not changing my words. I'm going to keep using it. Stop telling me what I need to say and what I don't need to say. If any of you do it again, I'm going to remove you just like I've removed him.
No, you're very measured, not crashing out. You should call him a rapist next. That would really push it a little further.
He's not a rapist, as I know. Ken?
Guy is a liar and a manipulator and covering up for a pedophile. And Sarah has every right to point these things out.
This is
in a thread.
Diorio from an alternate
what about that
universe.
is remotely contentious?
Bizarro Diorio.
Oh my goodness. Can I speak now?
Yes.
Thank you, Southern. How are you doing? And Sarah, I haven't seen you for a while.
We're very
Okay.
tired at this point.
I understand that.
I love you, ladies.
I'm the old guy here. I'm the boomer, and so I grew up in a different culture, and I learned all this stuff. Well, I see what's going on. These girls came in to share their stories and their experiences with Harry, and they all had different experiences of different lengths and times, but what I call Harry, he's a emotional predator.
He has
He's a
brain
player.
lesions. I can't
He
debate
played
him.
all these girls.
He has brain lesions.
I mean,
can't
he
debate him.
talked to them, he manipulated them, and he's playing a whole hand of girls.
I can't debate this
I don't know if
guy.
he's doing it for his own jollies or what. But what he's
actual
doing
brain
is
lesions.
wrong, leading on these girls and let them on.
He has
So
holes
and he's asking
in
for
his brain.
nudes. And nowadays cultured girls give nudes. They share all that stuff nowadays, back and forth. I don't know if he showed anything his nudes to these girls or not. I didn't hear that.
I don't know. I don't want to know.
Yeah, but he's wrong. He is a public figure. If everybody tell me he holds himself to a high standard, so these girls are being manipulated by his character and his words.
They're manipulated.
Yeah, actually, thinking back to what one of the girls said, and she shared with me a screenshot in my DMs. Don't know if I'm going to share anything more now yet because some of the girls are now saying that they're going to back off from everything and they don't want a lot shared anymore. And they're probably getting backlash from everybody. But one of them did say that he started the conversation by sending her a photo of him in the shower. Gross.
I heard that.
And then said, okay, now you send me one. Like, what? Anyway, just bringing that up Forgot
Yes,
about that.
I heard that. He's a player. He's playing these girls. It's like a game to him. I don't know if he, like I said, does he get a jollies by playing them? Is he
Yes.
unable to emotionally attach to a woman and commit,
I don't
or
know.
is he having fun? I mean, he has an issue. And it's like it's what 12 women came up forward so far. That's a lot
Have we seen
over
proof of
time.
all 12?
Well, I mean, they all had different experiences.
But have they verified these experiences?
Good Lord.
Come on, these girls came and talked about it.
Like, I'm just gonna stop now.
What do you want them to do? Swear the Bible to you in front of you?
Yes, apparently so.
Wait.
I mean, why are you guys attacking the females here? I listened to some of their stories. They all sound right and good.
So do you believe that Trump raped that woman?
No, he didn't.
Why?
Nope, we're not doing that.
We're not
We've already
going
said
there.
We're
You
not
know,
freaking doing that.
Stop.
no, stop
Because
it.
it shows an inconsistency. Like
No, stop.
No,
We said we're not
I'll do
making
a
this
space with
political.
you. He didn't.
why?
No, we're not doing that.
We're not going
We've
there.
already said
You
we're
know,
not freaking doing that.
I got removed as a
no,
speaker.
no, stop it.
Because it shows an inconsistency.
No, stop.
No,
We said we're
I'll
not
do a
making
space
this
with you
political,
later
and we're
on
not.
if
We're
you want to
talking
talk
right
about
and wrong.
Trump.
Ken, stop. Ken, stop.
I got removed.
Thank
I already
you.
removed him. I'm not doing this.
Thank you.
Sassy, please go ahead.
All right.
Oh,
Thank you for the
can you
time.
hear me?
Thank
Hello?
you, Ken.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. I didn't hear all the girls' stories, but I would consider myself a boomer. I have a daughter.
Everyone has a daughter.
Firstly, what I'd like to say, my opinion after what I've listened to, he is a predator. He is not a rapist. He is not a groomer, but he is a predator.
Dude, that was the quickest debate I've ever had.
What I believe is he manipulates women.
He manipulates
He has, I guess, given that I'm a boomer, please excuse me. This is the first time I've been on a platform. I like to listen. I don't share when I post. But what he did was inappropriate. Some of these, like you mentioned, one of the girls was 18. All right, 18, she might not have that much experience. All right, she might have been flattered by his attention. So you have to look at each case individually. He took advantage of these women.
Shut up, you stupid
It's
bitch.
wrong what he did. I hear that you say that some of the women are backing out now, and I can understand that because they're embarrassed
She's
and
a dog?
humiliated.
Wait, this woman's a dog?
That's
Dogs can't use
I'm
Twitter.
sorry, gentlemen. Some of you, by what you've
She's a
said
retired therapy
and how
dog?
you've constantly hit on, is it Southern?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Hit on Southern. She has said over and over and over again the same thing, and you keep hitting her back.
Yep.
Like, if you're going to say something, make sure it's something different that you have to say, and that you're sharing something that is, oh, I'm here to defend men. This is about how these women felt. And if they're backing up, as I said, they're probably embarrassed and humiliated.
But if they're embarrassed and humiliated, that's their own fault. They're the ones who stepped up and said, "Hey, I was the side bitch for fucking 6 months."
No, let me finish.
Excuse me.
Let me finish.
Because they were the one who published it.
Nicholas,
This is my
either
house.
stop or I'm
Just
going to drop
stop.
you too.
Again, you're being very immature.
He's going to join me in the
They,
race.
what they did, I really give them credit for, because they stood up and they are warning other women, be careful. That's what they did. Because I'll tell you, when a woman
This guy
is
said he's
raped,
down to debate Trump, so this is
it's
a future
exactly this
debate
behavior
opponent.
from men
I'm
that
saving
keep
names.
them from reporting that they were raped or sexually assaulted.
But a woman wasn't raped, and you're
Okay,
laying it on.
stop.
just a
I'm
little
not
bit.
saying that.
She just
I'm
said that
giving
as
you.
an
We really
example.
need you to be quiet.
I said
Oops,
that
I
as an
removed him all the way.
example. Now, can you please,
Yeah, he's gone. You can go ahead.
Oh my God.
Don't talk over people. Don't talk
She's
over
about to
Southern.
cry.
She has given these women a platform because they needed it. And you
She's about
guys,
to
some of you
cry.
guys might not understand that. Okay? If they chose to send what nude pics or whatever you call it these days, that was their choice.
Whatever the kids are
But
calling
if
it.
he kept them like this one woman that you were talking about, you know, leading her on for 6 months. Come on now, like, of course, like I would be the same way if I
Dude,
was,
Lumpy Willie's
and I'm
trying to call him.
older. If some guy was saying, "Oh, you're wifey material," and I think, you know, like you're whatever he said, and like quit
Then you're
asking for
retarded.
more details. How is Southern supposed to know? He's not a rapist. He's not. Now listen to me one more time. He's not a rapist. He's not a groomer.
She
He
said he
is
was
a predator.
Wait,
He
Southern called him a groomer.
manipulates women,
Southern
and women sometimes can be vulnerable.
Southern
Depending, now listen to this,
verbatim called him a groomer.
depending on their life circumstances.
Come on, let me back in.
Okay? So Harry probably has a lot of experience in how to play women. And I think the other gentleman that's a boomer said the same thing. He gets a lot of attention,
Queeman,
and he
there's no
likes
way you
it.
believe anything
So
you're
when
saying.
a man,
I'm gonna
a
lose it.
young man, a 23-year-old man has power, what do you think he's going to do with
Power
it?
dynamic, freshly
If he's
18,
a mature
we're hitting all the
man,
talking points.
he's going to be respectful of women. If he's an immature man and he uses his
Show your
power
tweet.
to manipulate women, he's a predator.
She's begging the question.
All right? And I'm glad these women stood. I'm going to go back and listen.
I want to apologize for this.
To the whole
Hold on.
thing, but
you should treat every single woman you come across like a retarded child who's incapable of navigating literally anything. Ideally, you would bring her mom along to every Snapchat sex session so you can guide her daughter through the process. Wow, quoting a sex pest. Quoting sex pestiny. Bad luck, Dioria.
Oh, I said thank you for what you said.
Oh, okay, that's okay. I just think these guys are not getting it, Southern. I think you're putting so much into it. You handled yourself exemplary. You know, it's these guys are not getting it. The ones that keep asking, well, did she did you know
Hello?
like did she say what kind of sex they had?
What'd you say?
This Harry guy especially, and Dean.
You think he's a rapist?
I think he's a rapist.
You do?
I do. I think he's a full-blown rapist.
Oh, well, then I guess I think he's a rapist too.
Awesome. Let's go. I'm glad you're on the same page.
Yeah. What do you think?
Lying's bad. That's my position on this, personally.
Yeah, no, totally agree. But I think that it's like really weird to first of all, the original woman handling the thread threw in unrelated domestic violence allegations and then like made them
That's
super
based.
vague. So like your average retard reading it would like see a photo of a bruised woman in the thread of like allegations about Harry and like believe he was beating them. She brought up that because her kid is
Good. Fuck Harry Sisson.
because her kid is a sexual assault survivor, she has empathy for these girls or whatever the fuck. And it's like, so you're saying that like this is related if that gives you more like empathy for this particular.
Wait, I think people are saying there's crazy shit happening in that space right now.
There is? Fuck.
Yeah. Go back to that.
Understand that they may
I'll
be
talk to you later.
sending out those vibes because they have been abused in the past or they have had that some kind of trauma. So there are men
what I missed
like Harry that pick up on the vulnerability of these women. Okay? And I'm sorry if I insulted anyone or if I've said anything inappropriate, but I'm talking from my life experience, and I'm a hell of a lot older than most of you. And I'm not saying that I know more than any of you, but I'm just saying give Southern and her co-host some respect. You're not the woman. If you have something positive to say, quit. You're asking these, you know, like predators. Asking, well, what happened and what kind of picture? I mean, come on, this is a
like
serious
predators?
issue.
Because we want proof.
We're talking about women, and they didn't put themselves out there to be embarrassed and humiliated.
I agree.
But that's what you are doing to them. The way you're speaking.
The way speaking
And
like
Bravo,
predators.
fellow broomer.
I'm not a broomer.
Boomer.
He said fellow boomer.
He has brain
Oh,
lesions.
sorry. I thought you said boomer.
Breaking news
No,
tonight.
he said bravo, fellow boomer.
Oh, thank you. I just
Appearing
think
on a soap
that,
opera.
Southern
Right,
and
and
her
when you're starting
co-hosts are giving people time and to
a
talk,
magnet, you
and it's
get
the same
attracted to
shit.
kissing her.
Sorry, over and
Whoa!
over again.
I gotta use some
If you
Tic
have
Tacs just in
something
case I start kissing her.
that could add to
You know, I'm
this,
automatically attracted to beautiful. I
or
just start kissing them. It's
you
like a magnet.
understand it, or you're trying to
I don't even know.
understand it,
And when you're a star,
then
they let you do it.
don't
You can
talk
do anything.
over Southern
Grab them by the.
and her co-host.
Do
She's
anything.
handled herself really well. Wouldn't you agree,
provided-
other boomer?
Talking like a predator.
Yes,
True.
I've known Southern for a while now. Don't mess with her.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for her. Like I said, this is the first time that I've ever done this, but this came close to my heart. And I said, some of these guys, I'm sorry, you're being assholes. You really are.
I totally agree with you. They are.
Yes.
Thank
So,
you, Sassy.
well, I'm taking this really seriously, and some of these guys are not. This is not, what do you call that? Like, I'm trying to think of the word, like, oh yeah, like, voyeuristic stuff.
Wait,
These women are human. They went through an experience with this young man who's immature that has power. You know what the three things are?
He's a narcissistic
Power.
person.
an artistic
I'm
person.
sorry?
He's an
I
artistic.
said he's a narcissistic person.
Yeah, he's a narcissist.
I don't, I have never met him. I don't follow him. So I can't say if he's narcissistic. He's definitely immature. What things go together? Power, sex, money. Would you not agree?
What does that even mean? They go together?
Anybody?
Oh no, we agree with you.
Yeah.
Totally. It's kind of crazy. One of the big
totally
defenses
agree.
of him I've heard tonight is well, if I were one of these girls, I wouldn't have sent hairy nudes. Like, good for you, buddy. Like that's totally not the point. The point is he clearly was lying to and manipulating them. Whether or not you would have seen through the
Exactly.
lying and manipulation is a separate point. I mean, for some reason, I've heard that defense more than once tonight. To me, it's totally irrelevant and crazy.
Okay,
What do you
well,
mean?
thank you both. Like, I just
Okay.
want to get to the rest of the hands. I'm
Good
getting a
Lord.
little
Oh,
sleepy.
okay. Thank you for your time, guys. I really appreciate it. And Southern, thank you. You're one hell of a classy lady.
Thank you, ma'am. I gave you a
Wait,
follow.
Queeman's trying to get in.
Oh, thank you.
So I hope to see you around some more.
Hold on.
I will. It's just I woke up and I like, if I can't sleep, I
Queeman's
listen
trying
in
to
and
get in.
see
It's about
what's
to be
going
so
on.
over.
And I like to learn too, right? You learn from different spaces what people feel. So anyway, I'm going to shut
See,
up.
He's gonna one guy because he knows I'm
And
watching.
what do I do? Can you just remove my hand or
Oh,
put my hand?
she's so
I can't.
old.
You can do it, or I'll just remember that your hand is just stuck up there.
Poor woman.
Hang on, I'll try and do it. There you
There
go.
you go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sassy.
Oh my.
Yes, Wes.
Oh my. I feel bad now.
Hello. I'm just a little confused, like
Oh God.
the
Oh God.
with the. Do y'all think he's like Harvey Weinstein? Like I really
No.
just I
What?
don't get y'all's
No,
trajectory.
we didn't
Like you're
say
saying
that
he's
at
a
all.
predator, but like the definition of a
Okay,
predator just
I'm just
doesn't
gonna
match
stop
up
you.
with.
We're not going over
I
that
don't
definition again.
care anymore. Like I really
Well, I
don't
can read
care
you the
anymore.
definition of a predator if you would like.
He's
No.
an emotional predator.
This guy won.
Exactly.
He preys on women's minds. He preys
on their minds.
young women.
He preys on
He
their-
preys on their vulnerability. That is what he does. We've already been over this, and we're not going to talk about the word predator again. We've said that he is using predatory behavior, and he absolutely is. So we're going to move on from that.
Can we talk about another predator like the one in Minnesota that's
No.
Republican and
No,
groomed a
We're not
about
talking
Harry
about politics
and the
in this
ladies.
space.
He won. He won.
We're talking about right and wrong. We're not going to talk about politics in this space. We've already made that clear.
Yes, Aki Vision.
Hey guys, I've been listening for like 2 hours. I know you guys are at your wits' end, and emotionally, it's been beating you down slowly. So I apologize for that. I wanted to say some points that I heard, and I feel like not a lot of people touched on the dynamics of power that were at play when you have something as big and as mainstream person as Harry, and I've like talked to him in spaces before. He always pushes across his
He's an
virtue
emotional
and
predator,
like
guys.
as one of his number one significant things. And there's been people that have been canceled. If you look at Mr. Beast and some of
Oh
his
my.
people on the fact that he allowed people to groom underneath his, tutelage or whatever you
His
want to call
tutelage,
it.
dude.
That in itself is something I feel like we haven't hit enough on. And the thing is, as a MAGA supporter, what really hurts me
Of
is
course you
the
are.
fact that we've had something that we could have a common bind where we could come together and really create a discussion and have more a human conversation. We're kind of killing that opportunity because
Yep, I
we're
agree.
appearing
Agree.
yeah,
Agree.
I
and
agree
we're
100%.
and
Agreed.
we're
Yeah.
appearing exactly as their worst enemy. We're appearing those demons that they're told we are by attacking and downplaying it or making it seem like it's their fault. And I'm going to be 100% honest. Like, I've sent nudes, I've shared stuff like that.
Oh,
I feel
thanks
like
for
it's a
telling
mute
us.
point in a conversation when the overall is the manipulation at
Thank you for
play.
letting us
And
know.
then the other thing that at play is the ability where he found out that this girl had sexual trauma and immediately he seized on it and he pounced on it. That's predatory in nature right there.
I can't
And
take
that's
it anymore.
something
Exactly.
that we really, I feel
I
like, are
can't. I'm
glossing
done.
over, aren't
I gotta be
hitting
up early
on.
tomorrow. It's almost
And
midnight.
that's the type of
I could be here all night. These people are clearly never ending. You could go watch the space if you want on her Twitter. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm gonna go cry. Bye. Thank